lead this mighty group on the way. Okay, this is the workshop meeting for TALCB. Today is February 7th. It is now 10:06 maybe. And we'd like to call the meeting to order. Okay? So, first item up, we shall call roll call. How about that? Okay, everybody's in agreement. We've all got thumbs up. Okay, so.
Chair Jamie Whitcliffe is present. She's here. Martha Gail Reed Lynch.
Present.
Buster Renfro.
Present.
Clayton Black. Chance Bolton.
Present.
Jim Jeffries.
Here.
Tony Pena.
Here.
Alex Solstray.
Present.
And Joyce Yanuzzi.
Absent. She had a CASA work conflict.
Okay. I know that Mr. Black said he is en route.
Exactly. Should be here by noon.
So, Madam Chair, we'll need a motion to excuse their absences.
I'll make a motion to excuse the absent board members for their absences, since they're absent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, the next issue up is going to be the discussion regarding travel procedures and forms. So, who would like to handle that?
Is that seeing this?
Okay, thank you.
It should be. You checked.
I checked it.
We want to make sure everyone is at the
Ninety bushes there.
We'll put the light on.
Okay, everyone should have a red folder.
No.
You won't have
If
it. It's travel. You won't get one.
Clay.
Oh, well, I don't need one. Jim, you may not need one. It's about traveling.
This is Clayton.
Yeah, you might
Joyce
need one.
is
You
not
do.
here.
I don't.
Good morning. I'm Melissa Webdon. I'm the accounting manager. And I'm going to be going over a new travel reimbursement process that we hope will relieve some of the obstacles of submitting your travel-related expenses. We hope that this new process will result in more expedient reimbursement to you all. I want to first introduce you to Ms. Rosie Payne. And Rosie back there, she's taken over the travel reimbursement duties that were once done by Elena, and Elena retired back in October. So she'll be your new travel contact for your travel reimbursements. She will be able to answer any questions you have regarding what you can and can't be reimbursed for, and what receipts or documents are required to be submitted with your travel request. And her contact information is listed in the travel guidelines, which are in your packet. So as board members, you're entitled to be reimbursed for most of your travel-related expenses you incur for attending meetings in your capacity as a board member. You are not required to request reimbursement, and some of you don't. But for those that are requesting travel reimbursements, we wanted to make the process a little easier and more expedient. So you've been given a travel packet. So you have your red travel packet there, and it includes the travel guidelines, which you've also received previously electronically. So you have your travel guidelines, you have a travel trip checklist, you have your travel report, which most of you have electronically also, and an example of a travel voucher. So the checklist, it's a tool to help you in gathering all your travel expenses. So you have your lodging, your transportation, and your meals. The travel report, which is this one here, I don't know if you can see it from there, but it's on the top, it says Trek Commissioner Travel Board Report. So the travel report is a tool to document your travel expenses. And so, and Mr. Renfro, I didn't get you a folder, I'm sorry, because you don't, you don't get the travel
I'll
reimbursement.
just get a chance to subsidize me.
You do. So this travel report, it includes the dates, the destination, and the purpose of your trip, the mode of your transportation. So if you came, if you drove, if you flew, if you took a bus or And it's broken down by date for your meals and your lodging down at the bottom. And in these meals and lodging table, make sure that you just put what the lodging rate is. Don't include the tax, because the tax portion will be filled out down here on the bottom portion. So it's just what the actual rate is for the hotel that you fill in here. And so Rosie will be able to assist you in completing your travel report. If you have any questions on how to complete the form, Rosie would be the person that you would go to. And she'll also be completing the travel voucher. So today, what I would like for you to do is to take the packet back with you, review the travel report, and it's pre-filled for most of you, I think for all of you, with your name, your address, the description of today's trip, and the dates. If there's any mileage that I had noticed on previous reimbursement requests, it's listed on there for you. If there's any changes that need to be made, please make those changes. And then tomorrow, when you come back, if you'll bring back your packet, and inside the packet, I would like you to put in all of your receipts for your hotel, your lodging, your meals, anything that you have for parking, if you have Uber receipts, any of those. If you'll please bring them back in your packet, and Rosie will be picking up the packets from you tomorrow when you return in the morning. She'll take them back to her desk. She'll try to process as much of the voucher using your travel report as possible. At the end of your meeting, if you have any additional receipts, say from your meals that afternoon, then you can give them to her so she can add on to that report. If she has any questions, she'll ask them of you tomorrow afternoon after your meeting is over. And if you have anything that you're going to incur after the meeting is over, you can email those receipts to Rosie. And then she'll include them on the travel voucher that she'll complete, and then she'll email that back to you for your review and for your signature. So, let's see, what else was I going to tell you? There are a couple of changes to the travel guidelines. The mileage rate, reimbursement rate increased from 54.5 cents to 58 cents starting in January. Your travel must be booked through Hotel Engine, which was a requirement, I think, that went into effect January 1st. And if you're booking your hotels through Dion uses Hotel Engine to book your travel. And if you have to book a place that's not listed in the Hotel Engine, there's a list of exceptions on the travel guidelines. If you fall into one of those exceptions, then you don't have to use that the travel site. And I think that's it for my presentation. Is there any questions right now? And I know I probably went a little fast on what I told you, and it's a lot to absorb. So I printed out what I was saying today. If you would like a copy of my presentation, I can hand that out to you also, that you can read it at your leisure this evening when you have nothing else to do. Any questions? Okay. I'm going to leave this with Dion, so if you'd like a copy of the presentation of what I spoke about, then you can ask Dion. Will give it to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Try not to mess it up for you, but I cannot.
Well, our objective is to try to get you paid faster with a lot less back and forth
Also,
communication.
if you have it ready by noon, I can have them type before y'all leave.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's after I put my Superman costume on. Yeah, but I will try.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And just quickly, does anybody have a lunch order that they haven't submitted yet? Yes. And
No.
cash.
Money.
Many.
Don't get cheap on us, Jim. Come on.
Okay, the time is 10:15, and thank you, Martha Gale, for handling the gavel for me for a few minutes. Of course, I got a telephone call that was urgent as I needed to start the meeting, so thank you for that. We are now on agenda item number 5, is that correct? 4, okay, sorry. Discussion regarding agency communication to board members.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Tony Slagle, Deputy Commissioner. I'm just going to briefly discuss what we're planning to do in terms of enhanced communication to you as the policymakers. Also, apologize for this, we're probably going to cut this off at some point. We're having some technical difficulties, so what we'll probably do is cut it off and then turn it on when we need it, so it's not so distracting. We're not having a disco show in the background. Anyway, there are 3 things I want to talk about. First thing is we will be sending all of you notice of the monthly staff reports that are posted by our directors every month. We're already doing that, but that's part of the communications so that you can see what we're reporting on a monthly basis. Secondly, you'll be getting copies of any reports that are sent to the leadership, governor's office, or the auditor, LBB, those sorts of things. We do these annual reports, sometimes semi-annual reports. You will all be getting copies of those as well. And we're currently doing that when they come up. And the third thing is, this is new. We're going to be sending the board members copies of the committee reports, and those will be done within 10 days of the committee meeting and sent to you guys so that you have plenty of time to process what's going on and understand what's going on the committee level. And that will be done, that is not currently being done, but will be started as soon as we have a first committee meeting and the process.
It is done. We did it for the enforcement committee meeting and the executive committee meeting.
I was told we hadn't started yet, I apologize.
And then we also, you received from Dion when the monthly reports were posted in January. You should have received an email with a link on how to view those on the board's website. And so the committee reports will most likely come from myself or Dion. And then you may also receive those annual reports that Tony was speaking about from Priscilla Pifo, because they come from her in many cases. And then, of course, Tony also sends out a monthly report.
Yeah, mine's my customer service report that we will continue to send so long as you find it useful. So.
And the hope is that you will be able to have a little more time to review those and ask any questions. And you will see much of those same reports in the meeting materials at your quarterly meeting.
So in an effort to continue to improve communication, and one of the challenges is always that we get terrified of walking quorums and things like that. If I get a committee report, for instance, from enforcement, and I have some general question about the context within which the summarized version of the report comes to me, there's not a problem with me reaching out and calling Chance and saying, hey, I see this one sentence, what does it mean? Like, as long as we don't engage a conversation about intents for motions or consensus or things like that, if it's information gathering, there's no problem with us talking amongst ourselves, is there?
No, there's no problem for you to talk to the chair of the committee and ask for clarification about what is in the report. And if for some reason the chair says, well, this is what my recollection is, I would encourage you to either direct your questions back to the staff if you need further clarification, rather than talking seriatim to each of the committee members.
Understood. Or if you need something that was reported by staff, a more extensive report or something like that. Again, I want to be sure that there's transparency amongst us, right? And that we have the information we need to be able to answer or ask questions to make ultimate decisions. Which will also make it easier if we're getting these reports in advance, as we get into our board meetings and we are actually reporting on the record. Well, obviously we need to summarize them with enough efficiency that the public can understand what we've done, but we don't necessarily have to read the report verbatim, because we will have had a couple of chances at that point to see it. So it's a read it once, hear it, and then vote on it. I think we give a little extra touch, so I appreciate the increased communication. Other questions about communications from staff? Anything else that you think would be helpful to you to receive?
One, Madam Chair, if I might, just one reminder, because I don't know that this part was clarified. That if you get a notice that a committee is going to meet and the information is available, they're posted, the agenda's posted or whatever, and you have a question or concern about something on that agenda, if you would send that information back to general counsel, probably the best way, so that we don't get 5 or 6 or 8 people all dealing with the chair of the committee and end up inadvertently with a walking quorum. But so if you have a concern about something that's going to be on the agenda and you want to provide some input on it, provide it back to the general counsel or the staff, and we'll get it to the chair so that it is brought up and considered at the meeting.
Another thing that came up in a workshop yesterday was some verbalization that when it comes from committee, that essentially the decision's been made and we should all just say yes. And again, just for clarification, that's not the intent. We want you to feel empowered to ask a question if you don't understand what the committee's doing or you have a general question. So in case that anybody ever felt like that was what we were doing, I don't think that's the intention. It's to just simply help us be more efficient.
Madam Chair, I would just say, I would encourage everybody to ask questions, because we're in a committee, we're 3 people typically, and we're not going to always have all the answers. We come up with the best answer we can, but that may not be the solution. So I would say question everything. But anyway, that's it.
Any additional conversation about agency communication to board members? Anything else you want or need? We'll move to agenda item number 5, discussion regarding board and committee meeting schedules.
And behind the tab, there is a sample preparation schedule for each of the meetings. And this is just to give you a glance at all of the steps that go into preparing for a meeting, and then all of the steps that occur after that meeting is held. And you'll see at the bottom of that schedule, it's in page 7 of your materials, 30 to 60 days after the date of the quarterly board meeting is the optimum time for holding committee meetings. And so that will allow us to then get all of those discussion items and recommendations that each committee has brought forward for the consideration by the full board at the next quarterly meeting. And we've had no problems with scheduling committee meetings for the board, and so we're flexible to accommodate your schedules, and just wanted to give you kind of a glance into what we're doing when we're not at a board meeting.
It's busy.
Yeah, Kristen, what's a dress rehearsal mean?
I know, I've been missing those.
That's for the staff.
I'd try to be a whole lot better if I came to dress rehearsal.
I just want to know how you got a dress to go to dress rehearsal.
They may make you wear a tie, Toby, I know. So.
Well, board members, I want to point out one additional clarification on that. That sweet spot, that 30 to 60 day window, it really allows us to do 2 things, one of which Kristen mentioned already. But to the extent that the committee is assigned some task to evaluate, say, the responses to a proposed rule or something like that, okay? We need time to publish the rule, get the comments back, to get the agenda ready to have that meeting. So anytime before that window, we really haven't given ample time for the other stakeholders to weigh in on that issue. So we need some time to prepare that for the committee so that the work is productive. And then afterwards, of course, then we take those recommendations and report on them, and then change, build all of the rest of the agenda for the regular meeting. So we need to start that 30 days prior to the meeting. So, and you see there's lots of other days in there, but it gets really hectic trying to have committee meetings and not as productive to try to have them, sometimes impossible to accommodate if they're too close to the regular meeting.
have a question. So I know that at each quarterly meeting, one of the last items is where you ask for future agenda items. But in this process, if one of us has an item that we would like to get to the agenda for the next meeting, where in this process do you need to receive that? Or who needs to receive it even?
Well, it needs to come to the chair
Mhm.
or to general counsel,
Okay.
because I will assemble all of the agenda items like coming from the committees, and then if the chair has any to add, that's the board's current policy as to how we get those agenda items on the agenda.
So are you telling me it needs to be routed through Jamie before it gets to the agenda?
Mhm.
At which point in this schedule does that have to happen?
Certainly way up here before.
Certainly, there's
Well,
an
I know that,
item
but-
that says that the GC sends the agenda to the chair for approval.
Okay.
And that's usually about 20 days, 20 to 25 days before the meeting, because we also have to send our agendas and other items to the governor's office for review. So,
Yeah, and so if for some reason you want something added that's not already been announced, that's coming back, or if you're worried about something being announced and understanding the timing, you can certainly call Kristen or I, because behind the scenes, what happens is Kristen assembles the agenda as proposed and sends it to me for approval. So as long as one of us knows that there's something that you're requesting to be placed on the agenda, then we'll communicate that to you. And as far as I know, I've never had a request that we've denied. There has been maybe once or twice in the last few years that the timing of the request was such that we couldn't accommodate it on the very next agenda, but handled it subsequently. But I guess, again, if for some reason you find yourself not being able to get an item on the agenda, you've requested it, for whatever reason, it just falls off the radar screen, there's a process as well for that, and general counsel can avail you to that opportunity.
The agenda is basically formulated by committee meetings and issues that come out of the committee. The chair, I assume there's items that maybe you get to the chair's attention that arise. How else do items get on the agenda?
board members request agenda items.
All the disciplinary related stuff happens
Yeah.
when, we get that.
ASC-related stuff that gets passed down.
Laws are changed.
In light of some of yesterday's discussion, I'm just trying to make sure we all have an overall understanding of how our meetings come about and how topics get on there for discussion at certain times.
So there's a concern or a question was raised about whether or not there was enough transparency, right? And that each of you understands that you can drive the bus, meaning you've got a seat and not just in the back of the bus either, you've got a hand on the steering wheel. And so if there's something that you're feeling like you need to talk about, you don't have to wait around for it to show up on an agenda. You just simply ask the question and we'll do our best to try and accommodate it. And so don't feel like you can't or that you have to wait.
Thank you.
So I would say the way they start, from my perspective, Buster, is we've got a formatting, and that's something that somewhere along the way today I want to talk to you all about in terms of what works, right? I think we do things by habit that have worked up to now, and so there's a good reason to have that. But it primarily starts at that board meeting. So at the very end of the meeting, when we're often tired, what I try and do during the meeting is keep notes, and the commissioner keeps notes, and general counsel keeps notes, and we try and summarize what we recall that came out of that specific meeting. But there may be something in the back of your mind that's coming out of education that's not apparent right this minute, or coming out of one of your questions from a colleague that you want to try and get before the entire board to talk about. So that's a great place to be thinking about, just when to raise your hand and ask the question. Good time to get it on our radar.
And Madam Chair, you had mentioned talking about the structure of our board meetings and kind of the way that has come about. And if you
I think in your materials, you have the agenda for tomorrow's meeting. So the structure,
And so I raised, and I'm happy to kind of jump in, I raised the question about how generally the formatting came to be and whether or not it's the most efficient way to use the time. And I don't have a strong feeling. I just think that certainly the reason we handle the disciplinary issues up front makes sense to me. And that is, what if someone arrives and, you know, is there with legal counsel and paying them?
Well, that's the most likely public interaction.
Right. And so I think that that's helpful. I also think it's helpful that we don't go into executive session before we've taken public comment, just in case someone's there to visit with us about something that's not on the agenda. They can get that done and leave. In terms of staff reporting, I have been struggling personally with how we can use the information that we receive in a manner that allows us to interact. And by that I mean we get the reports and then we receive them, and I think those are all important opportunities for interaction. But I've just been observing over the last 12 months, we seldom really interact during staff reporting. We just listen. And I'm wondering if it's a little bit about information overload. I mean, we're just getting data. And so I had asked staff for some feedback, and I'm curious for board feedback as well. I wonder if we were to focus on maybe a particular report on a given meeting, if that would allow us to dive deeper into the report. You still get some kind of summarized report from the departments, and you get a presentation, but maybe we knowingly say, at a given time of year, we're going to spend a little more time on budget. At a given time of year, we're going to spend a little more time on customer service. And at any point that we're having an issue in a particular department, certainly that can rise to the level of continued interaction. But that's just been my observation. I keep trying to figure out a way that we could actually use the information to give direction. Does anybody have any input?
I think that's great because, you know, when we have all of those pages of reports, it is overloading. And it would be good to spend more time on one particular report and not necessarily not pay attention to the others. They're all important, but I think it gives us a chance to understand what's really reporting and have maybe the staff member, you know, go into detail with us.
Well, and I'm not sure that, you know, we'll get that worked out, if you will, but I just wanted to have the open conversation if anybody else was having the same observation, because as an appraiser, and I don't want to mislead anything either, I need the data. And as an appraiser, I sure need the data, right? I just want it. Just pile the numbers on me, because I do, that's the way I get engaged with what's going on. But especially in a public member setting, that, you know, I don't know whether that's helpful to you or not.
Well, I think particularly since now we're going to be receiving these reports monthly rather than just before the meetings, we've got plenty of data. We know how to read the reports. And if we can focus on things that are maybe bring attention to something that's crucial at that moment in time, or significant changes, or trends, positive or negative, things that are really going to be helpful to us as far as policymakers to say, hey, we're doing something right, or hey, we need to reallocate resources, or that seems more important to me than just looking at those numbers. I mean, like I said, we can read the reports.
Well, and I think the other thing that we have to keep in mind is our meeting is a public meeting for the benefit of the public as well. So I think it's important to throw the report up behind us, right? And to maybe even put some connectivity to that report if you're interested, you know, in print or somewhere on the screen that says if you're interested in seeing this, how you get to it. Maybe we can make some public announcements periodically. But I don't know, I think we should just continue to explore, or, you know, tell us what we can do that would allow us to better interact. So I like your idea, Chance, if you could, if the reports coming to us, rather than just the raw data, might be and I think they do this in a lot of cases, but be a bullet point that is, you know, I'm seeing a trending of, or positive or negative.
I think, you know, the staff or the directors, analysis and perspective is probably even more helpful than just seeing the raw data.
Especially in a problem area, you know.
Madam Chair, what we've done within the bank, and of course, banks have more reports than what you guys present to us. On a monthly basis, we consolidate them down to a kind of a consolidated dashboard, and one person just gives the consolidated view, the real-time number for this month, as opposed to kind of comparing the trend. And that's really seemed to have targeted the board and focused the board on the information, as opposed to just, it's the board's responsibility to know the numbers, because they're provided the numbers ahead of time. But they start to flip pages during the conversation, and they get lost in the data, as opposed to just focusing on one page that has everything consolidated, and they speak the language, so they understand what's being spit out, but it's more real-time data as opposed to trend, 2-3 year trend.
Could you send a sample to like the commissioner? He can,
I bet I can do that, yes, ma'am.
something that we can, at
Because
least
before,
explore.
we'd have loans, deposits, P&Ls. It turned into an...
Effectively, an executive
Yes.
summary that.
And
I think that's a great
it
idea.
all gets consolidated into one, and if they have information, or if they have questions beyond that, then they can ask, or be instructed who to ask within the staff, framework,
Great idea.
and it also saves time.
Anybody else have observations or input? Staff feedback, I know that, you guys are always really good to say, whatever you ask, we will do, but does anybody recognize anything that's problematic with what we're talking about, or, just not?
No, I think that, Madam Chair, we actually, between the last meetings, as a part of looking at the measures, and we had the staff do an exhaustive review of all of the reports that we do internally and the ones that we provide to you, and the ones that we don't provide to you. That's the other part. And so we actually have some recommendations when we get to measures and reports to that line item for which we'd be very interested to get your feedback on. We talked to the executive committee about this yesterday a bit, but today will be a little bit more in-depth because it'll include some summarized reports. So one of the things that is not in there is kind of an executive summary. So we shrunk the reports down. But even so, and you getting those every single month, there's still an opportunity, which I think is a really good thing to explore, to just put, it's a one-page cover sheet, if you will, for highlights. So you can dig back in any of the detail that you want. You'll have seen last month, this month, even before you get to the meeting. It'll be as a part of your materials, the quarterly reports as well, and then creating a summary for that. I think that's a good idea, and I don't think that would be a burden on the staff.
All right, does anybody else have anything they want to address as it relates to that agenda item?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to comment. The way I envision that is similar to what we do with the budget, where we have a column of comments when there's a big change in a number. There's an explanation of why that's happening, and I think that sparks conversation. That's a good way to do it in this executive summary. Just kind of highlight that and make sure that they hit the points that are, the drastic changes from one meeting to the next, or from 1 month to the next, just to point those out to us. And then I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. It works well with the budget when you have all that information in front of you to highlight it, and I think it's a good idea, absolutely.
Yeah, I can see where it would come in handy, because I was just, I was looking at some reporting, and we'll get into it in more depth later in the meeting today. I was looking at reporting on the enforcement side, right? And when you look at the report in its total, for instance, you can't really tell how many bodies were present in the organizational structure at any given moment in time. And again, I'll get into the details, but like it might say we have 5 investigators, but if we really only have 4 right this minute, but over the course of the year, for 6 months, we had 4, but ultimately we had 5. That affects the efficiencies, and so it is harder to tell in the report. But if you had the line item, right, you could say, I'm short, or extended medical leave, or whatever, you know, was keeping, had the numbers looking differently. Okay, anything else on, I like the way the conversation's going. Again, I didn't want us to be stuck in a formatting that we have been using simply because we've been using it. And again, my observation was that we were getting a lot of data, and generally we get almost lost in it. It feels like we get lost in it because at that point in the agenda, I often felt like we had to re-engage, like I needed to send espresso shots down the table or something. and so I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can all get information that's helpful to us and be efficient and respectful of everybody's time and input.
So to be clear that I understand what the board is asking for, or that we understand what the board is asking for, this executive summary or bullet points, are you asking for that, like when we send you the monthly report link, are you asking for that executive summary for all of the reports, or an executive summary for each division?
For the meeting, is how I understand it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Just for the meeting, because it's a broader set of reports than the monthly.
Yeah, so the monthly reports just look like they have been, and we can dig into them at any given point, but the cover sheet, if you will, on the quarterly meeting would have
An executive summary of all of the reports that you're getting.
Just, yeah, the real-time numbers.
And I think
I'd say-
that's helpful probably to the public as well, to kind of get a perspective. This is what we think are the important parts at this particular time of the data that we're presenting.
Well, and I suspect that, you know, this will be a work in progress, right? You'll give us something and we'll say, hey, I need a little more, or I need a little less, and we'll just work through it over the course of the next, 90 days to 6 months and see if we can't come up with something new and innovative. But please, let's not make it look like the penalty matrix that we worked on for 2 years. I would just encourage us all to not make it look like that, because that was an effort that did not achieve at least my initial intent.
You mean the flow chart?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we have 2 now, right? The simplified version and the one that the committee worked on. So you know what they say, you've seen the cartoon about something that got sent to committee. That's why we're giving it to staff instead of the executive committee, right? Okay, agenda item number 6, discussion regarding process for approval of new or changes to TALCB forms.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Gwen Jackson, Director of Education and Licensing Services. This particular agenda item is, staff is hoping to improve efficiency and timeliness. And so we're recommending that the board consider giving staff the authority to make changes or edits to existing forms when needed, provided the form has been reviewed and approved by the board commissioner and or general counsel. Currently, when an internal form requires revision, or if a new form is needed, we bring it before the board for approval. Currently, typically, that process could take more than 3 months. Could be a 3-month delay in our waiting for the board to meet before a form can be revised or before a new form can be created for internal purposes. So this agenda item is for your discussion, to make a determination as to whether or not it's something that you would consider.
How did the format get to be what it is?
So the, most of the reason that forms are actually brought to the board, or it's the same in the commission, is that the statute will say something like, an applicant for a license must complete a form prescribed by the board, right? And so out of the kind of an abundance of caution, and that's never been specifically delegated, it's an administrative function to make a change to a form when there's a change to the law, or you change a rule. You've already approved the rule, so aren't you, in essence, approving the change to the form that implements the rule as well? We'd like to make that more explicit. But previously, it has just been one of those historical things that every form, because of that general rubric in the statute says prescribed by the board, means that you gotta bring it to the board and explain it to them and let them look at it and change it or approve it.
So what would the process be to change that methodology if we wanted to? Do you have to make a rule? Are you going to
We would just-
clarify the rule?
No, it would be a change to the motion. So to this extent, well, one is a policy that essentially the board, if you agree with this change, a policy that says that changes or compiling forms is an administrative function and is of the board and is delegated to the staff. Okay, this had the, as you heard Gwen say, that never happens at the technician level. In other words, they're not just, deciding to make a change to the form and putting it up on the website. It runs through general counsel. It runs through. We actually have all of the division directors meet as well. So we'll look at those kinds of things and make sure that it carries it out. So that's one policy recommendation. The second is that whenever a rule is amended and you've considered it, that we add to the motion in the same way that today the motion says something like approve for publication in the register to become effective on such a date, and it also includes the ability to make non-substantive changes to the rule, right? That's kind of a delegation. Well, we would add something like, and to publish the forms to implement the rule, or to update forms if we already have one, that kind of thing. So we would attempt as much as possible to include those with the rule if in fact that's necessary, but we don't necessarily know it's going to be approved at a meeting. And so there'll still be an opportunity to talk about those kinds of things, but just in general, implementation of that rule change by updating a form would be specifically allowed or authorized by your motion, the approval of your motion, and then generally authorized by a policy.
I would, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I wonder, are you saying that when you bring a rule change to the board, that then we would have this additional language that you mentioned that would in fact authorize the staff to make the change in the form itself? And would that proposed change, which may or may not be accepted, would that be in our packet so we could see how that form would look if the change is implemented?
Yes.
Well, and
As much as possible.
if I could address your question, form changes come about for two reasons. Either we make a change to our rules, so we have to change our forms or we have to create a new form, or they come about by a change in the law or some other change that staff has noticed and has been called to our attention. Maybe there was a typo, or maybe there was a question where there shouldn't be. And so with respect to those forms that are part of the rule process, our general procedure is to include those new forms in the packet when the rule is before you for adoption. Right. Because it's already gone through the respective committee, and we have, at the adoption stage, had time to develop a form. And so when you consider the adoption, we are requesting that we just add that language so you would see those forms and you could approve them, approve the staff's ability to utilize those forms.
So instead of having two motions, one for approving the rule change and one for approving the form, we would have one motion.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Now, there is a chance, like, for example, the Education Committee adopted or recommended, and the board adopted all of those changes to the education rules in the fall meeting in November. And at that time, we did not have the forms ready to present to you. So those forms are in development, and we anticipate that they would be brought before you in the May meeting, because that program has to be stood up and effective on September 1st, because that was the date chosen, the effective date chosen by the board. So those forms were not ready. So if you wanted to see those forms again, I mean, you could do one of two things. I mean, you could include it in the motion, have the staff create or develop the forms to implement the rule changes, because as the commissioner said, that's really just an administrative function. And we could do that, and if you wanted us to bring them to you, if we made changes, and then you could see after the fact what those changes are, we could do that as well.
I'd like to make one comment, if I might. I think it would be important where you have rule changes that are approved by the board for the staff to have the delegated authority to change the forms, just makes sense. As well as if law changes. I would say that if the staff has an idea, says we want to change this form because we think it'll make it more efficient, there's not really any thing from on high pushing that down, that those would require board authority because it may or may not be in line with what the board's thinking is. With the other situations, you do know what the board's thinking is on that. And so I would say that, if you have a rule change, or if you have federal mandates that require the change of the forms as a result of the change of the laws or whatever, great. But anything else, I think would still need to go, my opinion is that would still need to, it would need to be subject to board approval.
But what changes would be made in the second case? Syntax, formatting, I mean, what else?
Well,
Design?
and those things, minor, non-substantive changes, yeah, fine. But I'm saying, let's say the education department says, we have a brand new way to do an application. We think it's going to be a lot smoother, more efficient. It complies with all the rules. I don't think that there should be a blanket authority where they can just do that, because that's something substantive that needs to be given board consideration.
Well, and I would expect that those kinds of wholesale changes, would come before the board. I think the commissioner would echo that as well.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I know, and I'm just saying, I think there needs to be a distinction that's made within whatever ultimately is proposed here as a change.
Because that would go through Education Committee, ultimately, if they changed kind of the manner in which they applied for certain things, and then the committee would then.
But I think as form changes as a function of rule changes, law changes, whatever it may be, absolutely. There's no reason to let that sit for 3 months.
Now, they don't need to be obstacles to what we're trying to achieve ultimately, and that is customer service. And if it's becoming an obstacle to customer service by having to wait
For the board to
order.
simply, yeah. I can't recall us ever
I don't know when that
objecting
happened.
to a form change anyway, so I agree with the comments that you're making, Mr. Bolton.
I'm still a little bit confused about exactly what it is that's being requested here, to be honest. I'm on board with that. I think the key for me is whether it's substantive or non-substantive.
Exactly.
And so if it's a non-substantive change to a form, then I'm all for efficiency.
Well, I think it can be substantive, but if it's a substantive change that's as a result of law changes or rule changes, where it just kind of, it's.
You don't have a real choice.
Yeah, I mean, you
You
need
voted
to change the
you
form.
voted
You
to
voted
change a
for a
fee.
rule that's going to change something, you better have a form that complies with your new rule. That ought
And so the
to
concern
seem
is-
automatic.
That time frame in between us adopting that new rule and the publishing of that new form. And so we want to try to consolidate that so that we're delegating that authority to staff to make that.
And efficiency.
Yes. So for example, in your materials tomorrow, there is a rule that is up for adoption. It's Rule 159-204, and that rule, the reason for the change to that rule is to allow AMCs. It's
number.
going to be under tab like
Oh, sorry, I thought you
14.
had it. I thought you had it in your hand.
Well, the
Well,
forms
the
are under
forms, the
28.
forms are number 28.
Okay.
The rule is at tab 14.
Okay.
And it's Rule 159.104. I may have misspoke. But basically, the purpose of that rule, it's been through the committee, the board proposed it in November, and will be before you tomorrow for consideration for adoption, to allow AMCs to name more than one controlling person. The purpose being to increase the pool of candidates who are eligible to serve on the AMC Advisory Committee. And as part of that change to that rule, there are several form changes that need to be made. And so all of those forms are included at tab 28.
You know, one thing we could do is, if there's any concern that you have, is that to keep the board in the loop of those changes, we could ask for that one board member to be delegated the responsibility of reviewing those form changes and can sign off on it, or raise a red flag to the whole board.
But I think that the board's intent would be made clear at our meeting when we adopt the rule. Well, the committee.
Well, and I think
meeting
that's what we're
subsequently-
asking for, is
So-
that,
So there's, our intent is made clear there, even though we haven't seen the actual form change. The concern is, is it gonna translate into the form? In my experience so far on the board, we haven't rejected any kind of form changes. I think it's, and perhaps that's a decision that could be made on a case-by-case basis. I mean, if we see during the board meeting that maybe we would want to look at how that's gonna reflect on the form before it's adopted, then at that point, perhaps we can just do what we've been doing. Or if we think that this is easy enough, increase the number of whatever that is, which is changing a number in the rule or in the form, or the fee number in the form, that's something simple, then we can just say, yeah, absolutely, make the form.
That's a good point. Why don't we just reflect it in whatever we're doing, and within a motion or within a new rule that.
well, and that's certainly acceptable within the rule changes when
Because then the
when it
form
goes through
gets
that
changed as
process.
well by staff.
Yes.
Maybe I'm trying to simplify it too much, but it seems to me like when we make a recommendation to approve item 14, if that recommendation would be inclusive of the form changes, that would streamline the process.
If
And
it's
at
available.
any given point in time, a board member can say, wait, no, I don't want to approve that form as a part of this motion here.
I want to wait that 3 months and look at the.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's
You
possible.
know, but otherwise, they're just trying to implement our things that come out of committee and things that are mandated, and so it seems to me that that's a very desirable
So
streamline.
just to clarify, because I think I'm a little confused again, I thought we were talking about when we don't have those forms available at the,
Well, there are different situations. Like in the situation tomorrow, those forms are in the packet, in the materials.
so when we talk about agenda 14, at that moment, we can go ahead and in one motion pass,
You could.
adoption of those forms that are coming in 28 without
could.
having to go in, okay, yeah, I agree
could.
with that. The other situation is when there's a
Like
rule
we
change and you
had
don't have time to.
In November,
Right.
when basically we adopted all the new rules for education, but that program wasn't being implemented until September of 2019. So in November at the adoption, we didn't have those forms developed and ready. We were otherwise engaged in November, if you might recall. So those forms at that time, it was not possible to have them developed and brought before you. as we get closer to the date, yes, we will have those forms. I mean, so if you want us to bring them back to you in that situation,
I think that would be appropriate to at least have a look at them. I'm not sure that,
or if you wanted
that's
to
the question.
delegate
Right.
that function to the committee to approve the forms.
Yeah, I think, again, I love the conversation, right? Because we need to ultimately get to what we need. But if the intention of the conversation is to always have the board lay eyes on the form, then we're probably not headed down the path of giving approval for non-substantive changes. If the intention is to say, look, I've got control of the rule and the format, and I like the language non-substantive. I think everybody has clearly, that's exhibited an opinion, has said, well, wait a minute, if it's a substantive change, we think we need the responsibility of looking at it. But non-substantive, for instance, we raise a fee somewhere, and you don't happen to have the form ready because we've been busy. You can't, why would we wait 90 days
Well, if we
to lay
raise
eyes
a
on the
fee,
form?
the form is not gonna be where the criticism comes from.
Understood. I guess that's my point, is it seems like,
You're not gonna like it.
by and large, again, I've never seen us have conversation about what a form says. I can understand if we're developing a brand-new form, that there needs to be at least committee involvement or something to that effect, but the rest of it seems pretty
Yeah.
straightforward to me.
I like the example that if we change, if we approve a rule change, we want forms that comply with our rules, otherwise we look pretty, we don't look very good.
And what's the
But-
protocol within the staff? How many
Yes.
people ultimately look at that? General counsel and the commissioner, and who else? Just people, we will have directors.
Probably
The department where it
The
comes up.
department where it comes from.
And then generally.
But if a staff person says, I got a better idea how this form will work, then we want to vet that out and have the approval process.
That's what I-
That's the distinction I see here. We've got to have forms that fit our new rules and our new fees and anything like that.
And waiting 90 days to lay our
Doesn't
eyes
make
on a
sense.
form
We got
doesn't
to
make
be
any
more
sense to me.
efficient.
Well, I think that's the key. Ultimately, whatever we can do from a rulemaking standpoint to make it more efficient and to help your department, so those things are created and put into population, that's good. But if somebody has a great idea, the staff, without board approval, shouldn't say, we have a new form. Or we've substantially changed this form because we think it's a better idea. And so in those cases, I think the board, or at least a delegate of the board, should look at it first.
I just don't see that what you're suggesting, Chance, happens very often.
I don't either. I'm just trying to preserve
No,
board
I think
authority
I agree.
when it's needed.
I agree with you 100%. I think that's a good distinction to make. But I think as a practical matter, what we see is changes that comes out of committees and mandated, and so let's streamline that if we can.
So the way that I see it being streamlined is that when we adopt this rule, if it's a non-substantive change or even a substantive change that the board feels that it can be implemented into the form without having to come back to the board with the form to show us and for us to adopt it at the next meeting, then we can make that decision there.
You know, that's where in going along that process, why can't this non-substantive change be simply pointed out in the next staff report? Hey, we made a change, with the rule change, we implemented a change in the form, here it is.
Is that
And
what
then we could
we're
always,
looking
as a
for?
board, go, wait a second, that was
Are
totally
we heading down
wrong.
the right path? Because
Yes,
that's
I mean,
what's
yes.
the way I see it in my
Yes.
mind.
For example, when we change the fee rule, we're not going to bring you every single application and license renewal form to show you, well, we've changed the dollar amount at the top of that
In that
form.
case, we approve the rule and we're delegating that authority to the staff to make the changes to the forms, and we're done with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we'll include that within the rule change motion.
Is there any issue with public comment or anything like that that needs to be a part of that process or has been a part of that process that I'm not remembering?
I don't think so.
Okay.
The only other form issue that, has come to the board outside of the rulemaking process since I've been here has been the experience log that applicants submit with their application. The enforcement committee wanted to look at that form. There was some confusion, I guess, that had been expressed by some applicants as to how to fill it out. So the enforcement committee said, hey, can we look at that and maybe make some changes to help clarify what applicants are supposed to do? And so we did that. And so that came up through the committee process, and that's how I would envision it. You know, if either a board member wanted, was hearing problems from stakeholders about a form, or if even the staff, if we were hearing problems about a form from stakeholders, we would bring that to a committee and say, look, we want to make this change. Are you good with that? It's a substantive change, and we want to make sure that you.
Yeah, I don't want the board to be in a position that says, we're really interested in changing this form, or at least looking at it, and the staff says, well, you've delegated us that authority, you don't need to worry about it anymore, and so.
Yeah, and what I want to make clear, just one final point, is that the statute delegates that to the board. And so to the extent that we're delegating it onto the staff, I think it has to be abundantly clear from our meetings that our intent is clear if we're going to delegate that out to the staff without our final approval. Because otherwise, I can see people coming back and say, hey, what are you guys doing? I mean,
You guys aren't, you're asleep at the wheel.
I think the key word is substantive.
So for purposes of the discussion, how about I draft a policy that puts into words what we've expressed here today, and then when we consider that item on tomorrow's agenda, if you want to change the way the policy is worded, we can do that at the dais. And
What agenda number will that be tomorrow?
tomorrow,
So that everybody can put a little tick mark beside it and.
Let me see. It is number 29, so it's right after
The form.
the forms.
After we've done.
Right after we've taken action.
That'll be
Well-
right after dinner tomorrow.
Well, as Mr. Jeffrey suggested, you can approve item 28 in conjunction with item 14.
Right.
So,
You can try it on for size tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, and I think
That should have confused the chair appropriately, because I didn't make dress rehearsals.
So we'll include in the draft policy, so I think, without objection, I think that's, you have reached consensus of some kind, so we'll take that draft, and then we'll also include in that draft, what a typical motion that includes any subsequent form changes to implement, what that looks like, and then you can, yes, as you said, as the chair said, you can try that on for size tomorrow.
Perfect. All right, any additional comments regarding forms? Before you have a chance to say anything, I'm moving to agenda item number 7, discussion regarding Sunset Commission
Gwen,
recommendation.
thank you for standing up there during
Thank
this.
you.
Well, you've done really good.
Gwen is really hoping that this policy change passes so that she won't have to stick around for the end of the meetings when we talk about forms.
Gosh, we thought she just loved hanging out with us.
We can lose pagers.
Okay, non-jurisdictional complaints.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board members, Court Lawyer, Director of Standards and Enforcement Services. I've been asked to give you a bit of information on the next couple of items. Item number 7 regarding non-jurisdictional cases. This was one of the items that came back from the Sunset Commission. And it basically surrounds how are we going to better track and report cases that are non-jurisdictional. The idea being conceptually that if there is an area that the state needs to be regulating or looking into, there's actually a hole in the agency's jurisdiction that's not elsewhere addressed, then hopefully by seeing some of this data we can patch holes that might need to be patched. So the staff developed some recommendations and made them to the enforcement committee that has vetted and reviewed this. And I'll just draw your attention to page 11 of your materials. And you've got a brief little outline of some bullet points. Basically, what we're proposing is that when we do get non-jurisdictional cases, that obviously goes through an intake process, and the staff determines that there's not jurisdiction. It usually happens one of two ways. Either what is being complained about, we simply really isn't something that we can pursue. And the classic example I give of that is a homeowner calls and complains and says, the appraiser was terribly mean to my dog, what are you going to do about that? Well, we don't have laws and rules in place that address that. That's just business professionalism. And so we would dismiss that case. The other typical example is someone is complaining about something over which the agency doesn't have jurisdiction, and in fact, a different state agency has jurisdiction. Classic example of that would be occasionally we get complaints about property tax situations, and they may be unhappy with someone on the staff at the local county appraisal district. Well, we don't regulate that, the Department of Licensing and Regulation does. So in those situations, the idea would be that we currently do track all of this data in Versa, as you can see from the second bullet point there, and that we would process those non-jurisdictional complaints by notifying the person. And on the back, on the next page there, on page 12, you can see a sample, a mocked-up letter, if you will. And it basically would be directed to the person that filed the complaint, explaining why we don't have jurisdiction, which is what we currently do. And then you can see at the bottom, when appropriate, if there is an agency that we believe would have jurisdiction, we'll copy them on that letter. So the person complaining is aware that we don't have jurisdiction, and that we're suggesting they contact this other state agency, and we've also looped in the other state agency so they know. And then it would be up to them to run their traps to determine if in fact they have jurisdiction. So that would be our process. And then in terms of reporting, you can see on the next page a sample pie chart.
Troy, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, sir.
When you say you notify, the, in this instance, Department of License and Regulation, do you actually submit the complaint form to them that you receive?
Right, so if there was accompanying documentation, you can see at the bottom of the letter, it says attachment there.
Okay, sure.
So we got the complaint
Yeah.
form or
Want to make sure
the
that
type
that,
summary. All that material would be packaged up and go with it, yes, sir.
sorry, thank you.
No problem. So then, like I was saying, this pie chart, if you will, would be reporting basically that information. So you would be able to see basically what cases are non-jurisdictional. You can see at the bottom it's basically a very nominal percent, 14 out of 229. And then you would see the breakdown in terms of ones that were not referred, which we tend to have more of those, just because people file complaints on issues that there's not a legal requirement. It's not a violation of the law. Even if we believed everything in your complaint, it's not a violation of the law. So we would report those, and then we would report the breakdown of those complaints that were able to be referred to the appropriate agency. And so that, in a nutshell, is the staff's recommendation for addressing this concern raised by Sunset. And like I said, it has been embedded at the enforcement committee level, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
As chair of that enforcement committee, I would say that we did go through this. It's a pretty simple process, and the reporting certainly seems adequate, and then we get it out of our hair and move on, right? So, I don't think there's much to it. There's not a lot of meat on that bone.
Not adopting anything today, are we?
Just discussion. I'm just telling you, I think that, I'm giving you my opinion that what Troy has presented is perfectly adequate to address the issue raised by the subject.
Agreed.
So this will appear in your materials tomorrow, and you'll be able to move on, and if you agree it's acceptable, then you'll have a decision.
I think you get to introduce agenda item number 8 as well, is that right? So he'll be handling the recommendation on 3.6, the development process to prioritize a complaint investigations based on the risk of public harm.
So, one of the other issues raised by Sunset was to ensure that high public risk complaints are properly prioritized because they expose the public to greater harm than a more nominal or less significant complaint that might not have as much harm. And so staff looked at this issue and brought some recommendations forth again to the enforcement committee. And ultimately what you have in your materials here beginning at page 17 are some recommended rule changes to address this issue in 2 ways. One was to recommend amending Rule 153.24, which you'll see is the complaint processing rule that details how staff intakes and processes and goes through the complaint opening and investigation process. And you can see in blue there that basically subsection B is recommending to be added with language that I believe General Counsel's provided to the Enforcement Committee that basically sets out what the prioritization would be. And as you can see there, under B1, it addresses certain situations that we have found that tend to come up and tend to be high risk. And they're fairly obvious, but fraud, identity theft, unlicensed activity, ethical violations, failure to supervise and training. And then one of the things that the committee pointed out, and I think was well taken, was that we also probably should have a catch-all because nobody can always foresee every scenario. So we had subsection F that basically says any other conduct that the board determines proposes a significant risk. But all of these things are scenarios where we tend to see, and the possibility exists, of some serial bad actor, if you will, exposing the public to harm more than the occasional someone who needs a little bit of help to become more competent, if you will. And so that's why we identified these as high risk to the public. And then you can see further down there, it discusses basically the mindset that these activities were done with. If someone's doing something with knowledge and deliberately and willfully, or with gross negligence, in the law, that's obviously different than, negligence. Everybody makes a simple mistake, if you will, and nobody's perfect. But when somebody is, doing something deliberately and purposefully, like fraud or identity theft, that's a big issue. That's a high risk to the public. And so that's the recommendation that, like I said, is coming from the staff and has been through the enforcement committee process. And then the other rule change related to that, if you look at page 23, is in regards to temporary suspensions.
Well, and actually, before you go to the temporary suspension, Troy, if you'll talk about the corresponding amendment for AMCs.
Oh, yes.
So that's a 25.
I apologize. Yes, obviously we have a very similar rule for AMCs. And if you look at page 25, it's an almost identical rule change to the AMC version of this rule, if you will, 159.204, which is complaint processing for AMCs. And again, very similar language, almost identical. One highlight I will point out that's different is if you notice under B1E, we've removed, in the appraiser version of this rule, it talks about failing to adequately supervise the training, which which is significant because that impacts people who are learning, et cetera. But obviously on the AMC side, that's not an issue because AMCs don't supervise appraiser trainees. So we replaced that with what the staff believes is a significant issue, and that's violations of appraiser independence, which are significantly addressed in the statute in Chapter 1104 of the Occupations Code, and was the driver for much of the reasoning behind Dodd-Frank and some of the appraiser independence changes that came out of the last financial crisis. So we added that as a serious item that elevates to this. Otherwise, the rule language is, I believe, identical. So that would be the AMC side of things. And then, as I was mentioning a moment ago, if you flip back to page 23.
Could I ask a question before we go to the temporary suspension?
Yes, sir.
Please, if you don't mind. Just curious, and maybe at the committee level, I probably should have thought this through or asked this question. Is the point that we didn't have a process that put in black and white how we were going to do this? Were we not doing something like this? In other words, were we just taking a complaint as it came in, no matter how serious it was, or were we attempting to do something like this, but
No, sir,
didn't
we were-
have a process?
Sure, we were attempting to do this on an informal basis.
Okay, but so we're putting it into
Formalizing this
formalized.
Think
So,
about the temporary hearings that we were doing.
well, that's what I was trying to get to. So they just pretty much said, you need to formalize it and put it in writing and stamp it and everything. But
That's
we were
correct.
technically doing this informally.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
No,
Because if
that's
you don't think that through, somebody else might think, what kind of idiots were y'all? Y'all weren't doing that before.
Well, and that's why
Which I don't want to be perceived as an idiot at this level. At home, it's okay.
There are
That's
all
why-
kinds of ways that they think we're idiots.
I know that. We don't need any more, right?
Well, and to the
Okay,
degree that
good,
you
thank
haven't been
you.
involved in enforcement, that is helpful
Right.
conversation. So I agree with you. I think we do, we call it triage, right? And generally receive things in and try and create some kind of a priority.
Well, and there has been, and those who haven't been involved in enforcement, when we have high-risk situations where there's ongoing fraud or other misrepresentations or whatever, we're having temporary hearings to suspend licenses. And, I mean, we've had quite a few this, over the last 12 months. And it was all, you know, it was important to do so every time. So that work has been done. I want to commend Standards of Enforcement for doing that, and this is, in my mind, no more than a memorialization of that.
Thank you.
I had a quick question, because I know that there is a difference legally between the standard of negligence, ordinary negligence, and that of gross negligence and these others. I guess my question is, was there any discussion at the committee level about why we wouldn't include negligence? I mean, if somebody's committing fraud, identity theft, unlicensed activity, ethical, all these slew of things, does it matter whether it's willfully or not?
I do recall having a discussion, when we got to the topic of gross negligence. And gross negligence, the distinction there is gross negligence is when you do something with conscious or reckless disregard. So you may not necessarily intend the result. The classic example I tell people is drunk driving. You may not intend to get behind the wheel and kill someone, but you realize, oh, I really shouldn't be driving, and you go and do that. Which is different than plain old negligence. I'm completely sober and I drive and I have an accident and someone dies. So I do remember that we had some discussion about that.
So I guess the distinction would be that, I mean, these are things that the majority of the complaints, they're the subject of the majority of the complaints. And so the distinction of priority would fall within that difference between the concept of ordinary negligence and this other. So if it's just ordinary negligence and this person unknowingly committed fraud, that wouldn't be a prioritized complaint.
Well, right, you wouldn't unknowingly commit fraud.
Fraud is
fraud by
Identity
definition
requires
means that you're doing it intentionally, knowingly, that kind of thing. The distinction here that I would point out is that people who are making a genuine, honest mistake, negligence is what the law calls that, generally want to get it right. And they are very receptive to remedial efforts, contingent dismissals, that kind of thing, maybe a warning letter if it's more minor. So where we see the increased public harm and the serial instances of conduct is on the deliberate bad conduct side. And so that's why I think what we're seeing at the staff level supports a distinction there, that if you bring to the attention of someone, hey, I need to get better in the income approach, and I had this one complaint, they go take a class or get some mentorship, and we don't see them again.
And also, this language about the intent, it was included to mirror the definition of serious deficiency in the rule. So if you look at page 18 of your materials, in the right-hand column, near the bottom, capital E, the subsection capital E, serious deficiencies is defined as, and then it gives you the criteria for a serious deficiency, and you'll see at the top of the next page in the left column, are deficiencies done with knowledge, deliberate or willful disregard, or gross negligence that would otherwise be classified as a minor deficiency. So if it's just negligence, then it would be a minor deficiency.
Chance, did you have something?
I would only say that the things that we've seen come through the committee that did require a rapid response were not even terrible mistakes. They were misrepresentations, all-out fraud, or unlicensed activity, things like that. So it is not, what we've seen so far has not been a fine line distinction. It has been, these are bad actors.
Flagrant.
It has been flagrant. And I think that's what this does a fairly good job of identifying those types of activities. And we do have, if you look at option F, and we can make a determination whether it is a significant risk or not. If they're using their appraisal credentials to commit terrorism, that's not in the list, but that's something that we probably want a anchored license for.
May I ask a question? Chance, how would item F be implemented from a procedural point of view? How would conduct, how would we procedurally, would the board procedurally decide that it was a significant risk of public harm? Would that come through your committee and then be brought to the board? I'm a little confused on procedurally how that might work.
Well, it could be that the board decides additionally as a whole that committing terrorism while appraising is a bad idea, and that would constitute a significant risk of health. So if that, whatever example it is, there may be something else, some type of cyber appraisal crime that is determined to be a significant risk to the public. We could make a decree as a board, and then that can be implemented through standards and enforcement going forward.
Yeah, I see that everything else is pretty much going to be handled by the enforcement committee, but F requires the board to act.
F is a deficiency that at some point in the future, because I'm amazed as I go through life how people figure out ways to just to undermine and to cheat, whatever you want to call it. I think that intent is for us as a board, while we have memorialized this, something might come up down the road and we go, hey, this has risen to a level that it needs to be an item and we designate it as an item.
Well, but I think it's a
pretty
good
much
question,
is
though.
for us
What's the
to have a-
mechanism for us to determine that additional things pose a significant risk to the public?
Can I just make a suggestion in that regard? So if we got a complaint that someone gaining access while using their credential, was secretly placing monitoring devices in homes, right? Bathrooms and whatever, and then capturing images and selling them on the internet or whatever, some gross invasion of
Where's
privacy.
your mind going?
It's happened.
It happens already.
I know,
okay?
it
But,
just happened this
but never by an
Thursday.
appraiser, right, as far as I know. Right? But if you determine, we got a complaint like that, we might call, can we get the enforcement committee together, talk about this, and we want to add that to that. You know what? In the ethical violations, it doesn't say, that's not one of the criteria. But the commission of that kind of gross invasion of privacy, you might want to add that.
So do we need board, a board approval to do that? Or is that something that can be done at the committee level? Or do we need to
I don't know
augment this to include that at the committee level?
Well, if you were going to, this says other conduct determined by the board. So, so if this is a one-off, right, you deal with it as a continuing threat to the public, that kind of thing. So that in the normal course. But if you saw a rash of these things happening, you may want to propose a rule to add it, and then it would be determined by the board.
Does that answer your question, Jim?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was just gonna say that it seems to me F is kind of, it just provides us that flexibility. That's really the purpose of it. And from a procedural standpoint, to your question, I don't know that this rule necessarily is supposed to address that, but I would think that these kinds of questions would go to the committee first and then subsequently recommended to the board.
Whatever the committee does is going to come to recommendation to the
Right.
full board, so.
Well, and just because this is the prioritization doesn't mean we can't, at any time on any case, do a temporary suspension. Doesn't have to conform with this, as far as I'm aware. And so if there is some other, okay, so it does not. So if there's something else that's not in this list, we don't need to get board approval to have this suspension hearing.
Yeah, this speaks only to this priority issue that's arisen that we were already doing on an informal basis anyways.
Right, so to Mr. Bolton's point, if you look at page 23, I can briefly address the changes to the temporary suspension rule. Again, this is both on the appraiser side, which is page 23, and also on the A and C side, which, I guess this is just the one rule for both, because it's in chapter 157. So the one rule covers both license types. But what you can see here is that staff is recommending, and the enforcement committee has vetted subsection B here, clarifying some internal criteria, if you will, for when to funnel a significant case that needs a temporary suspension. And basically, what it says is that we want to make sure there's credible evidence showing that there's a continuing and ongoing situation of conduct that violates the law, obviously, and then it's recent or current appraisal activity, and that's a legal requirement. And then the last thing there you can see is that we actually have sufficient evidence to move forward through the hearing process that occurs at the State Office of Administrative Hearings, because the law requires that when we do one of these temporary suspensions, we have to have an expedited hearing. Because again, we're actually suspending someone's license based on evidence we put in front of the committee. They're not there, they don't have their day in court yet, so the legislature recognizes that we need to expedite that. So we want to make sure that if we're going to be using this mechanism, that we have the evidence ready, which we have in the cases we've done in the past, have been very well documented and prepared, because we don't want to be going in asking for what the law calls an extraordinary remedy, unless we really have our ducks in a row.
Where does the 45-day period come from?
I believe that's in the chapter 1103 of the Occupations Code, it's by statute.
It is in the statute.
And it's
The
a
statute
common-
that gives us authority to do temporary suspensions.
And it's a common theme at a variety of licensing agencies that have this mechanism. The idea is you haven't gotten your full day in court, but you're being suspended from your license, So let's quickly get you into the SOA hearing process. And we do that.
But that, so does the statute require us to adopt 45 days?
Yes.
Or can we lessen that time period?
No, that is the statutory time period, so we can't change that
You
unless
can't modify
the
it.
legislature changes that. It just means that you have to move forward within that time frame.
Sure.
It doesn't prevent you
Well, yeah, I'm just
from
saying
going
that if we
forward
do
sooner.
do this, and you say that these are clear cases, and I
Well,
understand that absolutely.
I will also tell you that when we do have these temporary hearings, the petitions are filed in the SOA court usually immediately or.
Simultaneously.
Yeah, so it is not, well, we've suspended your license and then we're gonna wait 45 days and sit on our hands. It's happening all pretty quickly. Now, I can't tell you how long it takes to get in front of the SOA court, but I know that from the agency standpoint, they are moving through with the process to get through, get to SOA and get through that. At least that's what I've seen.
And to Mr. Bolton's point, the 3 that we've had in the past 6 months, we've had no problems with getting it timely docketed and a hearing set within that time frame from SOA. They've been very good at accommodating us, and we put that on the cover page when we file, and we cite the statutory language and say, you need to provide us with an expedited hearing. And they're familiar with that, because like I said, other state agencies have similar requirements.
Good information. So that'll be agenda item number 17 tomorrow. If you want to jot any questions that you want to bring up in the public setting or comments after you've had a chance to absorb that. It's a few minutes after 11:30, and I figure since we've just assembled, if you guys want to take about I'd like to say 5 minutes, but I know it'll take us 10, but no longer than a 10-minute break. We're going to break again at 12:30 if you need to return phone calls or do something, but I'm getting a few high signs that I need to give you a quick break, so let's do that. We'll go off the record at 11:35 for a minute.
Are you getting good night's sleep, or is the construction noise keeping you up? And he said, no, I've moved out for a year or 2.
Oh, wow.
No expiration.
No. So otherwise I'd get him up, sir.
I didn't put your number up on mine.
We're going to let you continue to fill out the form as we are wrapping up the conversations on 7 and 8. The general counsel's pointed out that, near the end of those rules, there were a couple of changes as it relates to the who those things must be signed by, and so we'll let her brief you on those while you're finishing your form.
They're all done.
Yeah, so you see at pages 22, which is still in Rule 153-24, we have just spelled out those persons who sign the agreed orders. And this doesn't reflect anything about whether the board approves those, or whether the chair approves those, or whether a committee approves those orders. It's just who is signing those orders. And so we made a corresponding change to page 30, which is, I'm sorry, not to page 30. It appears on page 30, and it's the AMC complaint processing rule, Rule 159.204. So it's just to document who has to sign the orders.
Any questions about that? All right, then we'll pop into agenda item number 9, which is discussion regarding Sunset Commission Recommendation 3.7, which was the development of a plan to improve the investigative process and reduce the complaint resolution timeframes. And before we have the staff's presentation, I want to take a moment and say thank you to the Enforcement Committee, who's been working diligently towards solving, or at least coming up with some recommendations to solve some of these problems. And so then staff as well, but certainly the extra heavy lifting on the part of the enforcement, along with your temporary suspensions. You may be here as much as I am lately. Troy, you want to go ahead and introduce the item?
Yes, ma'am. So item number 9 again is developing that planned improved investigative process and reduce resolution timeframes that Sunset raised as a concern. And staff developed some recommendations, which again were vetted at the enforcement committee level, and you can see there on page 33 what some of those recommendations coming out of the committee are. And it basically, there's 2 recommendations. One is an efficiency recommendation. Where are there areas that we can streamline and improve the process to be more efficient and help with return time? And we can talk about those in a minute. And then the other side of it is where do we need to improve on the resource side of things, particularly with regards to staffing, to help facilitate reducing those turn times. And so if you look first at the resource, at the efficiency side of things, beginning on page 33, you can see that staff had recommended some form of delegating and streamlining the process of getting agreed resolutions signed. As you may recall from the quarterly board materials, roughly about 25% to a third of all the complaint resolutions we do are by agreement. In other words, the parties have worked out a negotiated agreement. Oftentimes that's with the advice and assistance of their legal counsel, and we reduce that to writing, and we come to the board meeting and present it to you as a body to vote on it. One of the challenges related to turn times that presents is we might reach an agreement on Monday, the 11th of February on a case. Well, the board meeting is on Friday, the next one is in 3 months. And so that artificially adds a significant amount of turn time to the process that nobody really has any control over. So the thought was, and the recommendation was, could we delegate that role of approving the agreed order, again, an order that the parties have already reached agreement on, not a contested case, because those still go through the contested hearing process. The judge recommends a proposal for decision and comes before the board, but this is where the parties have agreed. And so the recommendation going into committee was to delegate that in some form. The committee had a very good discussion, and you can see there on page 33 the recommendation to delegate that to the chair, both for agreed orders and surrenders, because again, those are the 2 forms of agreed resolutions that we have. And then the follow-on recommendation to that was to explore and to consider statutory changes to allow that delegation to be made to perhaps another single board member at the discretion of the chair. Because right now, I think the general counsel indicated that the statute limits that basically either to the chair of the board or the commissioner. And so if you look on the next page, actually the page after that, page 35, you can actually see some of the materials we discussed in the enforcement committee. And general counsel was kind enough to help my staff with kind of looking at historically, how long was it delaying our process of closing a case. And you can see here we've got 5 fiscal years, 4 full years and a partial year for 2019. And it gives you a sense of what are the average number of days that it was, for lack of a better word, delaying the process. So that was the recommendation that came out of the enforcement committee in terms of efficiency. The other 2 efficiency-related items, it's really just...
Troy, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So is the average number of days from start to finish, or from the time that you have resolution to the case until it gets signed?
Right, it's that latter portion. We were trying to isolate the amount of delay that was being engendered by having to wait for a board meeting.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Madam Chair, for example, the way, as Troy mentioned, I put together this chart for you.
the way that I looked at that was the date that the order was signed by the commissioner until the order was signed at the next board meeting. So that's what the average number of days of delay represents.
Understood. Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment that our recommendations really resulted from a compromise in our discussion in the enforcement committee. My original idea was to just simply delegate it to a board member so that we preserve at least some board oversight of this process, but at the same time improve the efficiency, because I think we can, if we have one person that's delegated to, then we can still speed things up a good bit, rather than convening the whole board. As General Counsel explained, there appears to be the statutory limitation on doing that, so we are seeking that. And so delegating that to the chair was, first of all, she graciously accepted that.
I hesitantly, graciously accepted it. I was on the call, and I said, whatever I can do to help you.
But that was a way that we could move that forward, still preserve board oversight, move forward a way to shrink down, that's an easy way to lose 30 to 40 days on the process right there. Still preserve the oversight, improve the efficiency in the interim while we seek a legislative change to allow that to be delegated to somebody else on the board, so we can spread those, that type of responsibility around.
Well, and again, I think the conversation at committee level for clarity was that, that's maybe an enforcement type. Procedurally, it may make sense to have the enforcement chair be granted that authority at some point in time when an.
But we're also in the position, we don't have to limit that for some unforeseen reason, that it can't be the enforcement committee chair or.
Correct.
Whatever.
Right. Yeah, so that the recommended processing of the statute would be broad in nature, and then the actual practice would be potentially change amongst board structures, right? If there's somebody more close by or someone with more flexibility in their schedule or things like that, 10 years from now. Questions about that particular report and information you received?
What was key for me was that the respondents were going to retain the ability to request modifications, and that the enforcement committee also retains the ability to review enforcement actions. I think that's the key for me. But is this respondents retain the ability to request modifications, this is after the agreed order?
It's going to be after the fact.
After it's been signed?
Yes.
By all parties?
Yes. It just as it is today. The only difference is it's not the full board that signed off on it by vote. But we've seen several examples where somebody's come back and says, I've agreed to this, but I can't take a class in time. The class isn't offered until a month after, my period to take the class is, so can we extend that?
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Madam Chair, if I might offer a little more clarity, it's not an opportunity for the respondent to reopen the case. It's simply an opportunity to request like an extension of time to take the class or to do some other task that was part and parcel of the order terms.
Troy, a question?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair. You had mentioned when you opened this discussion that about 25 to 33% of the something were agreed orders, or
complaints.
and I guess that my knee jerk is that, gee, when we see them at the board level, they're almost all agreed orders. Like tomorrow's all agreed orders. So what is it 25 to 33% of?
Yes, sir. So historically, in terms of the number of complaints that we bring in and process, the majority of them, 2/3 to 3/4, are some form of a dismissal, and there's a very small percentage that are defaults, that basically get resolved by default because the person is responding. So 25 to 33% of the cases that we take in and process that are filed complaints result in some form of agreed disciplinary action, either the agreed orders that you do or those voluntary surrenders.
So, but what comes to the board is almost always a very, very high percentage of what I've been able to see over the last few years.
And I should clarify that the statute, I believe, delegates the authority to, and I was going to believe it might be in the rule as well, the authority to the staff to basically resolve dismissals. In other words, if there's not something that's going to result in disciplinary action, either by agreement or after the hearing process, there's no merit to it or whatever, that's more of an administrative task.
Sure,
We document
absolutely.
it. The commissioner signs off on each one of those that we deliver to him and we close the file.
To go away, yeah.
So you're correct, that's why the majority of cases that are resolved by dismissal, you don't see.
Yeah, and that's good. I just was trying to get in my mind where, what relationship that was. And so a very, very small percentage actually go to SOA or contested hearing.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So this is tomorrow's agenda item, corresponding item number 18, if you want to make public comment on that agenda item, we take formalized action tomorrow. Are there other questions or comments about this particular workshop item? Hearing none, let's move to agenda item number 10.
Madam Chair, I think we still have a couple of other recommendations related to that agenda item.
Trying to keep us moving.
So as I was saying, there's the resource side and there's the efficiency side. Two other quick points on the efficiency side. If you look at page 34, the Enforcement Committee is also recommending reducing the number of days for someone to submit documents for an experience audit. Most of the other turn times, if you will, for individuals providing documents upon request of the board is 20 days. This is an aberration in that the rule currently as drafted says they have up to 60 days. And so after discussions at the committee level, the recommendation was, let's reduce that from 60 and make it 20, just like all the other rules. For example, the time frame for responding to a complaint is 20 days after you got the answer. So that's another efficiency aspect. And then you see at the bottom there of 34 some additional recommendations. And what I would point out there is item B is, well, actually I believe General Counsel has indicated requires a statutory change, but this is another efficiency type component. Right now, the Peer Investigative Committee is a helpful augmentation, if you will, of the staff investigators. When we have overflow and an inability to get to a case, we assign a complaint case to the Peer Investigative Committee. There's not a huge amount of capacity because the commitment they make is to do one per quarter, but it is there and it is helpful. The recommendation that's gone through enforcement would be to seek a legislative change the language in the statute to allow the PIC members to also assist with experience audits.
Yes.
So those are the efficiency aspects.
Troy, how long will that take to go into effect to get that change so that we can spread that around?
Well, it has to go through the legislative process. So there would actually have to be a bill with an amendment to the statutory language and go through the committee hearing process and through the approval process signed by the governor in the summer at the end of the session. And then typically, not always, but typically I believe there's usually a September 1st effective date.
So we don't see any help in reducing these immediately or
It's
this
definitely
backlog?
It's definitely a longer term solution when you involve changing the statute.
So on that, does that dovetail into the staffing?
That's where I was headed next, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
One connection, so when you say to deal with that backlog, right?
Correct.
The one connection that has been suggested and vetted by the budget committee is to outsource another large contingent of those, up to 36 for the balance of the year, and amend the budget.
And can we do that?
To allow that.
Statutory?
Yes.
Statutory?
Oh, we outsource already. We just can't get the PIC members to help us,
Okay.
which is curious.
It is, very.
So I'll
We
probably,
can pay non-PIC
We
members.
pay non-PIC members, but we can't let our PIC
And
members
that's
get
actually
involved.
I
agenda
probably, I was
item
gonna say, I
10.
probably anticipated that these conversations would blend together. I didn't really, but so since I had attempted to open the next agenda item, let's just open them all, because for us, as we deal with the issue, it's more about the combination of the recommendations that lead to the efficiency. So let's talk about the staffing and they piggyback with both enforcement recommendations that then got vetted, or moved forward to our budget committee so that they could consider some things so that we'd be in a position to take action tomorrow. So again, I appreciate the streamlining effect of enforcement getting on it early so that budget could look at it most recently and you can actually potentially make some difference tomorrow. So Troy, let's go ahead and talk about staffing and then we'll,
Yes, ma'am.
wait just a second, General Counsel needs something?
I just wanted to make one comment about the amendments to Rule 153.15, reducing that time frame from 60 to 20 days. As you saw in our meeting preparation, we have to send all of our proposed rule amendments to the governor's office, and the governor's office has expressed some concerns about that change, and we had a conversation with them yesterday, and they are reluctant to allow the board to make that reduction at this time. There are some other corresponding language changes or clarifying changes in that rule amendment proposal, so the board may want to consider or will want to consider if you want to make those clarifying changes without this reduction in the number of days, or if you just want to pull the rule altogether from amending it at this time.
So is the conversation that, is there some standard that 60 is acceptable, or that we just haven't given enough time to vet through the public process, that a change that is, they may be viewed as dramatic?
Or is there a number better? I mean, do they have a different?
Yeah, would they accept 40 instead of 60?
We did ask, would they be willing to accept 30 instead of 60? Because over the last 3 years, we've had about 50% provide the documents within 20 days. And then the majority have provided them in less than 30 days. The governor's office said that they would talk about that and get back to us, and as of this moment, we haven't heard back from them. So I am not optimistic that.
Did they offer a number that they would be okay with?
60.
60.
Why
60.
60? Okay, well, then why doesn't the governor's report go talk to Sunset Commission, because they just charged us with
Right.
improving this process, reducing the time, and the only thing I ever hear from anybody trying to get their trainee experience is, why are y'all taking so long? So I don't think anybody's ever gonna come to me and say, I'm glad y'all gave me 60 days, I'm gonna use all
I need
60
more.
days.
Let
Well,
me address that if I
and-
might, okay? Just because it does, the governor's office objection has to do with this. One is just the optics of taking a very permissive time frame that was written before computers and the internet was, part of our daily business, and shrinking it from 60 to 20. So it just looks bad. You're depriving people of, they have the expansive time and you're giving them way less time. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is that doing that, while it affects the overall length of time from application to issuance of a license, it doesn't address anything that we do. Okay? In other words, we're changing the expectation of the applicant.
Yeah.
Okay? But that doesn't make us more efficient.
And I remember this discussion in the committee was, I finally, acquiesced, but I was against changing something that if they want to take all 60 days, let them take all, it's on them. That's hurting them, it's not hurting us.
It's hurting our
And so I was like, why do we care that we're trying to force them to be quicker in responding to something that's going to benefit them? If this was the complaint process, somebody responding to a complaint, I can understand the governor saying, well, they ought to have all the time, they need to have enough time to, but this is trying to get trainees to respond to get further, and that's all I hear out there is, why is the process so long? And so the committee's perspective is, well, maybe they just need a little push, and maybe we'll make it 20 instead of 60.
Well, it's not punitive either, there's no.
Right, that was
negative,
my next
all that
question.
other stuff.
Nothing
And we
really
explained all that
happens
to the governor's office, but, so it doesn't make us more efficient, it does the whole process, and it looks bad. So if you just take those two together, unless in their discussions, and they come back and say, okay, you can go to 30, since the majority of people already responded 30 anyway, right?
I would, my comment on this is, I get the governor's office perspective on that, but we were trying to find ways to shorten the overall process that wasn't a burden on either side of that equation, whether it be on the applicant or on the agency. But in light of that, I think that maybe we pull it, it's just my personal opinion, and then we revisit and look at making a comprehensive reform on the timelines on both sides of the equations. And if we're going to do 20, if we're going to reduce it here, maybe 20 isn't the number, then we also look at requirements on the agency side where we may need to reduce and do a comprehensive reform of that, or at least look at it. Maybe we ultimately decide that reducing those requirement times is not in the best interest. Maybe we do, but we can do that at a committee level and bring a new proposal.
But it was also affecting, the way we had to report, it was affecting the numbers, right?
Sure. Right.
There was something in there that if we shrunk this time, because we weren't allowed to report.
But the fact of the matter is if the governor's office disagrees with the way that we want to go forward, in this particular case, then we're going to have to revisit it one way or another if we still want to change the policy.
So what we can do, if we prove through the changes that we're going to propose through staff, if we can prove that we've done our part, maybe then we'll have a better argument with them later? Okay.
Well, and to that end, there are a couple of examples that of processes that are in the works to help with that. Our enforcement staff has implemented the use of the OneDrive link for applicants to send these documents to us, their work files, rather than emailing them to us as a PDF. They can, enforcement sends a OneDrive link to the applicant, and they can directly upload the documents to us through that OneDrive link. So that's one step, and we've implemented that, and we're seeing a few, we're seeing a couple of the respondents utilize that OneDrive link, and we'll track that and see how efficient that is. And then in addition, perhaps Tony can speak to some of the programming changes that we're looking at with Versa, our licensing system, that would also provide a portal for applicants to directly upload documents to us.
Well, I think Doug made two really good points that, to me, I'm having trouble here. So, first of all, there's no punitive. Nothing happens to you if you don't do this. Second of all, we have technology today. If that 60 days was set back when they were mailing it or overnight, whatever, it just makes sense that we ought to suggest, because we're not doing anything to them if they don't get it here in 20. What's the number they could live with? If it's 30 or 45, that's just better. We should make the change, because there are some people that if you give them 60, I guess they think they should take all 60. I don't know what their thought is, but, you know, and we're not doing anything to them anyway. I mean, you may not remember, I had trouble with it in the first place, but
Is there any action the board could take tomorrow that if a recommendation came from the governor's office that was a shortened time frame that was acceptable, that we could move ahead so
Yeah.
that we don't lose
Good
another
idea.
90 days? And my second point is, irrespective of what the board decides tomorrow, is there a way to memorialize the process we've gone through on our side to attempt to shorten the timeframes for the purpose of the sunset report that doesn't create bad blood or a problem for us?
So both of those are gonna require one significant legal wordsmithing and the other significant diplomatic wordsmithing.
In fairness,
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact we've been criticized about the timeliness. We've now efficiently come up with a recommendation, which we have now been told that's not acceptable, and that's fine. But I don't want it to appear that we haven't responsibly
Yes.
attempted resolution to the problem. So,
So you might just ask, because Kristen shook her head yes, so I don't know how we leave that number open. Do you have a recommendation for that? If we were to do that, adopt everything, but have that number to be determined at some point?
Well, I thought I heard the chair ask if we heard back from the governor's office. And if we do hear back between now and tomorrow, and they're acceptable to the 30 days that we proposed, or, you know, perhaps 45 days.
Would it be prudent also, I mean, and you tell me, but to maybe at the end of the day today, say, hey, we'd really like to hear a response from you because we have a board meeting tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we can do that.
Yes. I mean, we can.
I was just
So,
thinking
my-
if there was anything beyond, like if we were to
Yes.
take action, but we still hadn't heard, but then we hear back next Wednesday that there's a number that they like.
and that
Is there
was my
something that
question.
we could
If
do
we,
in
if
the
we
rule?
don't hear tomorrow seems obvious to me, right? We can make that recommendation and move forward. But if we do hear back on the following Tuesday or Wednesday, is there something that this board can do that lets the development of the required changes to continue to move forward without requiring a complete assembly of the board again?
Well, it could be possible, if we don't hear back by tomorrow,
We delegate that authority to the chair to make that determination, or?
well, what I was going to suggest is that the motion be, you know, pending response from the governor's office.
That we can we authorize up to or something like that? We
well,
authorize.
anything they would be okay that's less than 60 is to our advantage. I don't
Right.
care if it's 50. If it's 45, we need to do it.
I'm assuming that when the governor's office says we'd like it to be 40, it's probably going to be 40,
Well, that's
you know,
true.
whatever it may be.
That's better than 60.
I
If
can
we
kind of see
believe.
this from both sides. We kind of dealt with this a bit in the budget committee as well. We were talking about looking at both sides of the equation. And I know in the budget committee, we talked about, and we're going to discuss this later, about increasing fees to take into account the changes that we want to implement, all as a reaction to the Sunset Committee. But I guess my thought on this is that the optics of it, when we're asking to reduce the time frame on one side of the equation, what are we doing on the other side within the agency? And maybe the thing to do from an optics standpoint that might go over better with the governor's office is to address what we can do here within the agency first before modifying the other side of the equation and reducing that time frame. And I know that we've talked about a few things here, you know, delegating the signature authority. I'm not sure if it's the same, if this is just, if it's the same, if that's the complaint process and this is the licensing process. But I guess the point I'm getting at is address it from within the agency standpoint first, before then saying, okay, we've done everything we could on our side. Now in order to create more efficiencies Now we have to look at it from the other side.
Well, and I don't disagree with that. I'll tell you from the enforcement committee standpoint, we found something that we felt was not punitive, was really a period, 2 months. Is that really how much time you need? And as we heard, most of the time, the answer is no. The vast majority of the time is no. So we thought this was an easy way to reduce that time. And yes, it is on that other side of the equation, but we didn't feel like it was really hampering anybody. But I do agree that, yeah, we should continue to look for ways to reduce the process time on the agency side of the equation. But what we were also trying to do is address the concerns by the Sunset Commission, in which they asked us to do that in a fairly short amount of time. And this was a way that we thought would make a significant impact that we could implement in that short period of time. Governor's office, for various reasons, has disagreed with it, and that's
And I don't disagree.
And we'll respectfully work through
I mean,
it, right?
we deal with that. I understand.
I'm just thinking about it from their standpoint, I think, because they've expressed the concern of the optics of it, and so addressing the optics of it might be for us to then address first efficiencies within the agency before trying to cut back on timeframes that we're gonna apply to it,
No, I get that, and I'm pretty sure
But I
that
don't
if we.
disagree with the time frame. I mean, I agree that 20 days is more than, it should be more than enough, especially in this day and age, especially if we implement these electronic type procedures and that kind of thing. So I don't disagree with the time frame. I'm just looking at it from their standpoint.
No, I get that. I don't think that if we did implement this change, that CNN and Anderson Cooper would be breaking down the door, but as far as the optics go, but I can understand that we might get a terse word in the fact newsletter or something like that, that is not, we want to seem fair, but I just.
Actually weighed in, didn't they?
If you want to go back to where I was originally, I was like, what do we need to bother that? If people can't find it within themselves to respond promptly to get their career headed down the right path, that's on them. But if it would help us look better and help people push them along to, instead of waiting 45, get it here 20, if it makes our numbers look better, then I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But apparently I don't work for the governor.
Understood.
I mean, I'm just sitting here, we don't do anything to them if they don't get it in here. And 20 days, 30 days, 45, something ought to be less than 60. It's just a guide, actually.
Madam Chair,
Think
Yes,
about
sir.
it.
if I could, if there's so one of the things I just want to make sure is understood is that using that terminology that the optics don't look good, that's my analysis
Yeah.
of their response. Those are not words that the governor's office.
But I think it's probably a
They
good
just
one
said-
because I can't see where they would have trouble with this. It just doesn't,
Increasing the burden that's their
but it's not a
terminology.
burden on these
If you have
people.
60 days and you reduce it to 20, you're obviously depriving them of something, permission they already have.
I got you. I see what you're saying, and that's the only thing that makes any sense here.
Which I will say, I believe that recommendation included the opportunity for the applicant to ask for additional time.
Which we pointed out.
So for the purposes of tomorrow, again, for memorialization and not necessarily a complete regurgitation of everything we've heard today, but it's agenda item number 15A. You might circle it, because we're going to have to figure out what to do with it. You might be prepared, because I realize you may not be at the moment, Kristen, to be able to answer the question, is there an action this board could take that would allow the shortening of the time and the process to continue without having a precise date or number in that blank at the moment, understanding if the board decided to do that, that the authorization would be, any shortening would be acceptable to the
Well,
board.
yeah, what are our options tomorrow?
And then secondly, if not, I suppose the other process is, do you pull, I'm assuming the concept would be only pull 153.15 and wait, as you had originally suggested, until we could comprehensively decide what the date, the number looks like, and rehear it 90 days from now. So again, because we're gonna have to kind of think through that and ultimately make a decision with maybe some input at a later moment in time. You can continue the conversation. I'm just trying to get our thoughts around what our options are.
Would you like me to talk to those options? So one of the options, obviously, is to pull the rule altogether. Another option is to leave the 60 days in the rule and adopt the other proposed changes, or, I'm sorry, propose the other changes to this rule for publication. And then a third option would be to delegate to staff the authority to publish the rule in the register with any number of days less than 60 as approved by the governor's office. So that would be a way that if we don't hear back from them tomorrow, but maybe next Monday or Tuesday, we get a response from them and they say, okay, we would be willing to go to 45 or 30. Then we could proceed with publishing the rule in the Texas Register and then getting public comments, and then it would
Can we
move.
set a max and not say less than 60, because
Oh, yeah,
it's
we
not
don't.
worth our time if it's
No.
not 45 or less. So let's set a 45-day max or something like that. Otherwise, it's not worth the time.
I'm just,
And you could do that as well. I mean, those are the options available.
Well,
So
it
if you-
seems to me that the third option, if it'll work, is probably the most efficient thing, you know, if we can make it work legally and in conjunction with what the board would like to do. It seems to me that if they're gonna respond, then they need to respond. I mean, and if they're not going to, well,
Are they gonna, I mean, they will respond.
Well, they said they would get back to us yesterday afternoon, and I've.
So maybe we'll get something today.
we may have a call today, you know, and that would be efficient.
Well, and I appreciate you lining out, understanding the three options so we can think about it before we have to take action. You'll have those opportunities. Chairman of the Enforcement, Mr. Bolton, I can see that you've got comment.
well, I do, and I mean, this may be maybe not worthy of real merit here, but one thing we can do is we can say, you know what, you have 60 days to do this, but if you get it in 20, we can get this done a lot faster. And is there any reason that we can't encourage applicants to get it in as quickly as possible?
Well, in some of this, like, we've heard this discussion, and some of it is in response to the Sunset Commission. And, you know, this is a step forward, you know, to say, this is one we've implemented. And, you know, I mean, it may all be window dressing, but nevertheless, you know, that's what, to some extent, we
Well,
need
if
to
we
be
have,
doing.
you know, somewhat of a public campaign that says, you have 60 days to get this information to us. However, we really encourage that you do it in 20 days.
Or can we just put it as a recommended time?
When we send out the.
In the rule,
I mean,
it's gotta be
all that
proper.
is just a reminder
Concrete, I
that
guess.
the sooner you get this in, the sooner you, you know, can get your license.
Well, that's kind of a different deal, right?
It
You can
is
do
a
that
different
all
deal,
day.
but
You can do that all day long. This is about whether or not the rule gets to be changed.
I understand, but the goal ultimately is to speed up the process, and I'm just trying to look for outside-the-box ways we can do that.
And I will say, from the staff's perspective, that we have both on the complaint side and the audit side implemented, like Kristen mentioned, the electronic view OneDrive link. And so far, although we started doing the complaints January 1 and February 1st with the audits, and that it's an all digital process, it has shown signs that we get a quicker turn time because people aren't having to go to the mailbox, if you will, and then package something that they just get the link with the OneDrive, they upload, and it comes back.
Well, and to Mr. Bolton's request about a public campaign, certainly we can publish an article or send out a notice to applicants. You know, although you have 60 days to do this, you know, we encourage you to get the files in as soon as you can.
And of course, it's difficult today to say the sooner you get it to us, the sooner we'll have it processed, because we are having a backlog right now. And we have lost one of our certified general appraiser investigators, so we have a vacancy right now in-house.
As a when?
Earlier, as of the end of January. And so we have a posting for that position open. And then Troy was about to explain the other part of this recommendation on how we improve turn times. And then, of course, the next agenda item is about outsourcing these experience audits. So all of that information can help us bring those processing times down.
So, to Kristen's point, talking about the resource side, like I said, we've got the efficiency side, we've got the resource side. On the resource side, the recommendation made to the enforcement committee, and which I think was received favorably, was that staff really is working at maximum and perhaps a little bit above maximum capacity. In your materials, you can see some of the history of the total number of FTEs the division has had on page 37. If you want to get really into the weeds, the high-level picture of that is that historically we have had significant staffing issues, and eventually when we became STSI and acquired AMC jurisdiction, we were able to grow the staff, as you can see, starting in FY12 and 13 and 14. We were able to grow the staff. Over time, though, as the complaint volume began to diminish and people retired or moved on, we made the decision not to necessarily refill those positions. So the last several fiscal years, we've been operating at basically 10 staff, inclusive of myself, 5 investigators, 1 attorney, and 3 legal support staff. And so that kind of gives you an idea of the history, but Kristen is right. The reason that we're challenged on the resource side is a couple of things that I wanted to remind you of. One, as she said, we have had recent trouble in hiring and retaining a general certified appraiser. Historically, we've had 2, and actually in the past we've had more than that when you go back several years, but in recent days we've had 2. And as I've mentioned before, in March of last year, one of our commercial appraisers resigned. And so it took quite amount of time. It was quite challenging to find an applicant based on how competitive and active the market is for commercial appraisers. And he started in September, and like Kristen said, he resigned at the end of January. So we've now posted for that position again, but keep in mind it's not only just the challenge and difficulty of finding and hiring somebody, but then you also have to train them. And that takes a substantial amount of time, because there's a substantial difference between doing fee appraisal work and actually being an investigator who, yes, you are doing a review appraisal, but that's only one small part of it. Once the review is done, the real work of the investigator starts to figure out, how do I put all this together? What's an appropriate resolution recommendation to make? So there's a lot of training that goes into that. At the same time that this was going on, remember last May, the AQB changed their criteria. And as a result, since May, we've been tracking through the summer into the fall and winter a significant increase in the volume of experience audits. Some of that we obviously attribute to the change, the lowering of the requirements, so people who are already in the pipeline of applying could more quickly apply. We also are waiting to see and expect that some of that will be a long-term increase, because it's now just generally easier to apply because the requirements are less. But as of the end of December, those numbers in terms of the significant increase in audits had not changed. And so that was occurring at the same time when we are down a staff member on the commercial side of things. Then, at the same time, the other challenge, before I talk about the resources, is the Sunset Commission basically shows up and says, we have concerns about your turn times on complaints. We realize you've been meeting your federal benchmark and have had exceptional reviews the last couple of cycles. That's a one-year requirement under federal law, but we think you should basically be meeting roughly a 6-month turn time. And they compared us to several other SDSI licensing agencies and basically said, we want to see you down at around 100 meeting days. Well, that's a substantial change going from basically 360 to 180. And so those three factors, staffing challenges, changes in the criteria that increased volume, and changing expectations from leadership have all converged here to the point where, yes, we can make and should make efficiency changes because government needs to be efficient and responsive to the stakeholders. But we do believe that in order to meet these new expectations, we're going to need more resources. And that takes the form of two recommended approaches. One is in terms of recommendation to add new staff. And if you look at page 38, I have a little outline of some resource components that we shared with the Enforcement Committee. You know, each of the functions that are performed with the team play a little bit different role. Obviously, the investigators, we need to have investigators so that they can actually investigate cases and turn those cases around. The attorney, we've noted and highlighted that there's a bottleneck. You know, at some point, historically, if you look at the chart I showed you previously, you can go back and see at one point we actually had two attorneys in addition to the division director. And what has developed, I think, is a bit of a bottleneck where we have cases ready to go, but they need legal attention. Well, if Mark Lee is tied up like he was yesterday in hearing, there might be other low-level cases that need minor legal attention that can't be attended to.
Hey, Troy, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
How long did it take to fill the spot, the commercial appraiser spot originally?
Yes, sir. We posted it in April, so April, May, June, July, August, and they were hired in September, so about 6 months.
So now we've got 2 spots that need to be filled.
No, just the one.
Well, I know, but we're talking about adding another one.
That's correct. We're talking about adding additional resources.
So in that vein, Troy, if I were looking at this chart and I had it for 2019, are there 4 investigators currently on staff?
That's correct. There's
Because
currently
it
4.
shows, like, for 2018, it looks like we were fully staffed in 2018 if you just look at the chart, but 6 months of that time frame, we were without staff, correct?
Where are you looking at again? You're looking.
I'm just looking at the chart across the top.
Page 37.
37.
So it says 5, but in fact.
4.6.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I understood,
Right.
but again, it's not, we weren't fully staffed for a big percentage of that.
And I apologize, what that's a reflection of is the actual authorized FTEs, which is different, obviously, than the fluctuations we may have in vacancies.
See, that's good information to have, because that's not what I thought I was reading. Okay.
So like I said, we do have an identifiable attorney bottleneck. So we think we can significantly benefit from having an additional attorney on staff. And then a legal assistant, an additional legal assistant would be helpful. They support the attorney. We've made a purposeful focus on paraprofessional orientation for the legal assistant. So rather than the attorney taking a first draft of the legal document, the legal assistant can do that, allowing the attorney to be more efficient and focus elsewhere. All of this, as I noted here on the bullet points, does relate to a morale, a capacity overload aspect that I wanted to point out, is that in looking at the figures and having my staff go over the numbers, which you can see on page 39 and 40, gives you a sense of what we tried to correlate. they really are working at maximum capacity. And page 39 and 40, which we shared with the enforcement committee, basically correlates three things. We wanted to figure out how many hours are people working, what kind of volume are they closing in terms of cases, and what was the average turn time. And I will tell you right now that it was challenging because of data limitations. But the basic gist of it was that we really are operating, in my opinion, at maximum capacity. And if we want to make a dramatic change and go from 360 days to 180-day turn time on complaints, we're going to need to add additional resources. So if you look at page 41, which is the last page, and this is one of the requests that the enforcement committee asked my staff to prepare, was some projections. And so what you've got here is our best guess, and you can see the assumptions there at the bottom, highlighted in bold. The assumptions being that we're going to prioritize focusing on cases and audits and not other duties or projects or things, that we implement the process changes, the efficiency changes that we've discussed about earlier, and it makes some reasonable estimates about the number of cases. You know, we went back and we looked at 4 years worth of trend data to get a very good sense of historically how many cases were people closing, what type of volume was coming in, that kind of thing. And what we found is that each one of these different positions has a role to play in changing the efficiency outcomes that are on the right there. So you can see both for audits and complaints, we've given you our educated estimate of the turn time benefits that you'd see by hiring additional staff. So what it's laid out is in terms of hiring one additional legal assistant, one additional attorney, and then the option of 1 or 2 investigators. And the recommendation and the experience that I have historically with this is that we tend to see most of the volume on the residential side. Granted, we do have a current commercial experience audit bubble, but historically we get a very low volume of complaints from on the commercial side, and we haven't historically had a big bubble or bottleneck of commercial audits.
But the commercial people can do the residential easily, whereas the residential can't cross over into the commercial. I mean, it's significantly different.
And so one of the challenges we have in developing these postings is to strike that balance exactly right. Because as I've told you, it's been very challenging to find a general certified appraiser. So, you know, it's something that if the right person comes along, we would love to have a general certified appraiser. And historically, when we've had them, they have in fact largely worked residential cases. And when something commercial comes up, they take that.
And at the same time, I mean, you know, I understand and I recognize, and it's a sad thing that you can't attract them for the wages paid. But, you know, you do have to provide market wages to get them and to get them to perform well and to get a good one, regardless of the fee that you have to pay. I mean, you have to do what you have to do. I mean, that's the way I see it, and I understand that not everybody operates like I do, but maybe from a different location, and maybe someone who doesn't have as large expenses as living in Austin, or, I mean, there are good people out there.
And to your point, if you look on page 42, HR has been very gracious in helping us put together some very rough personnel cost estimates, so you can get a sense of the different positions, what the salary and benefits and the totals might look like.
I see.
So, Troy, can I get you to pause for just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
At 12:40, I released Board Member Renfro for, he had asked for an absence for the last half of this workshop for a personal reason, and at 12:45, I welcome Board Member Black to the meeting.
Thank you.
And
Hello, everybody. Hello.
so we are on agenda item number 9.
9.
Clayton, if that will help you, we're on agenda item number 9.
And lunch is ready when you are.
And lunch is ready, so I suspect that this is going to be a extensive conversation, so we might take a break in just a second. I want to pose about 2 or 3 questions. It may give you a minute to actually absorb them before we come back together after we've taken a chance to get our sandwiches. Are there any other authorized staff positions that are vacant? Because I've always looked at this report as being positions that are filled. So if I look at this authorized staffing list, do we currently have 2 legal assistants and 1 legal secretary? And
Right, we currently have FTEs, and they're filled for 2 legal assistants, 1 legal assistant, 1 staff attorney, my position is director, and then 4 of the 5 authorized FTEs for investigators are currently filled.
So when I look at this chart, for instance, for 2017, was there an occasion where there was authorization for staff and there was vacancies in those positions? Because when I look at the corresponding chart on page 39, it's a little confusing to me when I look at 2017 and I see a dip down in terms of efficiencies, right? The number of cases resolved goes down to 289. But if I've just heard correctly, we were fully staffed at the time. And then I see us in 2018, at a time we know we were short-staffed for 5 months, trending upward in terms of what looks like efficiency to me. None of that is an indication to me that I think we should lessen our intensity about adding staff. I think we are overworked and that they are doing a phenomenal job. I'm just trying to understand that maybe I'm not looking, as I have now it's been called to my attention, I've been looking at this chart on page 37 incorrectly for a few years. I thought maybe I should get some clarity as it relates to page 39. Was there an increase in complexity? Were we just less efficient?
Yeah, this is the
Okay, good. One thing I just wanted to add, and Troy can correct me if I state this incorrectly, but of all the authorized positions, the only decision, well, we've never had, the 5 months is the longest we've ever had trying to turn a position. Typically, it's more like 60 days. Okay, and so that's, well, that's my observation, and I'm glad to hear him say, you're right. Like, no, that hasn't happened. We haven't had significant time. The only other thing which you'll see in there is that when someone moved on, took a job for at another place, retired, whatever, we had a decision to make as to whether to refill it. Okay, and so that was always a negotiation between the director and myself. Look at the statistics, where we are, look at the numbers, look at the efficiency, all of that, and then determine yes or no.
Right.
And so that's how it's happened to date.
So, and in the past, when we were in this extensive 5-month period of time when we were attempting to hire a generally certified appraiser, it's my recollection that at a board meeting, we were continuing to express a bit of concern, as the staff was as well. We were sharing that concern. There was a conversation about raising the stake, if you will, and raising the pay, I guess, is the shorthand way to do it in order to attract someone. And at the current time, what does the posting look like? Can I look at the chart you provided as it relates to general certification? I'll tell you, I know what the posting looks like because I looked at it, okay? But for the sake of the conversation at the table here for the rest of the board, this currently shows a generally certified appraiser's annual salary at $80,000 by way of example, and I believe the posting is something between 60 and 80, is that right?
I think the high end is is in the mid-60s, yes.
Okay, so when someone's looking at considering the job, we currently are advertising the job at, again, I just want to be sure I'm clear, at, I thought it was a range, and how much is it?
I think it's between 4,500 and 5,500
Okay.
a month.
But the personnel cost estimate that I'm looking at is above that. Is that because we're thinking about making a recommendation to make an alteration in the posting?
Well, that was one of the things that we wanted to get your perspective and feedback on, because I do agree with you that if we want to hire and retain investigators, especially in the commercial arena, we do have to be competitive, and I think that's the challenge. I know I've talked with Mr. Renfro and Mr. McAnally, and I've talked with other people at sister agencies, the challenges of trying to find and retain, especially commercial appraisers. So yes, I agree that we may need to get your input on what is going to be meaningful. We also try and bring other incentives to the table in terms of flexible schedule and teleworking. Most of the investigators work remotely, which significantly reduces travel and costs.
Mostly what I wanted to do is connect the dots for the board. Okay, so when you're looking at something that says we're offering, or we're budgeting, or we're considering $80,000, that's not what's currently posted. Now let's take a break, grab our sandwiches, let's, I don't know, staff-wise, are you guys, I want to give you adequate time to get something to eat as well. Did they order in with us, or?
Some did. Yes. Some did.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, so you want to
just
say
say how
about
long?
20 minutes, and then we'll reconvene in an official capacity. Did you get a chance to make an order?
I did. I called
Okay,
Tony in San Angelo about 8 o'clock this morning.
We want to know why you didn't bring your plane. We were expecting lunch.
Yeah, thank you.
They're much easier to deal with when I don't make them go hungry.
You can.
Get a room. There's no one on this too.
No, that's fine. Absolutely.
All right, we've taken a lunch break and we are now back. As I mentioned before I left the room a second ago, I'm going to go ahead and open up agenda item number 10, which is discussion regarding the outsourcing experience audits for certified general appraisers, because that allows us to kind of talk about personnel cost estimates and needs, and kind of ebb back and forth between those needs and options. So we have 9 and 10 open. Troy, I kind of we left for the lunch break with me asking you some questions that I thought you'd need time to answer, but you actually answered them live, so.
And I'm happy to give a brief overview of 10 and how it relates to 9, if that helps to get us going.
I think so.
So item 10 is a staff recommendation with regards to the outside commercial contractor. So to give you a little history, you may recall that in August of last year, we approved the FY19 budget, and in that, we had requested $30,000 to do basically 12 commercial experience audits, because at that time, the audit numbers had started to tick up because the AQB criteria had changed, and so we were seeing those dramatic increases, and we were still struggling to fill the commercial vacancy. So we did that as somewhat of a pilot program to see how that would work. And I'm happy to report that we've now expended all of those funds and completed the 12 assignments, and it worked very well. Basically, we were able to keep in-house the administrative and the decision-making processes, but outsource the actual review. The average turn time on those 12 was about 26 days. It's $2,500 because basically they're doing 2 review reports, so $1,250 each, if you will. And the process has worked very well. Right now we have a total of 7 contractors. However, because the volume of audits coming in has not decreased, and we're still confronted with the staffing challenge of being down a commercial appraiser, we're recommending an additional amount to continue through the end of the fiscal year. It'd be $90,000 for 36 reviews. I actually had my commercial appraiser who manages this function look into the back end and the numbers specifically, and we looked at the trends recently in terms of how many were coming in and how many we reasonably believe the contractors could handle. And we determined that basically we could do about 6 a month over the remaining 6 months in the fiscal year. So that's where we got the 36 at 2,500 is 90,000. Now, I do want to explain a little bit about where we're at presently, and this will tie in later to the budget issues that Priscilla can address in her report. But the gist of it is because we're recommending an increase in this number, in this amount, the procurement laws require us to go about this in a little bit different way. And so we're in the process of developing and putting out what's called a request for qualifications, an RFQ. And that really just is a more formalized process of basically soliciting people who might be interested in doing this work. You know, the Texas procurement laws are very specific about certain dollar amounts and thresholds. You have to go through the proper legal process. So right now we've expended all the 30,000, completed the 12, and we're in the process of getting this RFQ completed and put out. It's still being reviewed by general counsel, but we hope to get it out shortly, and then be able to pick back up, hopefully in the near future. It's a little bit of a new process for us because we've never done an RFQ before. So I don't want to be too specific on the time frames, but if everything goes well, hopefully by the end of March, we would be in a position, if you approve of this recommendation, we would be in a position to then continue back up with the outsourcing to help, one, keep us on track with the turn times while we're still looking for that general certified appraiser to help pick up the slack. The other thing, kind of embedded in this recommendation, is to address the FTE point that I think had been raised about whether you may want to look at making this a permanent fixture to the process, that we, instead of perhaps, and if we're unable to attract what we need as a commercial appraiser, that we simply maintain the one FTE that we currently have as a commercial appraiser who manages an outsourced process, and all the commercial audits would get outsourced. So that's something that kind of gives us those options as we go forward, because obviously we haven't filled that position yet. We know historically we've had some trouble doing that. And thus far, the pilot, if you will, that we've done with the outsourced contractors has worked very well.
Troy, how many commercial cases do you have in a given year on average?
Let me see here. I have that number handy. It's certainly increased quite a bit.
Okay, well, just
but,
in the past 12 months.
Right now, we have a total of 26 commercial audits that are in-house. 16 of those, we've actually received the files back. So about 10 of them are either on the other side of the review process, meaning they're done and they're either in legal or quality control or processing. And the other ones are kind of on the front end where we're waiting for something.
Troy, I think, if I heard the question correctly, you were asking about complaints, commercial complaints?
Yeah, how many commercial complaints?
Yeah, you just got
Commercial complaints. Oh, a very nominal amount. I don't have an exact figure for you, but it is a very insignificant component of the complaint volume.
So if we're talking just about using commercial contractors,
right?
So you have commercial complaints as a minority amount, and I mean it's negligible in the grand scheme of things. And then so most of that's going to be audits, right?
Yes, sir.
And so in a given year, you said you had 26 underway right now. But how many do you complete in a year?
So, let me flip over.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you don't have the data, that's
No
fine.
problem. I've got
Well,
it
and
right
when we
here.
say negligible, I mean, is it 10? Is it, we generally handle a couple of hundred complaints, right? So is it?
Right, it's on the order of maybe a dozen or two. I don't
Okay.
have specific numbers and I can find that out for you, but.
No, it's close enough. I'm
but
just,
it's
we're trying to get
very,
a sense, I
I'm trying to
think.
figure out
Yeah.
how much money we have to budget to pay for all the commercial work to be done by outside contractors.
Right, and so if you look at the monthly report, you get the E1 report, that's kind of in that chart format. You can see 17 and 18 under the case disposition, go down to audits. You're talking about 112 audits were completed in 2017, and 159 were completed in 2018. That's aggregate. I don't have that broken down by commercial versus residential, but again, I can find that number for you on the break. But like I said, it's not as dramatic, but it's still somewhat similar. That the bulk of what we do, both on the residential and both on the audit and the complaint side, tends to be largely residential. I mean, that's where the volume tends to be. The positive thing, since we're on it, I'll just mention, is I was very happy to announce the other day, we finally got the residential turn time for experience audits to within 30 days. So if you go on the website, we're processing stuff on the residential side as of January 4th. I was really excited about that. They've been working hard on that. But obviously, the concern here today is that commercial.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. For a variety of reasons, you've got residential where you have employees, which you're filling the employment that you need, right? They're turning around, their productivity's good, but on the commercial side, you're having a hard time filling spots, and their productivity was not that. I mean, we're looking to create another one. That's one of the recommendations that we've had, is to do another spot. Well, what if we took all of that and put it with outside contractors? Enforcement committee, and I'm volunteering myself, not anybody else, but can coordinate that just as we do with the PIC numbers. And I mean, I'm sure there's other things that need to be worked out on that, but that's a general plan. I think we could save some money. I'd like to see what those numbers look like.
Okay, so I want to see if I can articulate what you're asking so that I understand it. Figure out some range of numbers that generally need to be taken care of on the complaint side.
Yeah.
Figure out audit-wise something that, and we've kind of got those numbers, we've worked backwards between what the expectation is and what our current load is to understand that, and then use what as an assumption for the price paid, if you will, for a consultant.
Well, we have a price, $2,500 for 2 reports, 2 reviews. Is that right?
No.
Must be 2,500 each, because we did 30,000, right? And we got
The
12.
only feedback I would have is that as we go through this RFQ process, what people end up bidding for that may change a bit, right? So we're going through this new request for qualifications process. You're right, historically, what we had done with the original 12 was $2,500 each. But I don't know, and Priscilla could speak to it better than I can, where that may end up as we go through that bidding process, if you will.
Okay.
But
Fair enough.
again, you have to make an assumption.
I wasn't sure whether there was some confusion. It's $2,500 per audit, which involves 2 reports.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right.
All right, that makes sense.
Yes, so it is still 2 per 2
Yeah.
package.
We have some pretty good numbers in the budget discussion
So,
regarding that too.
again, for anybody that's not on
We move
enforcement.
forward.
Okay, so
We tackle that.
You tackle us, what does it look like?
Yeah, what is?
That's late, what the agenda items?
We can open that one up too. What the heck?
Yeah, let's open it up.
Page 111.
Tony, would you go to the podium, please?
We have a chair of that particular committee. I'm sure he's got it all memorized.
Yeah, no, that was what, almost 3 hours? 2.5 at least. I think what we try to do is just, well, do we want to jump into this a little bit?
I'm just trying to decide.
Commissioner can-
Yeah, we're kind of bouncing between the two, 9 and 10, but
Well, they do relate to one another, and so while, as long as we can stay coordinated and stay focused, because I could see us talking about the future of the organization from now till 10 o'clock tonight, and you know, and ideas and goals, right? I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said that you'll be doing that by yourself.
All right.
So would you like for us to address the outsourcing?
I mean, if there's relevant information, I'd sure love to hear it.
yeah, go ahead, Tony, run with it.
Well, I just-
I'm prepared if you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, great.
No.
So if you look on page 111 of your item number 16, which is the proposed budget amendment, which you will be asked to make a motion on tomorrow. If you look at the first, sorry, let me get my page in front of me, I'm telling you what to do. Just for this discussion right now, I think you just need page 111. If you'll notice, up under professional services, and it's the green line, on the right-hand side, it says propose an additional $90,000 for 36 commercial experience audits. What's included in the budget that you passed was $30,000 for commercial audits. We were able to go out, find contractors who are willing to do that for $2,500 for 2 reports. They quickly got this done. I mean, it was boom, 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 and all of a sudden, wait a minute, they're spending $30,000, the year's not even out, what are we gonna do? We're exceeding thresholds. And the thresholds require for us to go and do competitive bidding, rather than simply going with contractors. So once we reached 25,000, the alarms went off and we said, we've got to stop this. So now we've pulled back and we're looking at doing the RM request for qualification. So then we'll have a nice big group of people that we'll be able to pull from. We're expecting all the people who've been doing the work already are going to receive this once we finished it and we send it out. So we're expecting that they'll bid on it and we will have the ability to negotiate and have a bunch of different people lined up. We're budgeting, the budget amendment for y'all before you tomorrow, we can talk more about it then if you'd like, for the funding sources, is for $90,000 through the remainder of the fiscal year, which goes to the end of August. We're going to go ahead and do the RFQ contracting to allow us to go the next fiscal year, just in case we need it. So we'll have that as an option. Yes, ma'am.
So you anticipate those costs going down? Or staying the same, or?
The cost, that's a real good question, and I guess that is the question that was being asked.
Something to that.
Yeah, please.
To that.
Yeah.
Is, we all know about RFQs and judging apples to apples and getting qualified people, like our pick reviewers are and all of that. You can drive those prices as down as you want to get them. Get them, okay?
Negotiating,
Yes, you can drive them down, but that, it's my experience, that's not a good thing.
Well,
Because of
at
the quality?
$2,500 per audit, you're getting the service that you want.
That's two.
From the people, well, no, I understand, but I'm gonna say for each audit,
How many?
the people who the agency has been comfortable with their work, they're getting them to do it. It's competitive at that point. So
Yes.
I think that's a good benchmark
I
to
do
use
too.
as far as cost.
Right, exactly.
I do
And there's
too.
6 that we've identified so far that have been willing to do it at that work, and their work has been of good quality.
Right.
So
And
that's
they
the
turn it
benchmark.
quickly.
And
this
they
is
turn
the-
it quickly, less than
This is
30
the usual
days.
cast of characters.
Yeah,
I mean,
but if you put out an RFQ.
Paul
to
and
everyone-
Glenn and
Yeah,
Some are,
you
I
have
don't
to,
know.
by
all
law,
of
we
who's
have
all
to,
in
but
there.
we don't have to accept it.
Okay,
We only have
Hill,
to choose the ones that we want.
Greg
thank
Stevens,
you.
Dolores Kraft Longoria, Glenn Garoon, Mr. Nader, Mr. Mormon, I may be missing one other. We recently have added a 7th one. but-
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And I know
we
several
reached
of
out
us
first
names.
we reached out first to the mentors.
Mhm.
Because we're already comfortable, the board has already,
That's-
said
exactly.
these people are
Exactly.
good enough to do that work, so.
Exactly, and I just want to tell you you know, my experience.
Be careful.
And, you know, getting something, you get what you pay for.
Yeah, and you can get them to go lower and lower, and you don't get what you want.
No,
Yeah,
and
but-
then they're not gonna turn it when they told you they will.
No, we do have a lot of experience with contracting
Okay.
vendors and services, maybe not appraisers, but your feedback is helpful.
Okay, thank you, Priscilla. Good job.
Is that,
Very good.
Well,
I mean, it doesn't give you the exact
No, it doesn't, but here's my.
analytics of it all.
Yeah, I think it seems like, at least in a rudimentary analysis, it works. This is a service that we've had a difficulty with in-house, and it seems to be working well if it's outsourced. If we can lower our fixed costs, and we've got some flexibility there too, faster turnaround times, and that seems like a win-win, and that we should really pursue that in lieu of hiring additional general certified staff that are expensive, hard to find, and tough to keep around.
And you may not need them after we get through this glut, you know? We've got all this stuff backlogged, and then, you know, I asked that question at the last meeting. I said, well, what are we gonna do with all these people after we've hired all these people? What are we gonna do with them? And we're, you know, and I know that one of the answers were, well, we'll absorb them and we'll use them in other areas. Well, you know, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing when these are specific people trained to do specific jobs, and that's why they're specifically expensive. You know?
That
The
was
highest
the direction we were
use.
heading in the budget committee as well. You know, when we looked at everything and the information that we received was that even if you do, first of all, it's gonna be very difficult to obtain an auditor based on the salary that we're proposing, and then to retain them. It's gonna be very, as it's been proven over time. The efficiency of having one in-house person versus a team of outsourced contractors, there's a big difference there as well.
Well, and I might
Quality-
point out is that those people have teams. If you've got one guy working on the reviews versus somebody who has a team that they can pull data for them and organize, and so when it gets time to actually review, all that information's available, and they can turn them around so much faster than that.
And the work, and you don't lose anything on the work product side either, is my understanding from our discussion. It's good quality work as well, so it seems like that's the direction we need to be.
And that was motion, we did pass that. Alex did make that motion, and it was seconded by Mr. Pena.
To your point, what I would point out too is that you're right, if we had hired one new commercial appraiser in-house, you're looking at one assignment. But with this same funding, I could line up half a dozen commercial appraisers all at the same time looking at their own audit. So now I've got greater volume, especially in a backlog situation. That's, I think, a real way to make headway.
A lot of headway there.
Like the work, good work.
Well, and one
That's one that we got.
question that was asked that Troy didn't have the data. While y'all were talking, I went back and looked at our ASC audit data to give you an idea of the complaint volume that we have. So when we had our ASC audit in 2018, so that was 1 year ago this month, from 2/1 of 16 to 2/1 of 2018. So for those 2 calendar years, we closed 75 complaints against certified general appraisers out of 423 total complaints that were closed during that same 2-year period. At that same time, we had 10 open complaints against certified general appraisers out of 103 open complaints.
Now, the caveat that I would give to Kristen's data, which is very helpful, is that a lot of times we do get complaints against a certified general appraiser, but they're residential in nature. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one.
Yeah, so maybe even less.
Right.
And so I think that is just a kind of additional check in the block that there's a more efficient way to handle the commercial side of enforcement and the audits.
The last observation I would make, or a question I would ask for people who are, especially like yourself, James, that are involved in this business on the certified and general side, I know chair and vice chair both are as well, is there, anecdotally, it appears that it would be more, any criticism of work by someone who's currently working in the field would be more accepted, if you will, coming from a peer who's currently working in the same kind of work, as opposed to potentially someone inside a state agency that hasn't done an appraisal on that kind of work for several years, right? I mean, that's at least just kind of thinking through that and talking to a couple of folks. It seemed like that would be another benefit, if you will. It's like peer review as opposed to you know, investigative. I don't know. Deal with that kind of appearance of heavy-handedness or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just one of the additional potential benefits, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I mean, I know at least some of those guys that you mentioned are designated people, and you know that's helpful too. But to then, you know, to the credibility.
Good reputation.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we're in the process of putting this RFQ out.
Okay.
And so if you're asking, so one of the things that our lead purchaser is asked to do is to add in a little bit of language for if there are additional services that we wanted them to perform. Are you talking about investigations? And is this something that, and I'm deferring to General Counsel's waving her hands.
She wants to
She's
review
going to answer it. Okay. Got it. Okay, so
I just finished the review of the RFQ this morning, and I talked with Sandy. The types of additional services would be in the vein of, should that review come back, that audit come back, as this is not work product that is USPAP compliant, so we would be moving towards denying that application, and the applicant would then request a hearing at SOA, we may need that individual who did the work to testify as an expert witness.
Yeah.
And so that's what that type of additional services.
So based on what you looked at,
But
that would cover
that's
what they're
an
looking
additional component of what they're doing.
Yes,
say
it
what
would,
price
and it would be
per hour.
negotiated separately.
If you're doing the RFQ, I want to be sure, because I think the question was timely. I hear board members talking about expanding that beyond the experience audits.
Yes.
And I hear you asking about an RFQ, and so if the intent is to potentially expand it to be, I'm guessing, available for testimony, should the audit need to go to SOA, right? That's,
They're available for complaints.
I know, that's about what I was about to go to that as well, and then expanded to investigations for complaints is what you're asking about or talking about or trying to run the math on.
Well, I'm just saying that all of those functions of an in-house investigator, it appears to me could be, and there may be rules or statutory issues, I don't know, but all of that could be outsourced to outside reviewers to determine compliance or not.
And if you're doing an RFQ and then you choose to not actually engage that service, there's no problem with that, as long as you expanded the RFQ to include the potential need for the service, correct? Like if I say I want you to clean my house, and in the RFQ that includes mopping my floor, but then I decide I'm going to mop my own floor, you don't invalidate anything in the process.
Just two comments to make sure you think you're considering this. And Mark pointed this out to me, and I think it's well thinking. On those rare instances when we would need those extended services for litigation purposes, please understand that could be a more involved and therefore a more expensive process. We don't anticipate it, and it historically doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, that obviously requires a lot of interaction between we outsource the contractor and the attorney.
Well, that's why I'd like the RFQ to potentially consider that if that's what the board is considering, because you're gonna need an hourly rate, I would guess, included in that, so a flat rate for a.
So if I may, the RFQ is simply a request for qualifications because one of the state laws prohibits us from requesting or soliciting dollar amount, specifically to the point y'all were saying earlier, because if you go with low bid, you end up, so you could end up with a subpar. Same for engineering and architecture services.
Okay.
So what you want to be able to do is negotiate
Right.
that rate. And so we could negotiate and have within there that we will negotiate an hourly rate as well as a contract rate. Does that help?
It does, and I think that probably helps us at some point if you're going to ask the staff to make assumptions, right? In order to anticipate budget impacts, then we may, I don't know, I'm guessing the four of us may be better equipped to give them some guidance about what the market's going to be for budgetary considerations as opposed to, and for the rest of the board, I'm talking about the four appraisers, because we all happen to do that kind of work right now. We may be able to give you some parameters.
Other feedback I want you to be aware of, and we have seen an increase in this, as Mr. Bolton alluded to, there's the temporary suspensions. There may be certain types of cases that while they are commercial in nature and a general certified appraiser, whether it's on the complaint side or the audit side, they largely involve issues not related to competency, use tax compliance, that kind of thing. So my suggestion would be that if we can build into this model the ability for the staff to retain in-house those certain ones that really don't require, professional expertise. It's more like you misrepresented and submitted these false documents, that kind of thing, that are really more investigative in nature. I'll just point that out.
One suggestion may be to have an RFQ that is to address the audit, the experience audits, because that is a more defined area, and allow for within that RFQ the need to, or the ability to negotiate for additional services as needed. I mean, if a need arose that a person needed to testify, they could negotiate that arrangement under the terms of that RFQ. But to have a second RFQ that would deal with complaints, if that's the route the board wants to go with the complaint and investigative side of the workload.
But you want the same one to do the same appraiser to do everything associated with one property.
Well, if it's an
If it
audit.
goes that way.
Well, if it's an audit, they would do that under that RFQ. If you decided to outsource complaints, then you would make assignments under that RFQ.
I mean, it's kind of all or nothing here, in my mind, that if you're gonna do if you're gonna have or staff that works for the agency, then they should be doing it. If it's cheaper, it makes more sense for that commercial work to be done by outside contractors, then you wouldn't hire or retain staff. And I don't mean for the residential side, I was talking about for commercial, but your general certified appraisers are gonna be your contractors. And so if you're doing it for audits, then you've gotta be doing it for all of those services.
Those auditors would necessarily have to be available, right, for litigation, for testifying. I mean, even though it's a it might be a separate negotiable component of the RFQ, the requirement is that they have to be available, I'm assuming, right? If they audit the file.
So
They can be subpoenaed.
we do the RFQ, we would negotiate a contract from that, or an agreement with them, and if that was part of those requirements, then we would put that into that agreement, absolutely.
And
So let me help us, because I think what's happened is we've expanded an idea out beyond kind of the agenda So right now, we've got a recommendation, or we're going to need to make a final, we need to take action tomorrow as it relates to experience audits, right? I think the idea is taking foothold as it relates to expanding that. And so before, what I hear you saying, Chance, is before you just before you just hire a generally certified appraiser, we want to continue to talk about whether there's a better way to do this as it relates to the rest of the needs inside the organization.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so we can take that up as we move forward, because I don't think that's actually an agenda-associated item for tomorrow. But
That's me.
No, I got
always
you.
get off track.
no, it's okay. I think it's great. The conversation is helpful and productive, and we don't often all get together, and it's very good work. The enforcement kind of was paralleling some things that budget was doing, and so having us all in the same room, I do think it's helpful to move it forward.
Well,
But let's, for today's purposes.
Yeah, understood.
As it relates to the RFQ for experience audits or tomorrow's purposes as it relates to action we're going to take, just remember in our minds, it's exclusively about expanding the service or experience audits today, and we're going to keep talking to you. And before you hire somebody in the position that's posted, I think we still would want to talk about it. Like if Superman shows through the door.
well, and I think the conversation under agenda item 9 could include that, because one of the questions that was before the enforcement committee was, do we hire or contract for additional staff to handle that enforcement work? And on page 34, you see their recommendations. They wanted a progress report on contract staff for experience audits. So we've talked all about that piece of it. Seeking statutory changes to allow PIC members to review experience audits, because currently the statute limits the PIC members to reviewing only complaints. And then,
But I think that problem is solved. I mean, that we just use other
Contractors who
Yeah.
are the same.
well, true. I
mentors
mean,
or whoever.
I don't know that it hurts us to expand
To
that
include them.
authority.
Yeah, I get that.
So if you're saying that I could further give direction to staff tomorrow, which agenda item would it be if they wanted to do complaints as well?
It would be agenda item 18.
Okay, so at 18, it's your interpretation that we can expand that. Right now it says, development of a plan to improve the investigative process and reduce complaint resolution timeframes. So if someone wanted to make a motion that further, let's
Like
see
to
what
help me
18.
develop a motion.
Yeah, so right now, there's no recommended motion because they knew that there were these conversations. So if you turn to page 173 of 291 right now, it's blank. But that's another place you can put an asterisk mark. And if you want to work together, try and figure out some way to articulate that tomorrow, then maybe you can. But again, I know we're not making the decision right now or having the conversation. One thing I'd say is you are posted for a position, and I don't know where they're at in that process.
It just began.
Okay.
Just began, and so I do have some other information I want to share when you're ready, because I think I like it seems very productive, the direction that we're heading.
I think so too. This discussion's been excellent. It's getting me personally to where I wanted to see us go.
So, Commissioner, I'd be interested in what you have to say.
Sure. So this was just, what I wanted to do is Priscilla, I asked whether or not the RFQ had gone up. And the answer was, well, it was ready to. And she said, we're holding off on it. So what I would suggest to you is this. One is that the RFQ can be expanded, because the service that is provided is generally the same. The review of a report.
Right.
Okay? And so it's a different checklist if it's a complaint report, because it has state law stuff and ethics stuff and all, some of the other stuff that's not part of just USPAC compliance. This has a few other things. So it's a little bit different checklist, but we certainly can expand the language so that the qualifications we're looking for is the ability to do both.
Yeah, and let me tell you, just from an outside, as the PIC review person, and looking through both of those checklists and understanding that it's any certified general appraiser who can do an appraisal review can get through those checklists, there's no problem.
Exactly right. And so just making sure that the RFQ has the appropriate language to expand that, then I think the one potential direction that we might receive from you guys, if that's the path that you go down, is to not post that position, for example, outsource those services, move the funding for that position into contract services, and proceed down that path. That might be a whole kind of a package that you might want to consider.
So, and just so we're clear, because I think this is a pretty monumental shift, and but we would need to be clear that not only, and make sure I'm right here, but not only are we not seeking an additional person, but we're not looking to fill the existing vacancy.
No, sir, thank you for making sure that's clear. Certified general, certified residential, two different people, two different functions, right?
Right.
This particular, so this is all about the certified general. That's the area of expertise we have difficulty with.
Right.
We still have need, if we're gonna go from our current average of about 280 something and try to get down to 180.
Okay.
We still have need for another certified residential.
Okay, no.
Appraiser investigator.
Well, no, I thought that the person that we were looking to fill the vacancy was a certified general.
It is.
No, the existing vacancy.
It is.
It is, but
Absolutely
you would
correct.
shift this
Shift it to
appraiser.
residential, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
No,
you-
I wasn't saying shift it to residential. I was thinking we have two, I don't know that you guys.
Two different needs.
There's two different conversations going on, okay?
Right.
So
Okay.
one is,
I understand.
we have a current position that's posted, and we're talking about not only outsourcing the work that that person would do, but additional work that person, that if we filled that position, that person would do. So it was outsourcing all of the audit work, now it's outsourcing all of the review work for both audits and complaints.
Right.
For
Okay?
commercial.
So that's a discrete position and a recommendation. Aside from that, there's another recommendation for 3 additional people. That was that we started out talking about, which is about reducing our complete complaint turn time from currently 280 something down to 180 something.
And that's including an additional residential
Certified
investigator.
residential.
So if we were looking at this chart, you'd be kind of looking down the middle of this chart, correct? That's
I'm
the-
not looking at that
yes.
chart.
That's what I was,
It's the staffing projections chart.
Okay.
You have it, so for us, it's on page 41.
Got it?
So that would contemplate, instead of looking at the top of the chart, which would have contemplated adding both of those investigative positions,
Now,
right?
no, that's what I wanted to clarify. This chart here is showing what you get when you add one lawyer, one legal assistant, and then either 1 or 2 investigators. So the very top where it says 7, and you see the corresponding projected turn times. And then you go to the middle, it's 6 investigators, so adding 1. In other words, it's different from the vacancy that we were talking about a moment ago. The vacancy is to just bring us up back to the 5 FTEs that we currently have allotted, with 1 vacancy. So one suggestion I might make is that if you look at the difference in turn times between 6 and 7 investigators, and you determine that you do want to outsource the commercial aspect, it may make sense in order for us to meet those sunset expectations on the complaint volume, to perhaps consider putting that resource towards the residential.
that's a good point.
So one of the things, I guess, maybe in my simple mind, the 6 investigators would be 5 on staff, and the funds associated with the sixth one, outsourcing, which should lower your turn time, right? Because you've got a number of bodies handling more than what one person could do, because it's spread across. Now, again, I'm not making a case for whether it's 6 or 7. I hear you. We still would have to figure out what that efficiency looks like in terms of budgeting, and maybe one of the ways to handle that is to budget a bit heavier on the contract side for a year or so, because we do have revenue that we need to assign. And one of the challenges, again, it kind of opens into a different conversation. One of the challenges is if we take a building reserve fund and start trying to figure out, how to increase efficiencies and whatnot, doing it from an outsourcing standpoint allows us to be under a little less stress if you got 3 years out or 4 years out and didn't have the same volume of experience audits that you currently need. It will tell you that, and it'll come up anyway, that in the executive committee meeting, for those that weren't there, one of the things that came from a TREC member was a direct question about how much they are subsidizing our organization, and that we needed to figure out how to raise our stinking fees and pay for ourselves, essentially. And so, again, I think we want to be careful about setting up scenarios that put us in potentially deeper holes, because we take these on a year-over-year basis, that's fine. But when you take those staffing projections and you run them out over time, and fairly so, they're doing nothing but escalating. And so there is a bit of a way to control some of that against the time, against money, if you will. But I do think that we're going to, long-term, have to start talking about what the true dollars on dollars are, or at least we should understand what they are. Now remember, that was a single individual making a statement, but sometimes those things get foothold over time, and we would need to get ourselves in a position to at least be able to answer the questions.
And Madam Chair, the other thing I just wanted to remind the group is if you look at the assumptions on there at the bottom of that chart, it was factored into the consideration that the outsourcing of the commercial experience audits would continue. So that's built into this.
But not the.
I got that part circled on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the complaint side.
But so in the count, when you say commercial audit continues to utilize contract review appraisers, again, it's two different conversations, right? There's a dollars and then there's an efficiency. And we've got to line those up somewhere so that when we're making the final decision, it's clear in all of our minds what we're doing. Because this is, when you say 7 investigators up here, you mean 7 plus some fund to continue doing audits. Mm-hmm. So if you will, when Chance says, I want to use all those dollars for audits, that would actually be 8 up there, if you assume that. I don't know what you assumed when you say commercial audits continued by review appraisers. Did you assume $30,000 or 12 reports, or?
No, it was based on this first year, so the 30,000 plus the 36, yes.
But we've never.
But it's new ground.
So Troy, right, we're breaking new ground, because there's never been a year that we had 48 commercial audits in a year, right? So that we
don't have
I just want to make sure we're not making, we don't get overly we don't make assumptions in the wrong direction.
Okay.
Because we have
aggressive about what the need truly is.
And limited trends, this is new ground.
So you tell me, and enforcement may know, and I'm sure it's in one of these reports, but just without me having to dig through the paper, how many audits are still outstanding on the commercial side?
Currently, we have 26 audits in-house at various stages, and 16 of them we've received the files back, so we're trying to work through.
When you say 26 in-house, that means somebody's mailed you in their commercial experience log, and so they got a tick mark on the board, and 16 have come back.
16, we actually have the files back.
Okay. So if we were to clear those 26, let's just say, again, poof, magically, those were gone. And we would be, we think, headed back toward a more normal routine. What does that look like?
Well, right now, what we estimated was getting about 3 a month. And so what we felt, like I said earlier, what we factored in was an estimate of being able to do 6 a month so that we're making inroads on that backlog, if you will.
6 a month, you got, so that's 6 total a month?
Right.
So that's 1 per contract investigator per month.
If we only had 6 contract investigators.
Right, and, you know, assumably you'd have more than want that work.
Right, and what we actually did is we accounted for a percentage fudge there of about 2/3, because since they are contractors, they might not always be able to immediately pick something up. So we did.
Well,
it
you have
about
6 now, but what
2/3.
if you have, 25
Yeah, right.
all over the state that are willing to do this kind of work? I'll throw my hat in the ring.
You may be conflicted, we'll see. You may not meet the qualifications, we'll see.
That doesn't mean you won't in the future.
Technically qualified.
Technically qualified.
Technically disqualified.
Technically and qualified are two different things.
Yes, for the record, I was not speaking to your technical qualifications at all.
That's worse.
So what additional information does anyone believe, or questions that you need to ask of us that we need to research so that you feel comfortable engaging in a discussion and making a recommendation?
Mine goes to the RFQ, and I'll just make it real brief. In order not to do it 3 times, I would also put on that RFQ, ask what their hourly rate per testimony would be.
If we can do that legally.
Yeah, we may have to do it in the negotiations once we decide separately. Yeah.
Well,
We'll get that in.
I get them all the time from various state organizations.
That's the fun of it,
I think
really.
it's different. Yeah,
Well,
TxDOT or, or
okay.
GSA.
They do actually ask that question.
They do ask that question.
You've asked
So,
both.
and as Troy said, this is new ground for us. And
that's
the
why I
research
was
that we've done, the law seems to prohibit that. Perhaps they have an exemption because it may be from a highway perspective if they're doing a highway.
But GSA is
Project.
office rents and.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, well, we'll look
there's
into
just
that.
different
Thank you.
things. I'm just saying, we're trying to be efficient and go
Yes, thank you.
forward and get it done.
Yes, we'll look
Knock
into
it
that.
out.
Thank you, I appreciate
Okay.
that.
I mean,
That's
it
helpful.
seems clear to me, but I would like to see a cost-benefit analysis, or a comparative analysis between if we hire the people or we have just contractors.
Yeah,
What are the costs for the agency? Look,
that would be prudent.
you know.
That's gonna be necessary in order to make the decision, because we can anecdotally talk about it and say that it all makes sense, but I think we need to throw something in the file.
Well,
so
there's 2
here are the
components.
numbers.
There's efficiency and there's cost. But obviously, if it costs less and it's more efficient, then that.
But just when you can shift to variable cost, your fixed cost, you've got a natural benefit.
Sure.
As long as you're not losing value, and we've determined that.
Yep.
Because that was one of the big pieces. Okay, we tried these cases, we were waiting to see quality, we've established there's quality. So now that we're able to move a fixed cost into a variable cost category, there's a natural benefit.
Right.
Good at that.
Right. I like the way you think.
You should be a
Sign me up, let's go.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is you have to use the exact same workload comparison if you're gonna do that, right? You have to say, okay, they're gonna do
Right.
these numbers. So what's the maximum that one qualified internal person could do in a year and keep up with all the, that workload? And then what would the equivalent cost be for putting that out? I think we could probably come up with that pretty easily.
What's the cost to slow them down?
We're gonna try to, we will try to have that
We can
for you
slow down
by
faster than
tomorrow
you
morning,
can.
With the
okay?
variable cost.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right, that's the other part, right. If you get more, well, then you're always gonna have to outsource that, if you've already maxed out the internal, right? You get more work, that's the other thing, and if you get less work, you're still paying that person the same amount,
In a salary.
which is
That's
just a
right.
different way of saying exactly what
Sensitivity is
you
what it's
said.
called.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, I think
I would just add one more caveat, that the agenda item for 17 tomorrow is to implement the
the Sunset Commission recommendation. And that, I'm
Page
sorry,
173.
If they can find that motion for you,
it's
you got that.
on page 173, we have to develop a plan to improve our process and reduce the complaint resolution timeframes by March 15th. So that recommendation leaves aside the experience audit component. That's within our other performance measures that, of course, the Sunset Commission also asked us to look at and do. They didn't put a deadline on us of March 15th for that other component. The deadline, I mean, so whatever the process is, whatever motion, whatever information you need us to get to you, so that we can at least have a plan. That's all we have to do, is develop a plan to
Well, I think,
to do
yeah,
this.
I mean, the goal is to get to where we can put forth a motion that says we want to explore this, we want to.
Well, can't the plan be an RFQ? With the intent, the study, the art of.
Yeah.
Well, okay, is this going to freak the governor's office out if we don't get this in front of them first?
I have another question, is can you dovetail the experience office, audit people, the performance of that with the other?
Well, 17 and 18 is 3.6 and 3.7, so one of them
So we could
is.
put them together, couldn't we?
The experience audit process is 19.
Okay.
So we've already talked about that, and the budget committee's amendment is to recommend $90,000 be devoted and shifted to this RFQ.
Yeah.
No, 2 audits.
Two audits.
Okay.
And that's what we started developing the RFQ for that recommendation. We can certainly expand that RFQ, as we've discussed, to handle complaints and outsource complaints too. And so that could be part of the plan for agenda item 18.
Well, all right, so you're gonna, but all this needs to be wrapped together in one motion though, right?
No, it's two separate motions. I mean, and if it helps to keep the conversation cleaner and to keep the division and the, the budgetary amendments cleaner, we could do 2 separate RFQs.
I think we're all on the same page
Yes.
here, but we really need some direction from staff.
I just think the budget, if we attack the budget first, and you would see
It's gotta be in the form.
the things that we were
Yeah.
proposing,
And agreed on.
it would then make sense.
I don't,
Right.
so it's not I don't understand why the plan can't be to explore outsourcing those needs and have the plan be the feedback from staff on what that looks like from an efficiency standpoint. I mean, we don't have to have adopted and or hired, right?
May I add to that? So the RFQ process timeline that we've got is about 30 days, so as not to slow down that efficiency that Chris is talking about.
Right.
So we were planning to post it as early as this week, possibly next week. And so that then, it's about a 30-day process before we can actually get them in. I don't think you're saying you want to wait 90 days.
No, we don't want to slow it down.
Right. And so we would want to rather than explore, maybe post. Kristen would have a better way of saying it.
Right, I mean, I think the plan can't be to explore. It has to be, this is our plan. This is what we are going to do to reduce our turn times. So we're going to outsource.
I would make, and I'll make the motion if
Yes,
everybody's okay
love
with
for
that.
you
But just put it in where these are how we're gonna
We
improve
want it to
our
be.
process times. And we make the motion right there and
To outsource.
that's.
Done.
And then that gets enforcement and budget.
It seems simple to me, but that's why I'm concerned that
Well-
it doesn't seem simple to the staff. So
Right,
I'm worried about.
Well, and I think.
Well, and it may be a lengthy motion because it may have to
Right.
cover all those things.
And I think part of it is the distinction between outsourcing the commercial complaint process
and what new staff we hire. Because just outsourcing the commercial complaint and audit process is not going to get us to the turn times of 180 days that the Sunset Commission was looking for us to get to.
My recommendation is that we move the search for a new commercial appraiser into a new residential appraiser. That saves us money, one, and that's where we focus our efficiency, and then everything else on the commercial side is outsourced to the people that are qualified to do it.
That's what I've understood.
So are we not then addressing the other two recommended staff members, the other attorney and the other legal assistant?
We haven't discussed that.
We haven't gotten there yet. I don't think, right?
Well, that's part
what I
of,
think
that's
we've
part of
got.
the discussion. Sorry.
Once we attack the budget and see what's being recommended, which is a more
Should we
comprehensive attack.
jump into
Not
that?
just what the enforcement committee's proposing, but also the issues with
No, I
wait
know.
times and.
We still, I mean, let me ask you, Mark, I mean, because this is gonna be, this is gonna take, we're adding staff members besides the commercial appraiser. That's somebody that's gonna be another lawyer that can work with you and legal assistants, and so, I mean, those are still gonna be necessary components to all of this.
Yes, and in fact, I was talking to you with Special Court. When they put on the sheet trope at the bottleneck, we sat down and looked at how work was flowing through. And if like the other day, I spent 3 days getting ready for a hearing. So during those 3 days, very few audits got pushed through, right? So that now is adding time to that. I wasn't discussing with other investigators resolutions of their cases. So whenever the investigators work that they do, we can hire 10 investigators, and they can do a lot of work. The cases aren't going to get resolved until they get through legal. So it depends on having some, and Troy's spending some time now as well. He does case management, and he picks up cases occasionally. So it's not just me, it's him doing some work as well. So if we want him to be focusing on the other issues that are going on here, there's also some loss there. So
Well,
yeah, it really needs more than one attorney.
we need to be looking at the budget before we look at the final recommendations, because we need to open up all of those things. So now I'm back to, I've almost got Cajun stew going. Right? So I'm inclined to say, let's look at, I do need gumbo. Let's look at 13, 14, let's look at 13. So the long-term facilities master plan reserve fund is also a factor in this, right? Some of the assumptions that are being made are assuming some of those dollars. So let's open that conversation, and I'm intending to consider doing this. 13, 14, and 15 we get to because they are pretty much, I think we can get through them, right? And then go to 16, which is the budget, and then we have then 10, 11, 12, and 16, all with the budget, knowing that we have a consensus about the long-term master plan. Because if for some reason the majority want to keep a building fund, some of this conversation is moot.
Can we take a vote? Does anybody want the building fund to remain in place?
You can't take a vote, so it's agenda item number 13. Turn to that page. I'm going to move you fast, but turn to that page. So 13 is page 91.
Well, and the materials for this
Or 93.
were in the supplemental materials. This handout that you should have received this morning, so it's pages, let me see. Yes, it's page 5 of 13 and 6 of 13.
Yeah. Okay.
So page 5 is a memo from the commissioner and the senior team at the agency, so all of the directors. And it lays out some suggestions for the long-term facilities master plan. And then page 6 gives you some of the numbers to go with the thoughts.
Okay, so third bullet point's what we've been talking about. hiring 3 more staff members.
Correct.
Is this
I'm not,
memo talk about dropping the training, sponsorship fee from 20 to 10? Yeah, there it is.
it does.
Okay, let's not do that.
No,
We don't need to
we
do
all,
that.
we said that yesterday.
Yeah, I think anybody in the industry would say, answer my phone call and turn my experience audits, and I don't care about $10. It
Yeah.
saves me $10 if you'll answer my phone call. And adjustments over the term.
Yeah, same with the 28, 25.
The DPS mandates that, so.
The 2825 costs you nothing.
Let's say, you want to hit the
Process.
abbreviation of the high points on the bullet
Sure,
points, and that
sure.
way we can
Sure.
give
So
you some
the,
direction.
So this was presented to the both executive committee and then secondly, differently to the budget committee, assigned by the executive committee to the budget committee to look at options if in fact this body determines to eliminate the long-term facilities master plan. Okay? What could the money be used for? Knowing that we had coming out of the enforcement committee and staff working on this, a drive towards we need more resources in enforcement. Okay, if we're going to get the turn times down to where they need to be and our customer service stuff up to where it needs to be, we're going to need more resources. So this started with a and it says it in the memo, so I don't want to belabor this too much, but I think it was very clear, regardless of how carefully we walked through the process, and nobody ever did anything wrong in the entire pursuit of a potential for a building, putting money aside to do all that. And there's never been any accusation of that. The visibility or the perspective that was put on it was that you guys were spending too much time on that while neglecting other things. And that wasn't true either, but the simple fact that we have those resources while service was deteriorating leads you can draw that conclusion. However, the important thing about that is that narrative caught hold, so much so that the commission, the Sunset Commission, made a recommendation to take away our authority to construct and own. Okay? We still have the authority to lease and do all the things we need to do to be a tenant. Different issue with respect to getting specific permission. That was something we were always going to do anyway. But so that kind of got conflated in there. The long and the short of that is every single step that we would take on a path towards a building today, even allowed, even requiring specific permission to be granted, all of that stuff is an uphill battle. And in our estimation, staff's estimation, the recommendation is that we not stay on that path, because the number of small knife cuts will end up bleeding to death, okay, over time. I mean, if you think about it, it's like, let's just abandon that for now. That's not a forever recommendation, it's a for now recommendation. And take those resources and apply them where the need is greatest. And so the budget committee was very, very adamant that the very first thing that be considered is something that reduces the hold time and email response time. In other words, the services that we receive from RCI.
Thank you for echoing that.
Absolutely. That's number one. Because that's the highest profile issue. It's the one we got beat up the most about. There were other things that they said, we didn't do well enough, and we really do want you to get from not 280 but 180. Although, so we really do want you to do that. But the thing that we got the most criticism for was the hold time. So let's do the maximum amount to address that today. Robert is here. Robert is our brand new reception and communication services, that's the contact center director. And he'll be introduced to you tomorrow, but I want to introduce him today. Anyway, so he has already done the done some analysis based on the request of the budget committee for how do we get to what's the best possible route that actually gives us a result that we can measure. Okay, not just anecdotally, but to be able to point at it and say, the whole time was 8 minutes and now it's 6 minutes. Or the whole time was 10 minutes and now it's 4 minutes, right? And all that kind of stuff, right? Well, the only way to do that is to keep all the calls in the current system, okay? And so you'll see a memo in there that talks through 3 different alternatives. 2 of those alternatives are either this agency, this board, hiring another person and then taking all the calls out of the system and sending them to them, okay? And it's like, okay, that's your job. And if there are no calls coming in, you do emails. And if there's no emails coming in, you, Troy will find something else for you to do, I'm sure, right? But it's over there outside the system, we no longer can track it. We can't report back what hold times are. We can't report back what average service times are, any of that kind of stuff. So in order for us to be able to do that, it has to stay within the call system. So there is a memo in there which you can look at that has all the information, yes?
And we can talk about that under the other sunset recommendations.
Well, it's the very first priority on the
Yes.
memo, sorry.
But I mean,
yes, we can.
beyond just telling them there's a memo.
Okay. So then, so that was their number 1 priority, and then pursuing the options, what are the best options, so you can look at that memo and determine, and Robert will tell you tomorrow, or I'll tell you right now, is that he hired 5 more people last week. They start Monday, and we authorized 3 more temps on top of that.
They start Tuesday.
They'll start Tuesday. And so currently, that current call center capacity essentially went up by another 50%.
So this will effectively then, what we discussed, we were wanting to go along with enforcement, adding 3 new people, but and then I said, well, let's throw another one in for answer the phones, and what you kind of suggested is, let's have a matrix where maybe it's 3.25 people. So this is effectively taking that into consideration right now then.
After doing the analysis of determining what we can, the best possible route, and that's really, if you look at that memorandum, it is at no initial cost to the board, structure the calls in a way that we can prioritize. We'll have 2 people that'll the calls will get routed to them that answer board calls. There's a primary and a secondary. So if you have 2 calls at the same time, primary and secondary, right? Then as long as it's in the system, we can track all of those results, right? For that particular queue, it's essentially creating a queue for the board. We can do all of that. So then, if it turns out that, so we'll be able to measure that as in a capacity sense. How does that affect the overall hold time and the overall service result time as well? Right? Because it's 1 queue, all the other queues have to do with the commission. And so we can do overall plus just for that queue. So we can compare all that stuff. And I hope I'm not, I'm doing it in thumbnail, not technical, not too technical language, so it probably is, probably I've already said something wrong.
You're good so far.
Okay, good so far.
That sounds great.
I understand it. So at a point, because right now, if you just look at the volume, 5% of all the calls and less than that percent of all the emails that come in are for the board. Okay? So if you have 20 people on the phones, it would be 1 person. Okay? If it really turns out that it is all of 1 person, then that opportunity for you to raise your hand and say, you know what? Yeah, we're going to take on that responsibility of paying for that person, for 1 person. It's the equivalent of 1 person, even though there's multiple people who can handle it.
Sure.
We're willing to take that on. But at this particular juncture, there's nothing in the materials or any recommendations at this point that sets aside funds for that specifically. Some of the modeling we did assumed a half of a person, okay? So on that page 6 modeling, you'll see it assumes about a half a person. So, but none of those are specific recommendations, they're just model options. Okay, so that takes care of the number one priority that the budget committee wanted to make sure that we researched and brought you data for, or options for. Beyond that is the possibility of hiring 3 additional people. This additional lawyer, investigator, appraiser investigator, and legal assistant in the enforcement division. If you put all of that, you put all of the estimated costs of keeping those people full-time, it would require about $300,000 a year in revenues. Okay, that's the 3.5 people. Okay, that's the 3.5 people. 300,000. It'll be a little less to start, and it'll end up being a little more because hopefully they get better and they get raises and all that kind of stuff. But we kind of took that into account. So if you just work from scratch, this is just math, right? If you have $1 million to spend, you can support them for 3 1/3 years, right?
Right.
So over that period, assuming you spent all of that money and didn't touch fees at all, do nothing, 3.5 years, okay? And then at 3.5 years, you would have to, if you needed, now we have 0 in the account to pay for these people. I need to raise all the fees. If you have 6,000 appraisers and you need $300,000, it's $50 a year per person, okay? $50 a year is $100 every time. Well, appraiser trainees pay $100 more, then, so part of the directive that was given to us was to model it in a way that it looked like that it was fairer in terms of earning potential, and try to impact the trainees the least, and licensed residential the next least, and so forth and so on. Some proportional assignment.
If I can just jump in real
Please.
quick here, and, I mean, you're doing great, but one of the things we struggled with on the budget committee was the 3 of us are not appraisers, so we were like kind of curious, hey, I know I don't like it when my fees are raised on, and then Alex saying the same thing, in his profession and so forth, so, I mean, obviously, in order to sustain that, we would have to raise fees, and that's kind of the, what we were looking at doing, so I don't know if y'all could speak to that a little bit more, Phil.
I'm looking up, I don't even know.
What is the fee for a renewal on a general? Does anybody know?
So if you look at page 6, all that data is on there, okay? If you look at the skip the top 2 options for fee
Those of us
reduction.
with bifocals need to.
I was just right there, and I left mine, and I'm like, it just started.
Okay, so current fees $360 for a certified general.
There you go. Certified residential, 310, licensed
How much is it?
residential, 290.
360. Of course, that's not all the registry fees and all.
No, that's right.
Which this makes sense, it's just, I'm curious.
This is just our fee that goes in our budget.
Is this gonna
Okay,
cause
that's
a lot
why I
of
only
heartburn?
put that amount in.
The appraisal.
360 to 460, for the ability and potential to make tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2 years.
Well, that's assuming that certified general only gets raised $100. Because if you put it even across the board, trainees have to go up $100 every 2 years too.
I don't know that.
All right, well, I mean, what if you go
So-
to 500?
Well, so I have all
for 2
those.
years?
They're modeled here 2 different ways.
I don't think we increased by 100 myself. I think it's not a pretty number.
This is why I
Right.
wanted y'all's input.
Well, and none of them feel, we really did try to do this thoughtfully. So one is, you're never gonna do it all at one time,
Okay.
right? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Okay.
Right?
I'm just telling you. I
Exactly.
like to tell people that.
No, exactly what you're saying.
Cypher saying cool down?
You're right, Madam Vice Chair, we will never do it all at one time.
Yeah.
Like, well, I don't know, we don't have any appraisers to weigh in on this.
I know, well, you're getting one right now.
I doubt they're gonna like me.
All I knew was what the appraisal cost me, so I didn't think it's too bad.
I don't care.
So there's two different models.
Seriously.
There's 2 different models there, and they just track across this. So if you want to just follow one of them, and the second one will become self-explanatory. The first one, it says, it starts in red, 5 of 6 year impact models, okay?
So right in the middle of the page.
5 to 6 years, right in the middle.
Scenario
Scenarios
A.
for potential use of reserve funds, it's scenario A. Top right-hand corner says scenario A.
Yep, got it.
I have an extra pair of readers.
It's okay.
Okay. I do, really, if you want bombs.
I think I can manage it.
Okay. So all the way on the left side, it says reserves, and I want you to be aware of this. Current reserve, long-term facilities master plan has $1,016,000. So we just rounded off. It has $1 million in it. The operations and contingency available cash today has $833,000 in it. Okay. The cap on that should be, that's the 30 to 40%. Operations and contingency reserve. Okay, the cap is $646,000. So there's actually today $187,000 of excess available revenue. Okay, so I just tossed that out as to say you don't even have to take money yet out of the long-term facilities master plan if you wanted to hire 3 people. If you needed $150,000 for 6 months, you already have the cash to do that. Even if you didn't make any decisions about the reserve at this meeting. Okay? All right. So, but if you look at it, in FY19, for 6 months, assuming we could hire those 3 people, 3.5 people, starting March the 1st, so we have them for 6 months, $143,000 is what we would need. We have that. FY20, if you took $200,000 from the reserve and $101,000 from new fees, and you did that every year for the next 5 years, okay? Then if you looked at, where did that fee money come from? Look at the bottom part of that box. Certified general, there are 2,400 of them, roughly. Their current fee is $360. If you increase their fee by $50 in FY20, and then keep looking across, another fee increase in FY22 of $50, and then FY24 is $50. So that is using the reserve, the long-term facilities master plan, in 5 of the next 6 years to get 3 cycles to get to where we need to be to replace that $300,000 worth of income. Pulled out a reserve on one hand, partially earned from fee increases over 3 cycles. Okay, and then you just count each one. It's $30 for a certified residential 3 times, $15 for licensed residential 3 times, $5 for a trainee 3 times, and you raise $303,000 a year. Okay, overall, all the way on the right, as the revenue, on the left, revenue amounts from each of the license types for a 2-year period divided in half. And it assumes, if you look all the way over under scenario A, on the right-hand side at the bottom there, 1 attorney costing us $77,000, investigator costing us $70,000, legal assistant $42,000, subtotal with benefits is another 38%, plus a half of a person in RCS, we pay them $36,000 to start. So half a person, $18,000, plus 38%. You get your $285,000 to start, and then slowly over time that'll go up a little.
And so then I'd like to throw in this. We never really formed a motion. We came up with more of a recommendation, which is to echo enforcement, and then and then create some form of a matrix where we're adding additional whatever 0.5 I think is what you come up, so forth. But as far as digging into this, I mean, this is tough stuff, and I feel like we kind of thought it might be a little better if we talked about it, here today and see what y'all think. So we never really formed a motion addressing this specifically. That was just kind of our recommendation.
That's right. Well, that it be looked at so that the 3 persons that were recommended as well, I think, is by the enforcement committee. That they were basically saying, yes, we think that's a good idea too, and here's a way to potentially pay for it, but it requires 2 things. There's one thing is to eliminate the long-term facilities master plan. In the final analysis, you need to, because the money then can then be reclassified and used for operations.
And I think we're all on the same page, at least on budget in that. I know we're not gonna take a vote, but.
Right. And then, and then the second part of that is, so, okay, that's a finite amount, so how do you replace that long-term, the equivalent revenue? And so they asked us to come up with at least a couple of models. So we did one, which is 5 of 6 year impact, so that's using the operations and contingency excess for the balance of FY19, and then depleting the money in the reserves over 5 years while raising fees in 3 increments over 6 years.
If that makes sense to y'all appraisers, that was where we were struggling with it. So if that's, y'all are good with
Yeah,
it.
if you thought that might be acceptable, or another option, which is the bottom, scenario B, everything's the same except the fee is only raised in 2 increments, and so it's delayed for another 2.5 years. The very first but then it has to go up more. So for certified general, it would go up $75 in FY22 and $75 in FY24 to get to raise the same revenue. And-
I think it's more palatable to not raise it every year,
But you don't have to. You've got money to cover the $300,000 increase on your, of your expenses, and then by the end of your 4 or 5, you've replaced that. When you run out, you've replaced it with additional revenue.
Right.
The 2850,
Yes.
is that the background check?
Yeah.
So, but here it says 2825 on the memo. I guess, I don't know if,
Yeah, sorry.
okay. So that's only done once? Or when do they have to obtain?
Okay.
Is that every renewal?
Every time you renew. This is a different topic. Okay, different topic entirely. This will happen no matter what. So the only reason it's on here is to show that we're actually going to reduce total costs, as Jan said. Well, that doesn't include the appraisal registry and the amount that goes to this thing and your background check and all. Yeah, well, we are hopeful it'll be this fiscal year. Okay, we actually got some really good news about it yesterday, but we'll find. It's still speculative. We're really trying to get it nailed down, but we have high confidence that we should be able to eliminate that fee entirely going forward.
That 2850.
Correct. Every 2 years. That's forever.
Every 2 years, okay.
That's forever.
Every time you renew.
So you could take that and put it in every single year if you wanted to. I just want to put it in there once to just show you. No.
It's
a pass-through.
That's lost revenue.
It's cost to you, no revenue to us.
So it's flat. It's a flat fee.
No, it's still, you save costs. You don't have to pay it.
Right.
Before you were paying it, we were getting it, sending it to DPS.
Okay, guys, now,
Okay.
to the degree that we are trying to keep any kind of a record, it's completely annihilated at this point. But, so I think it's clear, and obviously, one of the things we need to talk about is, as I mentioned earlier, if there is a consensus to move forward with a long-term facilities plan, then that changes all of the conversations we're having about potential uses of dollars. And so, again, we'll deal with that tomorrow on agenda item number 22.
Well, shouldn't we
I
just
think
that before?
Well, I know, it's not, the order, again, I probably haven't had enough coffee or something. The order seems odd to me for the public to understand the decisions that we're making. So we're making decisions about spending money ahead of having the revenue
You
resources.
could move that up early into the agenda if you want.
I have a question on long-term facilities. So I'm on the committee. Does the committee have any involvement in any of these decisions? Because I know we haven't met. So I'm trying to figure out where it fits into this whole thing.
Well, and I have the same.
And I'm pretty sure that everybody on the committee, and there's me and then 2 trick members, and I'm pretty sure we all feel the same way, which is not that we're voting, but in consensus seem to agree, is that it should go away. But I want to make sure that everybody on the committee is okay with that?
I think so, under the direction of the Sunset Commission, I believe that's where we
He's
need
talking
to
Well,
go.
the committee and the,
But-
I'm talking
commi-
about
and the
my-
So the
board.
working
yes.
group, yes.
Yes.
Your
So the
committee
working
appointment.
group,
Yes, I'm sorry, and the working group hasn't really had any work to do, which is the reason they haven't met.
I got that.
But for this particular reason, and the reason it wasn't reconvened at this particular time is this went to executive committee, budget committees, and then the full.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And that's where the decision has to be made anyway.
That's good enough for me.
Okay.
I'm not sure everybody's gonna agree with that, but
Right.
it's good enough for me.
I'm good with it.
And then the second point of that is, we have an MOU. So again, we're not voting today, but the general thought, I think, or reaction, and all of our long-range planning has potentially assumed that that fund goes away and we have resources available. But we have an MOU that has that creates an obligation of this board to track on a pro rata share fund that, and we meet ahead of them. And as I'm often reminded, we have a very small voice in a very large room. And so are we allowed to make a decision about our own independent consideration of the MOU without, in
Yes.
other words, can we alter our MOU without, and make a
There's actually
recommendation?
an amendment, a provision in the MOU, and there's a withdrawal provision in the MOU.
Okay.
But, I'm not suggesting you go there, but, yes, if the recommendation or the vote of the body tomorrow is to eliminate,
Right.
then we would just inform, so that's a directive to the staff to bring us a revised MOU at the next meeting, right?
Okay.
And then we would inform the commission, and if they make a similar decision, well, that's
That's easy.
pretty easy.
Okay.
If they make a different decision, then we'll adjust for that. But if your decision is to not participate in that, whatever direction they decide to go, to not participate, then that's fine. We can, because that provision is there, as I know you recall, at the board's request,
Correct.
to not be, to be seen as a full partner,
Correct.
pro rata partner.
So agenda item number 13, again, has morphed into a lot. We don't, as far as I can tell, other than dealing with it tomorrow, is there anything you need to prep for tomorrow, General Counsel?
Not with respect to agenda item 13, no. I mean, it's just the body's decision, you know, do you want to keep that fund, do you want to eliminate it?
Are we gonna vote on it tomorrow then?
So tomorrow, it's agenda item number 22.
That'd be
Madam
mostly,
Chair, could you move that up? I think it makes sense.
I am going to, because that's part of the struggle I'm having today. I am going to look at potentially reorganizing, which I'll announce for you tomorrow, some of these things that seem like they make the conversation more difficult.
But it will need to come up as a vote then
Yes,
tomorrow.
I
okay.
think so.
and that's really more of a referendum than anything.
It says possible action, so
Okay.
that, to me, translates to vote.
I would think so.
Okay.
Can we eliminate it without providing for what we're gonna do with those reserve funds?
Yes, you can. You can.
In which case, how do you classify that
Well,
reserve fund?
so the recommendation would be something, if you eliminate long-term facilities master plan this is a good time to bring it up, thank you for reminding me that I needed to say something about it. If you change it to a projects reserve or a major projects reserve or something like that. Just something that, so it's clear that has nothing to do with facilities.
So is that
okay?
what 14 is going to do for us? The reserve investment policy? I mean, so you're going to reclassify it, right?
We would have to,
Yes, we'd
right?
have to rewrite the,
Strike that name, put a
Investment
different
policy.
name, and then potentially the board as a body could direct anyone, all of the members to, send their ideas for potential uses of that money and for the staff to review and come up with things for the next, and the executive committee is going to meet on it, or the budget committee is going to, the budget committee starts meeting in early April anyway for this next budget cycle. We have to get under the budget development policy, we have to get, by the end of March, the first draft of the budget to the budget committee. So one thought was that obviously sometime between, remember there's that 30 to 60 day window, that sweet spot right there.
Yeah.
So sometime after this meeting to set a deadline for anyone who wants to send ideas in, and then perhaps the executive committee meets and considers them, and then delegates some, or directs something to the budget committee to consider. If you make decisions about hiring people, so for example, you could do that tomorrow because you have excess cash in operations and contingency. But that doesn't, that only deals with it through the end of August, right? And so there needs to be a directive to the budget committee to figure out how to pay for them going forward. Right.
So we change objective number 3 from a long-term facilities master plan reserve to a fix the problem reserve.
Sunset reserve.
Just don't call it special projects.
Yeah, no, we won't call it special projects.
General aviation, that's what I'm thinking.
No, general aviation is probably not going to work either. Okay, so as it relates to the reserve funds investment policy, is there any direct action the board's going to have to take tomorrow other than to rename the long-term facilities master plan?
I was in there just so that you knew that's what was going to change. If you eliminate it, then you direct us to fix that. Okay, so you can either come up with specific information there, or you just tell the staff, you know, except for a name, update the memo. You guys need to come up with a name, I think.
I know, Clayton, that's your job between now and tomorrow.
Okay, one more time.
Name
to I hope you were joking.
Rename the excess funds. No, I'm
facilities,
teasing.
yeah.
Anybody can make a recommendation. The Clayton
We
Black
have
Memorial
designated as
Fund.
undesignated,
Okay, so let's
designated.
cross off 13 and 14
I mean,
as having been done on your agenda. Let's go to
Yeah, no, that's a
15
good-
because I've addressed it as well on the MOU.
Madam Chair, I apologize. If the other thing, and the reason that's in there, and that Mr. Pena just reminded me of it, is that the uses for the funds are included in the policy.
Agreed.
Okay? And so that needs to also be, when you rename it, the potential uses for the funds, or at least, even if it says,
I know, you're gonna have
uses
to
for the
estimate.
funds to be determined by a date.
So right
Something.
now, it says long-term facilities master plan reserve may incur expenses related to the long-term facilities master plan, which are approved by the board. That's the only directive as it relates to that fund. So when we rename it, it's going to need some kind of direction associated with it.
Well, do we need to talk about what we're going to rename it?
No, you're going to name it.
I'm just gonna name it.
You are.
Doing it.
The Sunset Reserve.
I don't mean.
We'll honor them.
Hey, Buster's not here. Buster Winfo Memorial. Employment Fund, whatever it is.
How about Customer Service Projects Fund?
No, I'm not touching it.
Yeah,
about as close
increase,
as that gets, right?
increase customer service fund or something. Efficiency and.
Okay, so we're going to we'll work through it tomorrow then.
But as it relates to language, so that it's free enough for us to be able to use it once we've given you some direction, and directive enough for you to be able to write checks on it. I'm guessing we can get through the first 90 days. Let's just say some of the scenarios we've talked about, like outsourcing or hiring or
Allowing us to
whatever.
do it.
We've got some reserves that we can dip into to effectively move forward.
Yes.
And so if this current sentence was something as simple as directed by the board no later than,
Right.
and it's a date,
Yeah.
is that,
I think September 1, right, August 31st, if you're, because you're talking about, future budget, right? So I think the good news is you don't have to authorize us to do anything except not spend anything from it, unless you tell us to. So specifically in May, if you decided, you know what, we're gonna have whatever you want, whatever you decide, I don't want to do anything silly. We're not all going to Cancun. Okay? But if you wanted to pay 10% of a brand new phone system that we're going to acquire that we decide actually allows people to be working from all over the state, right? A lot less expensively, a lot more people. But we have to buy a brand new phone system to do that. And so at the May meeting, even with nothing authorized yet, at any time, that's subject to change by the approval of the majority, right? So I guess my recommendation would be change the name, and then the only directive there is to not transfer or spend any money out of this fund except as directed by the board.
Are there any outstanding expenditures associated with the long-term facilities?
There are
master
not.
plan?
Well, the other recommendation is, I mean, if the board decides tomorrow to eliminate that fund, you can direct the budget committee to revise this policy and bring you a revised version for consideration and adoption at the May meeting as part of our budget development process.
That's another, clearly another good point, is that everything doesn't have to happen precisely in the meeting. In other words, we don't have to have all those drafts ready. You can direct it, and then we implement and provide it to you.
Clear enough for you to be prepared to take action tomorrow? Anybody need any additional input on that? Okay, we've dealt with the MOU, which was essentially the question that I asked. Yeah, Clayton's got the name, and the rest of us just need to be prepared to.
Man,
We just say aye.
I'm seeing red flags tomorrow.
Relax.
You're more
All right.
flustered now than I've seen you in a long time over naming something.
We'll help you. We'll help you.
Well, not being an appraiser makes it hard. I mean,
You can do a name.
Hey, don't worry. Board
Takes a
contingency.
village. We got you.
all right.
Okay,
You
so
want to be an appraiser?
No.
Customer service.
I'm looking for a trainee.
I'm not training anybody. Oh, Lord.
the MOU we've addressed, I believe. I asked the question, can we make the change? And we can. So 13, 14, and 15, you can put X's there. Now, we've kind of been in discussion about budget. Let me go back and see if we can clean up now. 10, 11, and 12. I guess 10 and 11, because 12 starts the whole sunset little package.
11. So it's really 9 and 10, you know, the outsourcing and the reducing the complaint resolution timeframes.
Okay, 10 is outsourcing and 9 is, okay.
Okay, so 18 development plan. So if we're into next, tomorrow's budget, what's on item 18, what is our motion there?
So you're talking about tomorrow's agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, tomorrow's.
So
Yeah, so,
that's the statutory clarity one that we're going to need some help with, right? Or at least that's my handwritten note over here.
That's the plan to implement recommendation 3.7
okay.
from the sunset. You know, the plan to improve investigative.
Yeah, and you're going to draft a motion for that?
Yes, I'm happy to draft a motion to that. Yes.
Thank
Do you
you.
understand
A
what the-
potential motion, based on the conversation
Right.
that we've heard today, the plan would include hiring additional staff, outsourcing the commercial audit and complaint investigative functions,
increase the
and
RFQ?
delegating the signature authority and seeking statutory amendments. So it includes all of those items, all the efficiency items, as well as the resource items that the enforcement committee considered.
And customer service, stressing that as well.
Well, that's different. Hang on,
all right.
we haven't gotten to that
Okay.
agenda item yet. So it would include all of those
So
elements.
that's 9, so 18 is going to encompass 9 and 10.
Well,
See, this is where I'm a little having trouble because the way we addressed
18
it, it was different the way we did it in our budget.
And that other,
We're still not in the budget, though.
No,
All right.
18 would just be the plan.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
the budget would be how to fund that plan.
okay.
All right.
So the
All
budget
right.
would be, we would direct the budget committee during that budget development process to come up with recommendations to fund that. And it could be scenario A and B, like we've already discussed.
Yes.
You know, using the long-term facilities master plan, if the board eliminates that, or raising fees.
Here. But Kristen, it's not only outsourcing staff, also experience level.
So that's it's exactly what she's.
Right.
Okay, you want,
I
We're
said
saying the
it's
same
two
thing.
things.
Yeah, so
I mean,
there's two
not
things
just
as
outsourced complaints,
part of
but
the
also
plan.
reduction of experience log. Huh.
Yes, outsourcing the experience audits.
That's what I meant. But
Exactly.
two of them, complaints and audits.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just, I don't want to leave one of those out. They're both problems.
Yes.
And we're gonna fix them.
I'm ready. I'm on it.
The one thing that I haven't been clear about listening to the conversation is there was a recommendation from the Enforcement Committee. Letting my chair get with me.
Okay.
Sorry. The recommendation by the Enforcement Committee to seek the statutory change to allow PIC to review experience logs. Are you going to continue, in light of the conversation we've had, I'm not against broadening that still, but we haven't had any conversation about that. So it's page for tomorrow's agenda. Chance, because I see you looking
But
at me.
isn't that included, she talked about that, isn't that included in this one, the hiring additional staff and outsourcing, blah, 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 with regard to experience complaints, and audit, and experience logs, and increasing statutory.
Yes, there would be
Language.
two
Yeah.
statutory
Right.
changes, and what I thought I heard the board members talk about earlier is that, even if we were to outsource and
Still allow.
those services and contract for them, to still seek that
The PIC.
expansion of the PIC
Right.
member authority.
Exactly, that's number three.
Yeah, I mean,
One,
that's
two,
just
three.
another tool in the toolbox.
I just wasn't clear on that, so she's going to help you be styling the motion. I wanted to be sure that she understood what she needed to be
I'm
styled.
watching it too, right there.
Okay? All right.
You better sit next
So
to me.
everybody comfortable with handling
I think that's 3.
9 and 10, right? 9 and 10. Today's 9 and 10, which is tomorrow's 17
And 18. Yeah, tomorrow, 17 and 18.
Steph, do you need any additional direction to help us muddle through this?
Not yet.
I think we're good.
Good so
Okay.
far.
So now we're on today's agenda, item number 11, discussion regarding completion and implementation of the sunset recommendations, because if it hasn't been confusing up to now, let's jump right in.
Well, we might want to talk about 16. That would be a quick one that we could knock out.
It's on the other side of the page, I hadn't gotten there. Yeah, we've been talking about budget, let's do that. 16.
Isn't this the one where we're gonna move the money, that $90,000, from that one fund over there so we can pay for our outsourcing?
Yes, and
Yes,
then
yes,
That's
Madam
a-
Vice Chair.
add 3.25, I mean,
Well,
or-
at this point, the budget amendment is to move the $90,000, and then the budget committee will consider how to fund
The long term.
the additional staff moving forward.
okay, so that doesn't have to be decided tomorrow then.
So one thing that I want to make sure that we're good on is if you approve the hiring of 3 additional staff, okay? Then we'll bring that and essentially direct, because I'll foot stomp one more time, you have the cash to do it, okay? It's in excess operations reserve, okay? So we would move it then into the specific line items for people, we would do that and bring back that budget amendment for May, okay? You just have to authorize it, we'll document it and bring that back to you. We do not have that pre-prepared because we want to prejudge that exactly what you're going to do on every one of those, options.
Well, and it would be the documentation we would bring back in May. The board could direct that money be moved effective,
Yeah, just put it
with
into the
their
budget.
Because we're
decision.
dealing with this year's budget.
Yes,
And then the other plans kick in
Next year.
subsequent years.
right.
All right, so we are gonna need to make an amendment to it, the budget tomorrow. Can you help form that motion?
Page 20.
Well, the motion doesn't necessarily amend the budget, just direct that the money be spent from excess reserve.
Right.
Okay?
So yes, we'll help the board direct the staff to accomplish the board's intention.
Yeah, I mean, I just, want to make sure we get it worded properly here.
We can write out
So
what
talk
you
to me
meant
roughly
say.
about what that looks like. That looks like authorizing $90,000 to be transferred from current excessive.
Education, reserves,
So two different things, that
Yes.
90,000, yeah. And
is
that's
from education,
what agenda item is that, 16?
25 for
16
tomorrow.
and tomorrow.
I mean, I like it all when we discussed it and what we're doing today. I just want to make sure it's stated correctly.
It's two different things. One is
It
this
is.
year's budget.
Tomorrow, right?
Yes.
How do we have the excess
Do you want
funds?
to tackle it?
16
The
today,
motion?
sorry.
If you've got, I mean, because you're the finance guy.
$9,000 from the
That's what-
education
We got
reserve.
255, no.
That's saying we've got the money to move forward with it.
Hey, guys, I need to be able to hear him if I'm gonna
If
help.
everybody looks at page 255, I'm gonna try to be as direct as the vice chair was. There's two green lines. On the bottom, it says 80,392, unrestricted, undedicated education reserve.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that is moving $80,392 from that reserve, reallocated from that, into operations.
And we passed that.
No,
and-
well, no, you recommended it.
We
recommended
recommend, I thought we made a motion on that.
You
and-
did, but
You made a motion
can't-
to recommend it.
Yes,
You
okay.
can't
all
act
right.
independently of us. We've got to act together.
Okay.
Erroneous
And the second part of that motion, so that's new revenue moved from reserves to operations.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
New expenses in line item professional fees and services is additional 90,000 for 36 commercial experience audits. Okay?
You got it.
They're not quite, this is about $10,000 difference, but I'll stomp one more time, you have $187,000.
So generally, the motion's going to look something like what he was just telling you. It's going to say something like, move the $80,392 and reallocate it to operations and use those funds to expend $90,000 for commercial experience audits.
Kristen, can
Roughly.
you get that together?
Again,
Contracting.
while we ask her to do that, I just want to be sure we formulated it.
Yeah.
Right, right.
And
I like it, it's just
It's
getting it
through
in the correct
hiring
verbiage.
contractors, that's how we're using that money.
When you start doing motions on the fly, that's when things get ugly.
That's what I don't want to happen tomorrow.
They're not.
They're not?
No.
Okay.
Okay, are you guys okay?
We're
with
good.
Generally, the
yes.
conversation, okay, so
Yes.
now,
We're good.
does that take care of the conversation associated with 16?
Yes.
Okay, so now,
I think we're all good on that.
we're getting, I'm scared because
I am
now we're moving to 11, 12,
Okay.
11.
These workshops are help.
Okay,
Okay. So, your deputy commissioner asked me to make sure that you guys were aware, okay? And what I talked about before with respect to the, and general counsel will tell me I'm on the wrong agenda item perhaps, but just to make sure that in the hiring of the 3 people, okay? When you get to that package, okay, that package, it does not include, at this particular time, the payment for any additional person in the contact center,
No, we know.
okay, in the call center.
I just want to
We just
clarification
wanna
to
make
make
sure of
sure
that.
that you guys were good moving with the
That's an appraiser,
It's
a
the
lawyer.
lawyer.
other, right, but the other option,
legal
which is
assistant,
to,
the residential investigator.
Leave it in the system.
yeah, leave it in the system.
We'll measure it and bring it
we're
back
going to
to you,
discuss
the
that
budget
in the
committee, all
next
that.
2 agenda items.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because that's.
We haven't gotten to that yet. That's part of the performance measures and reports
Oh,
items.
we're adding those 3 people.
So,
Sorry,
And then we're expanding.
brought up, and then I was confused about the resolution.
Well, I apologize for the way I've managed the agenda today. For me, again, the order has been a little odd because we've all been talking about components of this. And so each piece of it that engages conversation about something we've worked on opens the conversation up
What you
to
did make perfect sense.
being able to
It did.
understand each other.
It was
right?
Making sausage
It
is not
was
a pretty
perfect.
process.
It is not a pretty process.
No.
It's, so
workshop.
And we appreciate
But
it.
satisfying.
Definitely.
For
It can be, at the end of the, when it's over. There's lots of things in my life that when they're over, they're.
Unless you're a vegetarian.
Squeeze some
yeah.
rice
Oh,
in there.
God, didn't I get sarcasm?
All right, who's going to open from a staff perspective, the agenda item that we are on? Sunset recommendations.
Sunset recommendations. In your supplemental materials, you have a, it's page 1 of 13, pages 1, 2, and 3 of 13 that you got this morning. So this is our,
1 through 4.
yes, 1 through 4. This is the plan to implement all of the sunset recommendations. You see the sunset recommendations in black, and then the plan is before you in red. So if you would like, Madam Chair and board members, I can walk you through the item by item discussion.
I think we've handled the things we need to handle.
Yes.
And I think that, obviously, the legislation that needs to be drafted, Sunset is handling that, and probably with your input, or perhaps not. I don't know how they are right now, but I mean, I think we get it, right? This is.
Yes, many of the recommendations are statutory, and the Sunset Commission is in the process of working with Legislative Council
As
to
of
draft
this
the bill.
date, there is a draft in the Legislative Council offices, which is where they finalize it. We have not, and I've been checking throughout the day just so I can make an announcement if it happens, but the bill has not been filed yet.
Okay. You anticipate it any day now?
Well, I yesterday morning talked to our liaison at Sunset, and she said that she couldn't tell me anything other than that. When I talked to them earlier, about 3 weeks ago, they promised we'd get it before the deadline of March 8th. So they're, for reasons, understandable reasons, they're being coy. They don't know in terms of when it's going to come out. I will say that there have been several sunset bills that have been filed this week that were for reviews right prior to ours. So I'm hoping in the next week or so we might see some.
Assuming they're doing them in sequence.
Do we expect, or is it a possibility of any surprises that come out of that?
In terms of if there'll be anything outside the recommendations or anything
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that?
anything that we just didn't expect.
I can't answer that. I don't think so, but I don't think so. Not from staff's point of view. In terms of if there's been any other interested parties that have talked to the legislators or whatever, I don't know, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Because typically these bills are fairly straightforward, but as they go through
Kind
the
of have to be. I
process,
mean,
yeah.
if they're going to continue the existence of our agencies, I think, I mean, this process is pretty transparent about what they like and what they don't like, and then what you do to fix it or whatever. So, but I'm just curious, I haven't been through that process.
I don't think there'll be any surprises. If they are, there won't be anything major. It'll be like, oh, well, that's an interesting way of putting that or something, or looking at fixing that issue, but I don't think there'll be anything that will, kind of hit us that we didn't expect.
Would you talk to the board about the process to add additional items, like the seeking statutory authorization to accomplish some of these recommendations if they're not included in the draft?
Yeah, so we have been, we have talked to some staff members from the legislators on the commission, and they have asked us if there was anything that we would, they've started that conversation about if there's things that once we see the bill that aren't included in the bill that would aid us in accomplishing the recommendations, that they're very open to our input to help them with that process.
And they would put amendments on the bill, or?
If they agreed.
If they agreed, and in terms of that, with the list of items that are already, again, not to open up another agenda item, but the list of items you have on a separate agenda item of legislative things, to the extent that those would help move whatever recommendations forward and help accomplish them, I think they're much more open to those than those that would not do that.
Well, I think everything that we've done is to that end.
Well, on the legislative list, there's some other technical
Right.
housekeeping kinds of things, corrections, and
Those may have to wait.
they may just have to wait. They may not say, you know what, that's That's not advancing this agenda.
Right.
Right.
Okay, but things like expanding the PIC members to
Right,
be able to handle complaints, that expands this agenda. Maybe they'll agree with that and let us put it in there.
Okay.
So as it relates to this particular document, rather than go and have it read to you, the executive committee oversaw it yesterday, and I think if we just hit some high points from the executive committee, and certainly open the floor for any questions you have. So again, the format is the red is what we're doing, right? A big piece, there are big pieces throughout this that speak to, up in the black, whether or not someone will draft. So when you see KL to prepare draft text, that's a division of responsibility. I'm up at the top. Recommendation for issue number 1, the black right above the red. That is tracks general counsel preparing draft text. You will occasionally see a KW, that is our general counsel preparing draft text, and that is them working together to ultimately get us what we need. When you look down, 1.3 is budget committee recommendations as it relates to developing a policy that fosters more realistic, straightforward budgeting. So that's underway. To direct the agency to update its fund balance policy and limit growth. That's the long-term building plan, and we've been talking about that today. And if I'm passing something that you want to talk about, just raise your hand.
We're going to talk about this one.
Okay, we'll go back to 1.2, general counsel.
Sorry. Well, we're going to talk about that one next. That's the next agenda item.
Okay, so 1.2 is the next agenda item. I was just trying to give you an overview for the moment, so 1.2 we'll delve into. I think I was at 2.1 and 2.2, of course, our draft text, and 2.3, that's all work being completed by general counsel for review later. 2.4 and 2.5, we have to wait on all of those items. The management action on 2.6 is a real estate commission item. It doesn't deal with you. So there are some things, and the reason I wanted to walk through this is I want to be as transparent as I can about actions that we're going to be in a compressed time frame on some of these. And on some of these we've discussed the executive committee will handle moving forward if they need to. And I want to be sure Mr. Bolton understands that I'm being transparent about those things which we've been authorized to do. So if you have questions about them, I want to raise them. He understands the inside joke that I'm giving. Someone said that we weren't communicating actions as it associated with the executive committee, and I disagree. I think our organization is very open and communicates pretty openly with each other. So, management, let's see. Order refunds to consumers, that's another thing that, again, until we get some draft language and understand what they actually mean by refunds to consumers, because appraisers, the homeowner is not often ordering and paying for the appraisal, so we think there's some confusion associated with that. Track Enforcement Committee, the standard rules for handling the complaint process, we've spent a lot of time on today. That's 3.4.
That's trucks. We've already done that.
So 3.6, sorry.
3.5.
5, 6, and 7.
5, 6, and 7 are the things we've handled essentially today. So 4.2 and 3 are those places where we may need executive committee input on, and some of the reporting requirements and whatnot. Questions?
And those are statutory.
Go ahead.
Are we good with, so I think the one thing that we want to be very clear about is whether the board is willing, because of the compressed time frame. This plan essentially says when we get the bill, we're going to send it to the executive, and we'll send it to everybody if you want, but the executive committee will then meet. Okay, so that's a delegation from the full board of the executive committee to come up with, okay, if the staff analyzes and says this This text does not, we don't believe this does what it's meant to do. We recommend this instead. And the executive committee says, yes, we agree with you, or no, we don't, and then directs us to go meet with their staff and try to get it in there. All of that is gonna be, you'll hear about it, but you won't be involved, everybody won't be involved in it, just the executive committee.
Well, and
That's what this anticipates.
That item is before you tomorrow in agenda item 27. You'll note in the past, so for the past 2 legislative sessions, the board has designated the chair to serve as the contact person in that role. And it's perfectly fine if the board wants to delegate it to the executive committee and or the chair. You know, that's your prerogative, but that would be the motion tomorrow. And that's what the commissioner was talking about.
Well, what I meant is that, or what I wanted to make clear, yes, there will be a formal motion to do that at that agenda item. But this report already incorporates that assumption that it's going to be the executive committee dealing with these issues. Okay, that's what I want to be clear.
And that's what I was trying to make clear as well, so thank you. Questions?
If I make a motion to recommend the executive committee as a contact person, is that what we're looking for?
When the time comes. Anything else as it relates to the sunset recommendations for TALCB?
The new recommendation, the first one is electronic submission of licensing information, materials, and experience logs. And we already permit this. Applicants and license holders can submit it via PDF and email, but we have also recently implemented the use of the Microsoft OneDrive link to allow at least the work files to be submitted via OneDrive. And then one of the other programming improvements that we are working on is to have a portal in Versa. So when you go online to send in your application and or your renewal, you can upload all of those documents directly to us at that time. And do we have any more information about
Just what I
that?
reported yesterday, that we were shooting for a end of March go-live date for that, but that's likely going to be the date we get it to start testing at the earliest. There's just been some programming issues. There are 2 vendors outside of our vendor of record, Versa, and then Nubis, and they're working together to try to make sure this all works. So when you submit your documents, they go into the right place so that our staff can actually get to them. So there's been a little bit of an issue with getting that done as timely as we wanted, but as of yesterday, I was told we're likely looking at getting it so we can start testing it end of March and then hopefully implementing it within a couple weeks after that.
One other thing is, we were talking about the portal where we put in our application, we put in our nice little package and everything. That does include the experience, our continuing ed also.
Yeah. Yes, it
We
would.
didn't say that today, but we did talk about it yesterday. That also is included, so that we're not going back and forth with the application, then you call us back and you do this, then we send in the continuing education, then they get that, and then they get that, you know.
The portal will also
Have
allow
all
for
of
that.
Now that's not what will likely be live or go live in mid-April.
Right,
This
but it's
is the first stage,
September.
but this
It's-
is moving towards that, and it will be, once this first stage is completed, it will be easier to get to that other
But
point.
that does include that concept.
Yes, ma'am.
That's when we,
It does. The September education rules also includes another component. It's not the license holder that submits those CE certificates or that CE
But the
record.
provider.
The provider will upload course rosters, course
Okay.
attendance rosters.
so that'll be twofold. We'll be able to have it, we can submit it ourselves and both in September. They will also do that at the same time.
If the course is approved by
Right.
us and registered by us, then the course provider will
Automatically.
do that automatic roster upload. So it will
That's
automatically be tied to your education record. And so when you renew, then you'll be able to see it and you'll know.
When you take the course.
And if
That
you
you've
don't
already
see it,
taken.
and if you don't see it there, you can go get the certificate and upload it.
Exactly.
Right, because it could be that
I think that's
maybe-
very important, and I think that saves one whole step, and that's gonna
great
make it
customer
timely
service.
for everybody. Oh, I think it is.
It is.
I think it is.
So yes, that will
Yes.
happen
I mean,
in
that's how
September.
a lot of people do it.
I don't know if there are any other questions about the new recommendations. One is, really sort of contingent upon whether the board and commission decide to move forward with the building. We've already talked about that. So that one may go away depending on the decisions. And then the other two are simply reporting requirements for us to report information to the Sunset Commission. And, we'll develop those reports and we will send the board members copies of those, when we file them.
And that's the next agenda.
Yes, it is. So, to complete with 11, we'll move to agenda item number 12, the agency performance measures.
You guys
And,
also have in
This is
front
where
of.
we had
Oh, sorry.
extra work. So you do, but we asked for some changes
Oh,
because
yeah.
it was confusing to our executive committee yesterday. And your staff has worked hard to kind of make some alterations that make simple-minded people like me understand.
I have one more copy if anybody
got
needs
five
these.
more.
Y'all need one down here?
No, they never got those and Jamie didn't want them to,
It's so much easier to follow.
In my opinion.
That's-
Yeah, in my opinion.
We'll pass them out and make them work from whatever works for them. So we did get it in a couple of different formats. So I'll just open it by saying, for any of you that looked at the strategic measures and it said,
anybody else?
Budget?
or something to that effect, that gave me heart delete, that gave me heart failure, and I had a really hard time ever understanding why we were deleting those from our strategic plan. It's really not what we meant, and so I think we struggled with it for a minute at executive committee until we finally understood what the intentions were.
Well, we have this report that we can.
No, I'm wondering.
So yes, you do have it in your information, but because we had confusion at the executive committee level, what we've handed you today has different language in it that made it more clear for us.
Peggy pointed out that, could somebody help us, we don't see a budget committee agenda item.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, this is fantastic, Doug. You put this together. I mean, this is articulated.
I just wanna make sure
right?
he gets to read that.
I mean, this was right, and I do want to read this.
It's under the budget, so
Under
on
the
the budget
budget
amendment item,
Yes.
you get to
Because-
read your report if you
Under
want.
the budget amendment, which is
What agenda item?
25. Okay, okay. So that's whenever we'll do. All right, I'm just making sure because this really is a fantastic job of what we discussed.
I scribed you well.
And yeah, right. So that's whenever this report will be, the committee report will be given as under 25.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And then also we can formulate the motion if need be that you're gonna help with.
Well, simply because when the agenda was formulated, we knew the budget committee might have amendments.
Okay.
But we
That
didn't
makes sense.
know if there would be a meeting for you to provide a report.
Yeah. Okay. Thank y'all for it. Just was a little unclear on that one.
Sorry for the confusion.
It's all right.
Because sometimes we do meet right before the meeting,
Exactly.
kind of game plan, so if we needed to, we could.
Yep. And we're hitting a bunch of different stuff today. So.
So if you don't mind, I just want to set this item up, okay? And then, this is more comprehensive. Kristen's done a lot of work that's very, very board specific, okay? But, so I want to set it up because every division, except for track standards and enforcement, deals with both the board and the commission, right? So tracking measures and giving reports and all that kind of stuff, they deal with both. So one of the sunset directives, management directive, was for the board and commission, the agency as a whole, to revisit its measures and use performance measures, come up with performance measures that actually make sense, okay? That actually track things that we do, that measure things that matter, not measure things that don't matter, okay? So in our agency, so this is an attempt to do that. We have in existence already a variety of measures and reports. So the ones that you'll know the most about are the ones that you see in your quarterly meetings. However, most of those reports are the most recent monthly staff report. Okay? There are some additional reports that are given at the meeting that are compilations that aren't necessarily included. They're specific to, say, perhaps the enforcement is probably the easiest one. All kinds of little charts and stuff that have, because of things that board members in the past have asked for, hey, could you do that? Could you report that to us? And then, so we do that. We pull the data together, put together just for the meeting, right? So we have the regular monthly staff reports. We have special reports for your quarterly meetings. We had a whole nother set of reports that are contained in the strategic plan, and they are called performance measures. And they are, that's what all these colored sheets have. But in the strategic plan, in your materials is the cover to the strategic plan, the signed cover, and then all of the definitions of each of those measures, okay? Those have been carried forward from time immemorial. Back when we were a LAR, an appropriated agency, we had some in there. We updated them when we became SDSI in 2012. We added, let me think, yeah, in 2012, so we added a few more. At that time, we also identified the governor's office, this is Governor Perry's office at the time, had on their website these state benchmarks. Okay, so you'll see as you look through those, and it's the definition in the strategic plan or in this little colored summary, it'll say state benchmark. Well, that was a Perry initiative. And, you know, for 14 years, or some portion of his 14 years, those were published by the governor's office and expected that every licensing agency, they had them for different agencies too, not just licensing agencies, but that you would track those. And so we added some of those. The good thing that I want to tell you is that today, under Governor Abbott, the performance benchmarks were not carried forward, okay? So we only need to report them if you find them useful, okay? If you find them useful. So there are a few, I don't think we actually have recommended removing any of the benchmarks because they tend to be useful. Some of them get modified, or we're recommending modification, okay? So, in addition to those quarterly reports, which you never saw, because we kept tracking them, because we were used to tracking them. We used some of them for internal management purposes, but some of them we did not. Some of them we weren't even able to calculate when we switched systems, either the phone system or the computer system. And so we would just put a note in there for ourselves that said, we need to work on figuring out how to track this, right? Or for the phone system, I'm sorry, this cannot be tracked anymore. This the sunset gave us the impetus, that directive to the board and the commission, the whole agency, to review its performance measures and actually define measures and track them that you care about, that stuff that really makes a difference. Gave us the opportunity to do that. And what we're attempting to do here now is to consolidate the monthly reports, quarterly reports, and then there's a whole nother category of annual reports. Annual reports including the last, which is in recommendation 1.1, is including 5 years of trend data in a whole bunch of areas that all SDSI agencies are required to report in one time per year. Okay? Now, a lot of that data is already included in our monthly reports. So we'll roll it up and it'll be annual at the end of the year. Okay? But here's what I wanted to, in conjunction with our commitment to you, to tell you when we file monthly reports, okay? And to also tell you when we file any reports with leadership and provide you access and copies, or access to that information so that you can follow along. We're making some recommendations for eliminating some of these quarterly measures because they are either don't need to be reported quarterly, don't need to be reported annually unless you determine differently, or more likely, in most of the cases, you'll see them monthly already. Okay? You'll see them monthly already. So that is what this attempts to consolidate on one page or 3 pages. Each one of those measures for the entire agency. What are we recommending to do with it? How often will it be reported?
And then if you want the cross-reference, because the summarization may not be clear to you exactly what that was reporting, you've got the entire strategic plan with, again, summarized notes on it.
So there's only a couple of them that we're, like the recidivism rate. So I'm just going to walk down this if you guys don't mind. The first couple of are report annually on exam passage rate. That's not something that we're going to, I mean, we think that right now we have a page that has all kinds of very intricate data that's provided to us by our exam vendor that almost never has anyone asked a question except for this. What's the difference between the total pass rate and the total number of student pass rate, or whatever? They give us all kinds of categories, and the only questions that we ever have really gotten from anybody is explain what that means, as opposed to the pass rate, how does that compare to the national? So as long as we get the data all the time, we think that as a part of your regular November workshop, if we just report to you, unless you have a question about it at any other time, we report to you how we're doing on first-time pass rate, overall pass rate, and how do those compare to the national averages. That's what really you need to give us policy directive. Okay, unless you think you need to see it more often, and then we can do that. So that was the first one. The percent of license holders with no recent violations, that's actually currently on a monthly report, but it is always a very, very, very small number. No one's hardly ever asked about it. So we thought if we just report it to you, you'll see it the same on your at your meetings as you do now. So we'll see it every quarter at your meetings. And then we'll also report it annually. The recidivism rate is a number by definition. It's changed 3 times in the last 9 years, and so it really doesn't mean much at all. For example, at tomorrow's meeting, you'll see a category that jumped from 8% to 80%. Okay, in 1 month. Well, it just so happens that all the people who were disciplined were frequent flyers that particular month. Are we gonna change any policies because it jumped from 88%? It's kind of a random thing that we really don't have a lot of control over. So we just thought we'd eliminate it entirely, although way back in the day when I sat in Buster's seat on this board, okay, it was something that people were very interested in, the frequent flyers, right? And that was kind of they really wanted details about the frequent flyers, but that was the trigger or the proxy that brought that topic up every meeting, the recidivism rate. But if you want to know about frequent flyers, we can give you details about that too. But tracking that on a routine basis just doesn't seem to provide any real purpose. A lot of these had artificial targets because they were measures. The definition of a measure was you put a target and then you measure yourself against it. Well, the number of license holders, do we have a target for that? As many as possible, right? We would like to have as many as the market needs and can bear, right? So in order for that to be maintained as a target, we had to artificially come up with a number. Generally, we just looked at historical and said, okay, but so it kind of makes no sense. We tell you how many license holders there are. We tell you all the time, and you can see over a year how it changes. So you can do trend analyze, but that measuring that against a target number doesn't seem to make any sense. So we will continue to report monthly the number of new licenses issued, the number of licenses renewed. We'll report them month to month. It's just data. There won't be a target. And then going down the line, I mean, I can continue to do this, but I don't want to waste your time. If you have specific questions that you want to ask about particular measures, or I'll just hit the highlights on the ones that we're going to replace. How about that? Because you can see how often they're going to be reported, and if at the meeting tomorrow, you decide there is or even, today, you want to say, I just think we ought to see that more often, then you put that opinion out there, and the board can take action on it. So all of the bottom two, percent of new applications processed within 10 days and percent of license renewals issued within 10 days, we're going to replace those percentages with the number of days, the average number of days. So then you can see if we're improving or not improving, not a percentage against a number, or against a target.
I think we understand it. We open the floor for questions we had an opportunity during the explanation to kind of sit through it, and three of us sat through a 3-hour conversation about it yesterday.
Don't want to do that.
No, it's, and thank you for changing the explanations in both documents, because I think that helped me. It was difficult for me, again, as I've said, when it said recommend delete, and that's all the information I had, I couldn't understand why we were doing that. It took me a long time to, I guess they explained it 3 times before I realized they didn't really mean delete, because I had a barrier in my mind that they were trying to remove them. It's really a formatting change, if you will. So are there any questions about what you have in front of you now as it relates to the report on the measures? The one thing I'd like to call to your attention is, because we got directions for performance measures from Sunset, kind of opened up the can of worms, right? Everything we ever had thought about and everything we'd ever had a concern about started to come into meetings. And so as we had an executive committee meeting trying to get these measures into a format that we could work with, which are the documents that you're looking at today, that conversation expanded into some things that were outside the scope of Sunset. Okay? So outside of what we were directed to do by Sunset. And we made a decision at that point as an executive committee to say, wait a minute, let's do what we call an above the line and below the line set of issues. Okay, so your above the line set of issues is your Sunset issues. That's what you're looking at today. If you look in your materials at 72 and 73 of 117, it's the blue chart, that will kind of create a long-range potential strategic plan, I think, for the organization, or at least address or give us some committee directives as it relates to some other things. And again, for an example, I'll say, part of the conversation came up about whether there's a fairness of treatment and experience audits. Well, we're changing the way we're doing those for one, but again, we wanted to get the concern, the board member concern on the table so that we could then figure out some way to start to measure those things or deal with them. And so you can see the formatting between 1A through 6 on things that the board is, the executive committee took up or considered or at least took note of. As we move forward over time, we'll use that as a guideline on other things we need to work on, if you will, outside of sunset. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So you may want to pull, for me, I pulled it out of my materials so that when I shelved this notebook someday, it stayed toward the forefront of my mind, or if I was in charge of, once we get committee assignments tomorrow, I might circle some, as they related to the specific committees that I'm working on. And of course, this is in no way a comprehensive list, but just some things that we didn't want to lose track of that came out of the broad conversation. Anybody on the executive committee want to add anything about kind of how that list came about, or? Okay.
I just want to say that I think, my concerns are being met with our proposals and our outsourcing and all of these things. I think, just exactly what I said, my concerns are being taken care of.
And so I do agree that a lot of those things, even though they're on the what we call below the line list, they have actually been heard, right? And to the degree that we can incorporate them into things we're working on or recommendations, the staff has done a good job of keeping those things in mind as we move forward. I think that list, when we get another 60 days down the road, the below the line list will be a lot shorter because a lot of them, pieces of a lot of them are incorporated into things that we're changing right now.
How did this all come about then? Just one more time real quick.
So we had an executive committee was directed to take a look at the requirements associated with sunset.
Right, okay.
And as we were considering those things, the conversation would say, for instance, Martha Gale might say, hey, but I'm worried about customer service as it relates to experience audits and whether we're being fair. So that's a little bit outside the scope of timing, but still a customer service type issue. And so we tried to the degree that they dealt specifically with sunset, that's what created these changes or strategic measures for you to consider. And then what was below the line on sunset, still, again, we've talked about a lot of them today. And so I think, again, when we clean them up, just because they continue to be threaded into the conversation, we've been able to solve some of those problems or at least make some recommendations as we move forward.
So the executive committee put this together then?
Well, the staff put it together after listening to the executive committee.
Well, after we sought input from all of the board members, and the commissioner had sent out emails requesting, what information would you like? What do you want? And
do you remember we got the email that said Sunset has asked for these, and we're asking you, board, what do you need in terms of strategic measures? And so several of you responded. We were provided that information at an executive committee level, and we then tried to turn it into something that we could use as a resource in the future.
Well, I would say it's very nice that this is put in writing. Y'all did a great job on it. I mean, focus on call wait time. We were boom, 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 hitting the things that I heard from Sunset Commission, so good job.
Well, and a lot of this is stuff that I asked for, and I can appreciate that being included because some of the things are fairly specific.
And they are, and so we want you to know your voice is being heard. It is being incorporated into some documentation that we can cross-check on.
Thank you for your transparency.
Yes.
Come to I might invite you to the next executive committee meeting again. As the day goes on, we'll probably give each other a much harder time about transparency. And I take that, while I'm joking about it, it's incredibly important to me that everybody's voice is heard at the table. It's incredibly important to me that none of us ever think that someone's got, extra authority or control. As it relates to those particular issues that I'm given that authority or control, I still want you to know what we're doing. And so I want to be sure that while we jokingly talk about it, I want to be sure that you understand that that's exactly what I mean, is let's talk about it.
I have full confidence.
Likewise.
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
So if the last section in this particular, under this tab, is the reports that you'll see at meetings, some of the monthly reports and meeting reports. Okay, and so I asked the staff to be ruthless in simplifying the data that you get, so that it's not just, because you're gonna start seeing the monthly reports, which is lots and lots of data, right? A lot. And then at your quarterly meetings, we just want to hit the highlights of stuff that you really care about, okay? And so we want you to really have, one of the things that came out of the executive committee yesterday was for us to try to work on kind of an executive summary, if you will, of the monthly. So as you see those, when if you look at the last 3 months worth of reports, you get to a meeting and we have just a little executive summary of those monthly reports, where there's highlights, trends, if something's spiking up, positive or negative, those kinds of things, okay? So a little executive summary. Beyond that, the next pages, 75 through 90, I guess, are simplified versions or reworked versions of data, and the directors who would give those reports are here. And so if you have questions about, or if you want them to give you a brief pitch on each one of those, what you will see tomorrow at your meeting is the same report set, because this hasn't been approved, right?
Right.
The same report set you saw at the last meeting, okay? This recommendation is to skinny that down quite a bit. And so if you want to hear about it, each of the directors has a little pitch they can give, but that's at your pleasure. That's what they're in there for.
Goodness, they've entertained themselves all day by listening to us. We probably, if we can do them in a concise format, I'd love to hear what you were seeing when you made the changes to the reports, if you're in a position to do that for us. We probably listen better to you.
You don't have to.
We probably listen to you better than we listen to each other.
So we could put artificial time limits.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and keep time over there.
You get 90 seconds unless you go.
I'm going to walk you through the ELS reports. There are 5 reports that we provide to you all during the board meeting. I have a little cheat sheet there, if you will, on page 75, which basically provides information for you on my suggested revisions, our suggested revisions to the forms that follow. And so the first form is the active certifications and licenses, and you'll see the revised version there on page 77. On page 120 in your board meeting materials is what that currently looks like. And basically what I've done is we've rolled up at least 5 years worth of data into individual line items. But I've provided the monthly data for the current year in the new report. And I've also inserted separate line items or columns for inactive appraisers, and have provided inactive totals for each license type by license type.
I like it.
Any questions or further discussions on that particular form? The next form is the ANC registration. And basically, I've done the same thing for that one, which is roll up 5 years' worth of data into the individual line item and provide monthly data for the current year.
I like it. It makes it, and I think it'll be easier for the public to read too. So those that are watching from a video feed, there's not so many just numbers up there. It's easier for them to see the trends. So I like that.
The third report is the L1 report, and that one is on page 79 in your materials here today. And what I've done was streamline this report, and I removed data that is presented elsewhere.
Again, I like it because it'll be easier to follow.
Gives you the original applications received, the total original applications received, as well as the renewal activity comparison. And the next report is the examination activity year-to-date results. And I'm suggesting eliminating this report from the regular board meeting. Although we're going to continue to track this information and create a report with this information on a monthly basis for internal purposes, or if requested by the board, that will be available for you at any time. And, you know, propose to provide this information to you all on an annual basis at the end of each fiscal year.
I like it.
And then, of course, that last report is year-to-date comparison with the previous year. Again, would like to eliminate this report from the regular board meetings, but have this information available to you all on request. We provide it to you at the end of the end of the annual year.
Thank you.
Any questions on these?
Very good.
Thank
Lot of
you.
data.
Thank you.
Just 5 minutes. It didn't take that long.
Had to sit here all day just for that.
That's right.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Robert Hill. I'm the Director of the Reception and Communication Services. Our goal for our report was to streamline everything. I think before it was about 4 pages. I wanted to get everything down to about 1 page or maybe 2 pages. I wanted to give the pertinent information right there up front, the stuff that you wanted to hear, the stuff you wanted to see, what is the total cost presented versus the total cost handled, and also the abandoned call rate. So we put that all in the first chart. It was on separate pages before. And then next is a graphical representation of the total calls received versus the total calls handled, and the number of abandoned calls. And we will have a chart title on there. And then then we wanted to show the number of walk-ins per month, and then the number of emails per month that we've had.
And the thing you skipped, of course, is the average hold time, which is the bottom of that top
I was just about to
chart.
ask that.
Right, that's on there.
So,
average handle time.
we're at 10 minutes hold time right now, roughly. That's December.
That was
For December, correct.
Which
No,
is our,
we were at 15 minutes for January. There's reasons for that,
Okay.
but
Yeah, since we're
I'm not
talking.
I'm not just saying there were reasons for that. We're trending down again so far for the beginning part of this month, but yeah.
Well, and I think it's important probably when we get in a public setting to acknowledge where we're at and what the issue was. My only comment, and I love the consolidation, but my only comment is if we throw this up on the wall, it is so,
Yes, we talked
and
about that yesterday.
it seems pretty small.
2
So,
pages.
yeah, I think we may want to cut it into 2.
That's what we talked about at dress rehearsal too.
So again, I like less paper, but I think this may be a little too tight.
I do have a question on the incoming calls. You did eliminate the rows that show the number of calls to Trek and then to
Yes, it's been
licensing.
consistent. It's been 95% TREC and 5% TALCB, so we'll probably just make that a verbal announcement, what the percentage is. And if we decide on what we want to do for the TALCB phone calls, we'll be able to actually report the number of calls that come into that queue.
This? Yeah, we may want to label that agency reception and communication services so that since it's being reported at the TALCB, maybe somebody will recognize that
Well,
it's.
once you have decided, and that's Robert's analysis, you guys have his memo?
It was
Okay.
in your supplemental materials, the analysis about
Options.
operating,
Page 11, 12, and
separating
13.
out TALCB calls and
What
So
page
once
number,
you-
what
if
page
what-
number is it?
Supplemental.
it was the
12,
supplemental
13.
materials that you got this morning.
This packet here.
That package keeps giving me trouble. 'Cause it doesn't have holes punched in it.
Possible
That's the
alternatives?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So pages 11, 12, and 13, I don't know if y'all want Robert to walk through those options briefly with you.
So the only thing I wanted to add is that depending on the decision that you make, we'll change the potential report to reflect that. So if we're able to track all of that specifically in its own queue the whole time differently from each one, then we'll do that, and we'll report that to you. So, you want, I don't know who had a chance to read it all, or you just want Robert to give you a quick overview of the three options, or what?
Why don't you give us a quick overview, Robert?
All right, first option, when customers call the TALCB line, the 3001 line, calls will be routed to a TALCB employee directly to their phone desk. This line will be completely separate from the TREC phone calls, and this has the possibility of allowing the customers to get to a live person a little bit sooner. But this is not going to be a phone. These phone calls will not be within the phone call tree. So the options for like courtesy callback, tracking the amount of time the person waited on hold, or the handle time, those type of things will not be available within that option. The cost of programming the phone line for that option will be about $40 per hour. Well, it will be $40 per hour, and our technicians estimate about 4 to 6 hours to program that change.
There's also the additional cost of adding a person to man that phone line.
But haven't y'all just hired Joe just said a moment ago,
This is outside the system.
This is outside the system, so if we pull some from that system, we'd have to fill them in, but this would be a TALCB employee, essentially.
And then you see the other challenges that might come up with this option.
Yeah, I kind of hate that you can't track it, right? Because now all of the exact thing we're trying to demonstrate, we don't have any way to actually track. So I know that's what we ask for, right? We ask you to tell us how you could do this.
Plus the cost of a person.
Plus the cost of a person, but geez, Robert.
Well, there's more options, two more options.
I got you.
All right, the second option is currently we use it with the complaints and case files for standards and enforcement section services. The TALCB and TREC callers will be prompted to choose an option to speak with the board. They can press either option 1 to speak with the board or option 2 to speak with the commission side. Once the customer chooses the option to speak with the board, they will be directed to a TALCB queue or a resource group. Calls will sit in this separate queue from TREC, and more than one employee will be able to assist with these calls. Once again, since this is outside of the contact center main resource account, the courtesy callback feature will not be available. In addition, there will be no way to track the stats on the call, like the hold time, abandoned call rate, and talk time.
So just for an example, if you call right now, I think it's number 4.
Option number 4.
Option
yes.
number 4 sends you to TREC SES, and once that is picked, we have no way of tracking what happens to that call in terms of the system numbers, like hold time, any of that stuff. It's handled by them, but we don't have any way to have that data to where we can track it.
It goes into a bucket of what they call redirected calls. So it could be calls that were sent over to the enforcement section, or it could be calls that will be forwarded to licensing. It's all in one bucket and just redirected.
But we don't really need it anyway, do we, if it's going to track?
No, I was
think
saying
it's the
that
same.
this is the same example. So I was just making a point that right now, if you were to choose this version, this option, that you would not be able to, that's what would happen. Once they chose that queue.
Oh, okay, I see.
There's no way for us to know once it goes into that queue what happens with that call in terms of the numbers.
But you can have more people handling it. The enforcement division at TREC today has a primary person on phone that answers those calls, and they can roll to another small group. Other people can pick up that call if necessary, that kind of a thing. But it still doesn't track all of the statistical data.
Correct, and then existing board employees will be able to handle those calls. They'll just rotate on their phone duty.
I know I'm fixing to give you a 7th inning stretch. All right, I'm going to make you all stand up and do
Right.
jumping jacks.
So option 3.
I sense that we're.
And then option 3 will provide a designated call queue for TALCB calls. These calls will have a higher priority level, and RCS current staff the call queue with a primary and a backup during our regular business hours. Customers will choose an identified option, so option 1, 2, 3, or 4, whichever one we choose, within the call tree, and it'll be routed to a specific RCS staff member. These calls are still within the contact center resource, and the courtesy callback will still be available. In addition, we will still be able to track the call metrics like hold times, handle times, and abandonment rate. We will have the ability to move multiple TREC and TALCB employees into these queues as call volumes increase. I anticipate the TALCB call hold times decreasing because of precision queuing and ability to add more resources when the need arises.
Sounds like the better one. So that one you can actually track the whole times and the status.
Which is really what we're trying to
Which is what we're
isolate
trying to
when
do.
it's specific to TAL. That's what, I mean, those are the numbers we want.
This is the option that gives it.
So option 3 is the one that gives us
So
the
when we
most
had discussed as the budget committee, maybe separating a line and all that other, so that's just not gonna work. 'Cause
Well, it's not
gonna provide-
measurable. The only way you'll know is if you guys
It's not
have
gonna provide the data we need.
And we will, with option 3, you have 2 people or more depending, prioritize to handle board calls. So when they come in and with 5% of the calls, likely there's not going to be a wait, or if there is, they'll have one person in front of them, but the next call they'll be prioritized right to that person.
And TREC's okay with this, or how does this go?
Well,
So until we know,
If we start to change,
I mean, this
it
came
could
out of the
affect
budget
them.
committee. So.
it could.
Are they gonna?
And we won't know until we try it. That was the important point about volume and whether it added, hold times. Does it increase their hold time, or adding one more precision queuing option, does it actually reduce the total?
Let me say this, they're handling both calls anyway right now. I mean, the calls coming into the system coming from both the board and the commission, so that is not gonna change. It's just a matter of prioritizing people to handle the board
But
calls.
if our
over
numbers
because-
get better,
Well, quite
Well,
frankly, they want to know,
They'll also know that their numbers are, what their true number is.
and they may find that they actually gain some efficiency as well, because
That's
our
what the
issues
commission-
are more complex.
That's what I'm mentioning
That's-
too.
yeah, it
Just
was-
talking to staff right now, I've only been here 16 days, but just talking to staff, the calls for the board range from about 10 minutes to 14 minutes. So they're more complex calls. So if all those calls are redirected to a different queue, it will probably maybe decrease the whole time for the transfers. And so it'll be a win-win.
Just so long as our hold times decrease, show us the numbers, otherwise just forget about everything we said.
So we gotta try it first.
I was gonna say, how are we gonna know?
The only way we're gonna know.
So how do we give you that direction, when and when?
You wanna tell them how quickly we could do it?
If I call Department of Information Resources right now and tell them to flip the switch and go with option number 3, it'll take them about 2 to 3 days in order to start the programming, and they can do it within about 4 to 6 hours. So I would say in about a week we can start doing this.
So here's the you know, the reality of it is if tomorrow, under that item, right, under this particular agenda item, which one is it?
Well, it would be part of the budget item because
Okay.
it's coming from the budget committee. And so it would be, you know, consideration of a separate phone line.
Okay, so, so this particular, of directing the staff to implement option 3 on the memo, okay? Then I think when I report that to the commission next week, okay, then I need to be able to say something like, we're gonna monitor this, you know, this is what they've asked for, we're gonna do this, we're gonna measure it, monitor it over a 60 to 90 day period, we'll report the results to you, we'll see what they look like. If it turns out that, yes, it diminishes the board, but it increases the commission numbers, although I don't think that we will, just because we're adding 8 additional resources during the same period, so, you know, that's gonna be it'll be a very interesting to try to figure out which variable. The important thing that I think I need to be able to say is that if it has the desired impact, then the board is committed to spending some money to support that. Right? That deals with their issue, because right now this is one of the provided at no cost support functions.
Well, so we can directly do something about this tomorrow. I mean, I'd like to see it as an agenda item. Obviously, it's not there, but how do we?
Oh, no, it
No, it
is.
is.
It is.
You can deal with it
can deal with it tomorrow under 25, which is the budget amendment item.
Is that the consideration of the quarter person? Like, in other words, has budget already
Yes.
considered it to something?
It's actually a
half
half
person.
Yes.
person.
Which-
But
nice job.
what you could do tomorrow
I agree.
is say this, not only the commitment to, we'll see what the results look like and all that, but because there's immediate cost to reprogram, that's
We
probably something you
take
should
that.
pay.
No, and I think we should.
Yeah.
And so we can make the budget recommendation to do the reprogramming for the testing
Mhm.
and make and that we are
Have
committed.
it charged to you,
Yeah,
charge it to
absolutely.
you.
Absolutely. And then consider the results. I guess I understand what you need to report. I'm just not sure we've gotten full board input about the commitment to go forward with the extra body, because of course we don't know the results, and so it's more like a commitment to study it for sure.
And that's, you know, it would end up being an amendment to the MOU in the end to pay for either a portion of a person, whatever it turned out to be on the measures. If it turned out it works out, then that's an amendment to the MOU.
Like right now, we've just used a proxy of 5% of the calls being TALCB calls. And under the MOU, the commission is providing those services to answer 5% of the calls free of charge to the board. So if after we implement this change, if we can really track that,
Right.
then, you know, we'll know, is it truly 5% of the calls? Is it less than that? Is it more than that? And then consider amending the MOU to contribute to the personnel costs of manning the phone lines.
Right.
I think that's reasonable. Makes sense.
Well, and did I mishear yesterday at our joint commission meeting, wasn't the executive committee going to recommend that the commission hold time target be 5 minutes?
Yes.
So,
The executive committee, yeah, so the report on that again. The executive committee of the commission is going to recommend to the commission that they set a new target. And that new target is not 10 minutes, it's 5 minutes. And so their commitment is, directive to us, is you spend the money until you figure out how to get us to 5 minutes. You hire the people you need, because so I saw that, you know, big-eyed reaction, but if you think about it, if they make the same kind of commitment to eliminate the long-term facilities master plan, they have $11.5 million in theirs. So we can support some people for a while to figure that out, because we really do need to figure it out. It is not acceptable to keep coming back and say, oh, yeah, we're at 8, well, that's pretty good. Oh, we were at 12 because of this reason, or we were at 15 because of that reason, and so we're just gonna keep, there's a variety of things that we're doing, but the very first thing we're doing is we filled 5 new positions, we're adding 3 more temporary, making these other changes to the system. We'll measure it, we'll tweak it, we'll add more if we need it, and then we'll figure it out when we get to 5, because that's their target, or that's their recommended target.
Well, and then we'll at least have some idea, right? We'll know if we are choosing to take on our fair share, if you will. We'll have some idea of what that actually looks like in terms of true cost as opposed to shooting in the dark at the moment. Okay, so that will be dealt with under, man, not only has he got lots of trouble naming the actual reserve fund, but now Clayton, that's yours too, so.
Well, I was reading what she just gave me, so I didn't even hear it.
I know, that's all right, you're so good, just say yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Just say yes, ma'am, and we'll move on. All right.
To get up early. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Troy,
Listen, yeah.
Troy, be fast, because I'm losing over that. Okay, Troy's gonna be brief.
10
Reports.
slides in front of you, 7 of which will be regularly reported and 4 will be annual.
Okay.
The way to look at this information is it addresses 3 things. The slide is either talking about volume of complaints or audits coming in or out, or turn times for complaints or audits,
Thank you.
or outcome. Because those are the 3 big drivers that, in my staff looking at things, got the sense that it was an issue. It's either volume, what's coming in and what's going out, turn times, how quickly are we turning audits or complaints, and outcome, what's the result? Is there discipline, no discipline? Is the audit approved, not approved? So all of these different slides are simply slicing and dicing that data in different ways. So if you look at page 61, you've got, I'm sorry, 81, yes. You've got data, on what's coming in. Left-hand side, you can see by the type of complaint classification. Right-hand side, you can see by license type. When you go to 82, this will be familiar to you because it's the form we regularly use, showing resolutions. How many are being disciplined, how many are being dismissed, that kind of thing. If you look at 83, it's slicing and dicing non-jurisdictional complaints, which are, an example of stuff coming in.
You saw that earlier.
Yeah, so pause for just a second. That one is confusing to me. I'm wondering if you could take the number of complaints off of the sideline and have the total down here, just showing somebody the percentages, because 1.7% is a little confusing.
Ditch
No,
the
it does.
numbers and just use the percentage.
So just use the percentages and go ahead and tell somebody the total down here, and they can figure it.
2.14%. That profiling or something.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's exactly
Or
what
in
it says.
parentheticals after the,
Yeah.
the
Somewhere.
Yeah.
We'll put it on there.
Yep, easy fix.
legend.
The next one you'll be familiar with, it's the E1 report you regularly see. It's been combined, so now it covers both appraiser complaints and AMCs. So if you want to dig into the data, that's the page that you can look at. But the first 3 pages we just talked about is the graphical representation of it. So that's all volume in and out. Then you look at page 85, and we get into turn times. So you've got a complaint aging report that will tell you basically where are things at. How many of the cases are at 0 to 6 months? How many are at 6 to 9, 9 to 12, and over 12? And it will give you a sense of whether it's residential, commercial, or AMC driven. And then we'll have annotations on the right-hand side there. Obviously, when we get over 12 months, we need to be able to say, yeah, well, that's because it's a SOA, or yeah, that's because the case has been abated for litigation, or yeah, it's because it's a law enforcement assistant thing. So we'll have that explanation. You go to 86, it's got all of the data related to experience audits mostly. So it's got volume in the top left, average processing time in the top right, and underneath it's got the outcome results.
Got it.
87 is basically the same report I just talked about on the complaint side. It's an aging report for audits. So you can see residential, and then we've broken out commercial internal versus commercial external.
We'll just have one if we move forward with
Right.
outsourcing. Commercial external, or just
And then
commercial.
the final 3 slides are going to be recommended to be annual presentations in November. The first one on 88, you'll recognize that's the regular report of volume broken down by license type and year. 89 is new, and what it would be is a graphical representation of all the staff-initiated complaints, not just the ones that we have traditionally reported on that were centered around experience audits. So for example, if law enforcement makes an assistance request from us and they say, oh yeah, also you can open a complaint because they really need to lose their license because it's fraud, we might self-initiate a complaint, for example. And then the last slide will be familiar. This is the same drilling down one more level, if you will. This is one sliver of the total staff-initiated complaints just related to experience audits. But instead of seeing it every quarter, you'll see it annually. So those are the changes I've made. Again, it's volume, turn time, and outcome where we've tried to focus. Happy to answer any questions.
Good job.
Very good.
Yes.
Good job.
And then Priscilla has one.
All right, page 109, we'll go through it really quickly. We'll start at the top, go down each line, all the way across. All the way across.
Priscilla, you just lost them. I've been doing all I can to keep them here.
All I want you to know is that this is the budget that you approved in August. We're going to start presenting this in November as our true-up version. So now what we've been doing is a budget status report, but this is like the same document with one column that says FY 2018, it's right in the middle, actual annual expenditures. So what we will have done between August when you approved it and we get to November, we can show you what the actual had been for the previous year and then all of the actual collected revenue. And so your second page, and this is why we wanted to include this as our new true-up budget in November, is the page, and this is 110, that has the reserve information. A lot of that won't make sense. It's cash in, cash out. And again, it's on page, this page is 111, I think. I've got a hole there.
110 of
110 and
117.
111, thank you.
109 and 110.
109 and 110, and this is in the workshop. I'm just making sure Martha Gale's up. 'cause
Yeah,
can
I
tell
don't
she's
have,
looking.
I'm missing.
109
certain
and
pages. I don't know, I have to
No.
go.
Go past where you're at,
Yep, keep going.
to page 110.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I don't have.
She's like me, she opened her notebook somewhere along the way.
It's behind agenda item 16, so tab 16.
There's just so much, and you're welcome to use my copy.
Let's just look at yours.
Yeah.
I got it.
Da-da-da.
There's plenty of paper.
I'm not really
for-
that good with numbers.
Well, and this is, we made,
It's a little late in the day, for those of you that didn't catch her joke.
No, people get it.
At least not all the numbers.
just the important ones. So I want to point out for you
integers.
on this one,
I'm on it.
we're almost done, is that we're just going to true it up for the year with our cash balances, with the available contingencies and the reserves. There's a couple of things we'll be talking about with the budget amendment, but I just want to bring to your attention, in a little blue box, there's $833,373.61. That, to the right of that, you've got your cap of 646. That's our contingency, operating contingency reserve ceiling, if you will, the 40% of the annual expenditures. So the difference is that $187,208, it says reconciled excess. $187,208.79. That's what Mr. Oldmixon has been referring to when he talks about the money for those 3 staff members for the first year
That's right,
of
get
this
your money.
fiscal year.
We have
We've got the money. That's right. So that's for this year. Hey. That is all I have to say unless you have questions.
Good job.
Okay.
Thank you, Priscilla.
So you
You
saw
told us,
those.
you told us what we wanted. We got the money.
Yeah,
That's
we got the money. We done.
You used to see this true up in the budget status format, and it just really didn't give enough information, and so we went back to this more deep, well, we never had produced this. In the same format that you approve the budget, we're gonna true it up for you. You'll see it every November.
I'm sorry, I have one item. So, every May, I provide you guys with a demographic report. Recommendation is that I just start doing that in November when we do all the other annual reports. So I just wanted to throw that out and make sure, since I thought this was the appropriate time to do that, that was what staff had talked about.
November seems like a long way from right now, so that's a great time.
Perfect, thank you.
It's a good month for me.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more reports that we need to look at? I like the revised reports, and I do think that they, the formatting and pulling them down a bit is going to be helpful.
Your staff did a lot of hard work on coming up with what, based on hearing, you know, knowing and listening to the things that you thought were important, we tried to make it as sharp as possible, and they did a really good job, so. Can I send them away?
You can, so, because we're fixing to go away too. Thank you all for sitting here all day. I hope you learned something. If nothing else, what great comedians we are, right? And that Martha Gale's not good with numbers.
No
so
more.
don't-
No more.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, no.
So, Tony,
Madam Chair, I'm not going to say anything differently than what I'm going to say tomorrow if you want to just, I mean, I'm happy to talk about it, but the report's essentially the same, except tomorrow I'm also going to talk about the legislation we're tracking.
okay, so on agenda item number 17, in your workshop materials, you have this. I know that you've all read it 3 times, and you're going to hear it again tomorrow. Do you have questions?
I can just add that I have, that we prepared that list because of a request that came from Senate Business and Commerce. Doug and I went and met with the staff about that. And we, based on some input I got from the executive committee, I also reached out to FAC, talked to Eric Warmer, who represents them, and I also had a conference call with the FACT executive committee, or whatever they're called. I apologize for not knowing the specific term, on Friday, and explained to them that we're not asking them to carry the weight on this, that this would be something we would do as staff to address issues in the Sunset Report, and they didn't have any issues with what we talked about. I am going to be speaking with them the day after the board meeting up in Round Rock, and they're going to give me any additional feedback at that point if there was anything. But as of right now, they didn't have any issues with any of the things that we were.
So everything that's highlighted has something to do with the board. Number 13 is the one you've already addressed, that you would like, that we think we can make a really good case to get into the sunset bill. The rest of them we're not so sure about.
The one this doesn't include is the delegation of signature authority, because that was a recommendation at the time. So if the board votes tomorrow to push that forward,
We'll
that
add it.
is
And we can, and again,
probably
that
also
is that's
something
something
related
that's
to
for,
sunset.
yes, moving forward on sunset recommendations. To the extent that they're open to those, that shouldn't be an issue, I would think.
Questions?
Don't even.
So, agenda item number 18 is future workshops. I'm not even going to let you comment because I know what you're going to say.
Okay.
Never, ever.
They should be limited to 2 hours, no more.
Not an executive one and a regular one back to back
Well,
with the third.
And again,
I
we
do
are.
have something.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to see if we can move the meetings on our board meetings earlier than 10. I mean, maybe 9, maybe 8:30, you know, instead of 10 o'clock in the morning, because they're getting longer and longer, and not everybody's flying as far as I fly. It's just a request. I'd like to start earlier. I have more energy in the morning.
Okay.
Can you get here from San Antonio by 8:30?
Yeah, I.
8:30, wait a second.
Yeah, so it'd be right in the middle of the
That's what you're
traffic.
saying.
I will just say that one of the considerations typically, and this is not to derail this, but that there are people, members of the public that show up too, so they're, you know, in terms
They're coming
of
from
travel
the same.
time for them as well.
So let's do this, let's talk about that and,
Okay,
future things to consider, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at the meeting, but now everybody's got the idea out there, so be prepared to state your case, whatever it may be, and we'll try and get some resolution on what everybody is happy with. Okay, possible action to schedule future workshop dates. To my knowledge, I think we can get by with skipping until November, which is our normal annual workshop date. I will close by saying every single one of you has done heavy lifting as it related to Sunset. Our staff has done twice what we have, and so thank you all. I know.
Look at you.
We're exhausted, but we're going to get through this, and I think we're going to be proud of what we've done. So with no other business before this workshop, it's now 4:40, and we'll consider ourselves adjourned.